Let's bow our head and put ourselves in the presence of the Lord. Lord Jesus, as we enter this training hall, we bring your presence with us. We speak your peace, your grace, and your perfect order into the atmosphere of this room. We acknowledge your lordship over all that will be spoken, taught, decided, and accomplished within this day. Lord Jesus, we thank you for the gifts you have given to each one of us. We do not take them lightly, but we commit in using them responsibly and well. Give us fresh supply of truth and beauty to which we draw our strength in doing our job. Anoint our creativity, our ideas, and our energy, so that even our smallest tasks may bring our honor. Lord, when we're confused, guide us. When we're worried, energize us. Lord, when we're burned out, infuse us with the light of your Holy Spirit. May the work that we do and the way that we do bring hope, life, and courage to all that we come into contact with. And Lord, even this day, most stressful moments, may we find rest in you. In your strong and powerful name, we pray. Amen.
Yung attendance. Yung kanila. Okay na. Sige. Good day everyone and welcome again to another panamukha ko. To day 2 or another day of our seminar, and this is the last day now. I would like to call on our participants today. We have Abad Annabel Molanda at saka Abad Ana Marie from Nueva Ecija. Bailon Ira de Paz. Itong Bailon kahapon nandyan ba yan siya? From Dulag, Leyte. Bunso Lerma from Candelaria, Quezon. Kainglit Jericho. Kanyeda Jessa from Tanawan, Leyte. Katindoy Danilo. Katojo Jesslyn from Basi, Samar. Kosalan Ginelita B. Dasmariñas Mary Ann from Colyat, Quezon City. Jola Nikki Grace from Malanday, Marikina City. Brizon Princess May Fortuito from Piñahan, Quezon City. Erolis Gian, General Trias, Cavite. We have Evangelista Renz from 13 Martires City, Cavite. No, from Fitalco, Lance Alexis, Udyongan Romblon. Fong Joan, Fresnido Lilibeth, 13 Martires, Cavite. Fresnido Romero. We have Isla Marisa from Bacoor City. Lanza Jervy from Dulag, Leyte. Lienado Jinin. We have Makalinaw Kenneth from San Mateo, Rizal. Mangali Crystalline from Malabon City. Mapili Mariel, Tondo, Manila. Mascara Nabel. Mercurio Rialin from Valenzuela City. Negri Maria Nancy from Bacoor, Cavite. Oclaret Amansueta from Cagayan de Oro, si Ma'am Ami. No? We have Onal Mary Jane. Ranas Mary Jane from General Trias, Cavite. We have Reyes Mary Grace. We have Saklay Aika from Santa Fe, Leyte. Salcedo Jocelyn from Silangan, Naay, Cavite. Sarno Angela Fortune, Marikina City. Soriano Hector, Ojongan, Romblon. Tan Adelaida, 13 Indang Road eh. So, Cavite ito. Tibayan Joan, Gerald Trias, Cavite. Oy Charmaine Evangelista from Bulan, Sorsogon. So we have also our face-to-face no, na seminar. Si Ma'am Lolita Osid from Caloocan City. Sa Quirino Highway, sa De La Costa Homes. Dito lang, lagpas ng Fairview. From Tacloban City po kayo? Okay. Virginia de la Torre Fajardo from Imus, Cavite. Galing pa sila ng Cavite. Pumunta po sila dito. Face to face. So, yung kasama ko ngayon, si Harry na lang. No? So, dito po kayo, ma'am. I-greet nyo yung mga classmate nyo na nasa ibang lugar. No? So, para makita po kayo. Dito po sa tabi. Dito kasi yung camera eh. Lika, Hari. So, nakamask sila kasi face-to-face tayo. We have to abide with social distancing. Dito po, introduce nyo yung sarili. Anuhin mo yung camera kasi ano mo sa kanila. Ano mo yung camera sa kanila. Usok mo ng konti. Ganon mo lang ng konti sa kanila. Wala eh.
Okay na po.
Hi! Si Virginia Fajardo po ako. Hi! Hi! Si Virginia Fajardo po ako from Imus, Cavite.
Ba't hindi nakikita? Kasi delayed. Delayed. Sige, kayo naman, ma'am.
Ay, hello, good morning.
Okay. Ano yan eh? Delayed. Delayed po. Yan. Delayed siya. Delayed. Sige.
Hello, good morning. Ako si Lolita Osit Lelet, ang nickname ko.
From?
I am from Caloocan City. Proud po ako na nakapag-attend po ako nito.
Okay po, sige. Delayed siya eh. Okay po, sige. Thank you.
Thank you po.
Okay. Okay, so thank you po at sila po yung face-to-face natin. Sayang, no? Kasi may mga miscommunication na Saturday, Sunday, kaya pala wala sila kahapon. So, nagkakagulo na yung schedule natin, Ari, ha? So, kasi ang dami kasing nangyari kasi po, no? Pasensya na kayo dahil naglipat kami ng office. Nag-concise kami ng office. And then, kaming dalawa na lang niya din natira. So, may mga, siguro, out of business or what. Pero hindi dapat ganun eh, no? Kasi sayang yung effort ng iba, no? So, pasensya na kayo at masakit pa din yung ngipin ko, no? Nag-a-adjust pa ako kasi pinalagyan ko ng denture, no? Kasi lumalabas yung hangin pag nagsasalita ka. Kaya masakit pa. No? Ganon talaga ang adjustment sa first time. No? Okay. So, our day 2 seminar, we will be dealing with bookkeeping using new technology. So, this is a continuation dun sa kahapon natin. No? What we discussed yesterday about the bookkeeping process. And after that, yung bookkeeping regulations. Bakit natin pinag-aaralan? Kasi, ang akala ng iba, tama na nakapag-record sa libro. No? Tama na nakapag-record sa resibo. Pero, sabi ko nga sa inyo, bawat hakbang yan, bawat isang gagawin mo, may regulations yan nakatapat. No? So, hindi mo alam, kahit na nakarecord ka na sa libro, kala mo tama na, yun pala, mali pa. Because, may mga requirements yan, kagaya limbaw ng resibo. Basta record ka lang ng record ng resibo, mga fake naman na resibo yung na-record mo. Kaya, bali wala din siya. No? So, importante na kahit anong bagay sa buhay natin, kinoconsult natin yung regulations kasi we will not depend dun lang sa alam natin, no? Tsaka hindi yun eh. Yung alam natin na ngayon ang tama, next time hindi na pala, no? Kaya keep on studying, no? Isa pa na late tayo palagi, no? Kasi napupuyat ako because I start reviewing, no? May second time na try tayo mag-bar exam this November 2021. At ang failure ko talaga, pinakamababa ko is remedial law. So yun yung pinagsisikapan ko talaga na iniba ko na yung style ko sa pag-aaral, no? So kung kayo nag-aaral kayo, just like the example na nag-aaral kayo ng bookkeeping, pag nakita ninyo na yung style nyo hindi effective, baguhin nyo na, no? Doon ito yung ginagawa ko, ganun. Kasi pinapahirapan nyo lang yung sarili nyo. Kasi ang ginagawa ko during the review, umpisa ako dun sa basa ka ng basa ng article. Wala eh, mali eh. Hindi mo nakikita yung big picture, no? So ano ginagawa ko ngayon? I start with the big picture. Big picture mo na, ito pala, anong rules ito? Ito siya, imagine ko. Tapos, ibaba ko na siya doon sa specifics at saka yung application na case, no? So, ganun din sa pag nag-aaral kayo ng bookkeeping. Tingnan nyo muna ano ba yung big picture sa bookkeeping. Kailan may libro ka, kailangan naka-record dyan yung mga tamang resibo mo. And then you go to the specifics. Pagdating naman ng preparation ng financial statements, we discussed kahapon nung afternoon, ang sabi ko nga sa inyo, bawat account may rules yan, no? Kasi if you try to look at yung chart of accounts, halimbawa ng cash, may accounting standards para sa cash, no? So try to visit the accounting standards. Halimbawa naman, pagdating sa financial statement, sa income statement, yung sa sales, ano dapat? Every requirements yan, you issue a receipt. At ano yung resibo na dapat i-issue natin? For sales invoice, for sale of goods, for services, official receipt, no? Kaya ikaw lahat na yan. Hindi yung interpret on your own, no? Meron tayo tinatawag accounting standards for the recognition measurement of the account. Meron pa tayong batas ng BAR as to the deductions when it comes to taxation. Meron ding ibang mga requirements pang SEC, the Securities and Exchange Commission, kung corporation kayo. No? So, i-align nyo yan lahat. Kasi minsan, may batas na tayo, yung isang batas na yan, connect pa din yan doon sa ibang batas. Kaya, kahit na yung isang batas na ibang batas, hindi pala na-comply. No? So, yung kahapon natin, we deal with the bookkeeping process, no? Yung mga debit, credit, posting to the journal, posting to the ledger. Kasi ni-review ko pa eh, yung kahapon. So, ang ginagawa ko kasi, nagla-live streaming tayo. Tsaka ito, after that, re-reviewin ko eh. Kasi gusto ko makita ano ba yung mga flows, ano ba yung mga pinagsasabi doon. Oh? So, minsan, nakikiri ka doon. Sabi mo, ito, no? Ni-review ko. Ang ano pala hari, kasi magkaiba tayo ng slides eh. Iba yung slides na nakikita ng viewers, iba yung slides na nandito sa akin.
Minsan nung pag lumalabas ako, kaya hindi ko nasasabay.
Yes, hindi nasasabay. Kaya,
Minsan pag ganun kasi ako.
Oo, pasensya na po kayo kasi dalawa lang kami ni Hari. Kaya yung nakita ko kagabi, yun yung, oo, hindi sabay. Just like yung sinasabi ko na tingnan nyo na lang kasi ang dami kong examples na diniscuss kahapon on the debit credit na per account na. Pagdating doon sa ni-review ko yung video, wala. So, please focus on your meron kayong soft copy na email na lahat sa inyo, no? Feedback, yung hindi naka-receive ng email ng ating soft copy na handouts, no? Kasi yung mga nandito sa, yung mga nandito sa atin face to face, nag-print kami para sa kanila, no? Para nakakasabay kayo. Kasi kung mahihirapan kayo pag dito eh. No? Nakakasabay kayo ang isulat. Kayo naman na nandyan sa mga Uh, uh, try to do not rely sa soft copy. Mas maganda na i-print nyo yan in hard copy. And during the time na ano tayo dito, nagle-lecture tayo dito, lahat ng mga clarifications o i-underline nyo na kung ano yung gusto nyo pang i-clarify at hindi nyo naintindihan. No? Kung hindi ba natin na-tackle dito, i-google nyo. Nawawala? Nawawala? Nawawala ang sound? Okay, paki-feedback din po yung sounds natin, ah. Kasi, pero bumili na kami ng bagong battery, eh. Oo.
Kapag walang problema eh. Ngayon lang baka ano ma'am. Pero
Sige.
okay na po.
Sige, okay na yung sounds natin. No? So, so yun yung mga naging discussions natin kahapon, no? So, hindi sabay yung ating slides. So, ano na lang, revisit your soft copy ng slides natin. And then, yun nga, i-print nyo ng hard copy para take down notes kayo. Para mas naintindihan nyo. Kasi alam nyo, sayang yung 2 days na investment nyo kung pahapyaw din lang yung alam nyo. No? So, try to improve your knowledge para mas na-apply nyo siya. Okay, so for the second day, we have our program of activities. We will start with the bookkeeping using new technology. And then, we have the different accounting softwares. Bakit different accounting softwares? Kasi napakarami na po ng accounting softwares ngayon. So, kung ano man yung pinag-aralan natin kahapon na mga debit, credit, posting sa journal, posting sa ledger, mawawala po lahat yan pagka tayo ay computerized na, no? So, papakita po ni Harry mamaya sa inyo itong mga different accounting softwares so that may idea kayo. Kasi if you are using the manual or the traditional books of accounts, ibang-iba po ang mukha ng accounting software, no? Kasi pag sinabi mo ng electronic records, iba na yung hitsura niya, hindi na yung kagaya. Although the content is the same, pero yung hitsura pag nasa software na iba na po siya. And then in the afternoon, pag-aralan po natin yung computerized accounting system, rules and regulations, and then how to apply for permit to use computerized books of accounts. And then, isama na rin natin yung how to submit electronic records, no? Pagka halimbawa under tax audit na kayo. Kasi ito pong free bookkeeping natin na to, ang purpose dito is tax compliance. Kasi if you try to look at our YouTube channel is tax training. So hindi ito yung traditional na bookkeeping na debit credit lang, preparation of financial statements. Ang core po talaga dito na gumagawa tayo ng bookkeeping, gumagawa tayo ng financial statements in compliance with our tax obligations. Kaya nakaka-relate tayo doon sa ito yung finished product natin. Ano yung finished product natin? The financial statements which complies with that of the requirements ng taxation. No? So, hindi ito yung ordinary na punta ka sa TESDA, ito yung sasabihin ng TESDA sa iyo. Okay, yun. Because that's the standards. Pero yung sa atin, in relation to tax training po ito. No? So, we will study also yung rules and regulations na mandatory yung sa ibang mga taxpayers to keep a computerized accounting system. At hindi lang component, no? Fully computerized accounting system. From the issuance of receipts hanggang sa posting na sa mga books of accounts hanggang sa preparation of reports, 100% talaga siya. Fully computerized. No? Yun ang requirements for the large taxpayers. No? And yung ibang taxpayers, kahit hindi sila large, voluntarily, nag-a-adapt din sila ng computerized accounting system. No? And then yung last topic natin mamaya is about record retention and management. How do we manage our records at saka how do we maintain our records? Kasi yung latest na requirements ng BAR is for you to retain your records for 10 years. No? 10 taon. Hindi kagaya noon na 3 years lang. Pwede mo na i-dispose yung records mo. Ngayon, 10 taon na, require na you have to keep it. No? Okay, so, Continue po tayo. Our objectives is to learn bookkeeping using new technology and also to know the different accounting softwares. So, napakarami na po ng softwares. Halos, kaya ang kagandahan lang sa marami na yung softwares, yung iba, meron ng mga free, no? Meron ng accounting softwares na free. And then, ang dami na rin nag-offer ng tutorial. So, at least, very competitive na po. So, that's the, ano pala ngayon that's the characteristics of our new world, no? Very competitive na, highly competitive. That's why, bawat isa is encouraged to improve its talents. Kaya yung ngayon, no? Kaya natutuwa naman ako sa opportunity na binibigay ngayon. Kasi wala nang age limit, no? Bata ka, matanda ka, basta marunong ka sa computer, you can still do the work. You have the opportunity, no? Kaya yung mga according to the study sa mga international studies natin na mga articles na nababasa natin, kahit na yung may edad ngayon, they have what we call as reskilling, no? Mag-iba ka ng skills and then retraining, no? Kasi ang characteristic kasi ng tao, no, kagaya ko, senior citizen na rin, kakaedad, we stick to the old. Ito kami ngayon ito yung nag-experience ko, ganito dapat ganito. Ang dapat mong gawin is to clean your mind, no? Kasi yung sinasabi mo noon, ibang normal yun, ibang world yun. Harapin mo yung ngayon, wag yung noon. Kaya anong dapat mong gawin? Cleansing ka. Kaya reskilling, retraining. Noon, hindi pa uso yung computer, no? Kasi kumuha ako ng CPA board, yung yellow pa, nakulom na, sulat-sulat. Tapos, yung ink mo, yung fountain pen na may dala-dala ka pang ink. Minsan, sa nervous mo, natatapon, no? During may time na kumuha ako ng board exam, meron pa doon, sobrang tense siguro, ininom yung ink. No? So, iba na. Ngayon wala na. Lahat ng exam, computer na. Ito nga, yung sabi nung chairman ngayon sa bar, yung bar daw, titingnan din nila yung possibility kung through computer na. So, how do they go about it, no? So, at least, ano na yung sulat na sulat. Ang kawawa naman yung less knowledge in computer. Kaya, ang dapat talaga ngayon is competitive tayo worldwide, no? Do not limit kung ano man yung alam mo, do not limit. Ngayon, pasalamat tayo, may internet, no? Yung isang tuldok mo lang, search mo lang kung anong gusto mong malaman, nandyan na, no? So, wala na monopoly of knowledge ngayon. Lahat ng gusto matuto. Kaya, kawawa talaga yung walang alam. And this time, hindi na pwedeng sabihin ng isa tao, hindi ko alam yan, no? Bakit? Wala ka na ang karapatan magsabi na walang alam. Why? Kasi lahat ng dapat mong alamin o gusto mong alamin, nandyan lang. At the tip of your finger, no? May internet ka, sandali lang. Yung iba nga, Facebook lang ng Facebook, no? Even in Facebook, ang dami mo ring matutunan dyan. Huwag naman yung pinapanood natin, yung mga kalokohan, no? At ang ibang mga kasabay ko ng YouTube about tax, alam nyo, nadi-discourage sila kasi wala nanonood, no? Bakit? Saan nanonood? Dun sa mga jokes, dun sa mga ano. Okay naman yun kasi entertainment. Pero, hindi naman tayo mabubuhay sa puro entertainment, no? So, take a minute. Tama ba yung ginagawa mo? Especially ang buhay ngayon, nasa internet na. So, anong gagawin mo? Sayahin mo yung oras mo dyan. Manood ka lang ng movie, maghapon. Gutom ang abutin mo. No? Computer is just a tool, pero gamitin natin ng tama. No? Kasi minsan, pag pindot mo ng internet, ang daming lumalabas. Mga chismis, mga news, mga ano. Pag pinindot mo yon, hindi mo alam isang oras na doon ka lang. No? Yun talagang gusto mong gawin, kalimutan mo na. Kaya anong dapat pag nakaharap ka na sa internet? Disiplina. No? Anong ginagawa ko para hindi ako makakalimot? Kasi minsan, maganda lalo na kung pinag-uusapan ng lahat, chismis. Ang ginagawa ko, may listahan talaga ako ng anong gusto kong tapusin in the internet. no? Tapos nagti-take down notes pa ako. No, doble. Kasi kung hindi, maliligaw ka. Ano, ganun sa buhay. Pag hindi mo focus, no? Pag hindi ka nakafocus, saan talaga yung gusto mo marating, along the way, ang daming sides na agawin yung attention mo, no? So, nasa sa inyo yan. So, you want to be a good bookkeeper? Ayan, dagdagan nyo pa yung knowledge and skills nyo. Ako, this is just a guide. Overview lang po yung pwede kong ibigay sa inyo. No, all the rest, kayo na yung mag-educate sa sarili nyo. Kasi alam nyo, yung pag-educate sa sarili, obligasyon mo yan eh, kasama mo yan na obligasyon sa sarili mo. Hindi lang napakainin mo yung sarili mo, paliguan mo, linisin mo, pagandahin mo. Kasama pa din yan yung pag-update mo ng knowledge mo and skills, no? Kasi sa kabuuan ng pagiging tao, ganun yun, no? Hindi yun nakafocus ka lang sa isang aspeto. Okay? So, house rules natin. Okay, so same pa rin na, Hari. Any comments, any questions na gusto nyo after ng lecture natin, mag-aalat pa tayo ng additional time, lahat ng mga questions nyo sasagutin natin. No? But during the lecture proper natin, hindi po natin sila kaya sagutin. No? Very limited lang yung time natin. Okay. So, bookkeeping using new technology. Ano ba yung mga components ng computerized system? Doon sa mga alam nyo na to. No? Especially yung mga elementary ngayon, may computer na subject. No? Yung mga apo ko sa nyo era, computer na sila, yung high school nila. Meron ng mga programming nga eh. No? So, hardware, ito yung pinaka-basic lang. No, hardware, ano ba ibig sabihin ng hardware? Ito yung mga electronic equipment that includes computer. So, itong laptop, this is a hardware. No? Hardware siya, ibig sabihin may physical, attributes, no? Existence. So, electronic equipment that includes computers, disk, drives, monitors, printers, network that connects them. No? So, itong hardware, hindi pa to yung kabuuan ng computer, no? Component pa lang to. Kasi, meron ka pang kailangan na ilalagay dito para siya gumana, no? So, ano pa yung mga nire-require dito? Network to link. So, ano yung in business ngayon? Yung mga service provider, no? So, buti na lang, ang dami na nila. Kasi kung kakaunti lang yan, pahirapan. Pero since marami na mga service provider ngayon, pagka medyo mabagal yung isa, lipat ka sa iba. No? So, with a network system, the server stores the program and the data. No? Kasi sila na yung nagpo-provide yung mga internet service provider natin. Okay. Ano naman yung software? No? So, yung software, yun yung laman ng computer. No? That is the set of programs. Yan yung hindi natin nakikita. Pero yun yung mahal. No? Ano ba ang mahal? Ang hardware o ang software, Hari? Ha? Alin ba mahal?
Depende, madam, sa hardware kung...
Hindi, pero sa pamahalan na lang sila na available. Alin ba ang mahal? Ang software o ang hardware? Ha?
Software, ma'am, kasi ma-license yun. Depende, ma'am, kasi talaga. Kung anong software.
Hindi,
Kasi maraming type ng software.
hindi sa depende. Ang inaano na natin, general na kategory. No? Ang question ko is general. Huwag mo siyang idepende.
Software, madam.
Oh, yun, isa lang yun. Pag nagtanong ka kasi, isa lang, no? Alam natin na depende, pero saan ba talaga ang pinakamahal, ang hardware o yung software in the general category? So it's always the software. No? Bakit? Kasi ang software unlimited. Ang hardware hanggang diyan ka lang, no? Kahit ano pa anong gusto mong hardware diyan, gold, para mahal na mahal siya, no? Pero sa software unlimited 'yan, no? At saka yung kayang gawin ng software. So, ang software talaga ang mahal at yun ang pinaka-importante nagpapagana sa computer. No? It is the set of programs that drives the computer. No? So, accounting software reads, edits, alters. Siya yung nagtatrabaho actually. Yung proseso, siya yun. No? Ang software. stores transactions data, generates reports. Oh, imagine yung mga ginagawa niya. Used to run the business. No? Many software packages operate independently. Maraming klase ng software. No? Kaya may mura lang, may mahal din. Pero yung question natin na general category, ano ba yung mahal? Siyempre yung software, doon ka sa pinakamahal kasi i-compare mo yung pinakamahal na software at pinakamahal na hardware, hindi kaya. Hindi kaya ng hardware tapatan ng software. No? So, small business may use software for employee payrolls. Kasi pwede siyang by module eh. Mamaya makita ninyo yan doon sa actual na, no? Yung payroll na module, yung accounts receivable, accounts payable. No? So, other parts of the accounting software for automated. Sa mga large enterprises, accounting software is integrated into the company's database or computerized storehouse of information. Actually, sa mga large talaga na businesses, they cannot do away with computerization. Why? Kasi ang laking tulong sa kanila ng computerization. Yung mga, para sa akin yung mga nangyayari ngayon, yung mga nagagawa ngayon, they are not possible without the computer. No? Kagaya lang halimbawa yung processing ng mga customer oriented na industries. Hindi nila kayang gawin yung mga ginagawa nila without the aid of computer. No? Halimbawa lang sa mga, although pandemic pa ngayon, no? So walang mga airlines. Yung mga ticketing ng airlines, kung imano-mano mo yan, super gulo. Pero ngayon, because na available na siya, pwede ka na mag-book ng ticket mo sa internet, pwede ka na mag-check-in on the web. No? So ang laking tulong, ang laking relaxation sa mga nagbabiyahe, no? Kasi I used to, during my work kasi sa BIR for 31 years, nasa field ako eh. So I always travel. Tigil na lang ako nung parang nararamdaman ko, masikip na yung dibdib ko pagka nasa loob ako ng aeroplano. No? Kasi high blood na. Then there was a time na ayaw ako pasakayin ng aeroplano kasi high blood. No? So doon na lang ako tumingil. Pero dati talagang traveler ako. No? So, ano yun? Makikita mo talaga yung how the services of these transportation companies evolve. No? Ako, nag-check-in na ako. May seat number na ako bago ako pumunta sa airport. Ayoko yung, at saka namimili ako ng upuan. No? Malapit sa CR kasi lagi akong umiihi. At saka pagka doon mo ako nilagay malapit sa window, hindi ko gusto yan. Why? Kasi hindi ka makamove. No? Ayoko. Kaya pagka doon mo ako nilagay, hindi ako sasakay na aeroplano. No? Pa-cancel ko yung flights pag wala na. No? So, because of that, very possible na. At saka ano yun, sinong tumulong nun, sinong gumawa doon? The computer. No? So, ang laking, para sa akin, this is a gift of God to humanity, ang computer. Kasi, imagine the world kung walang computer with billions of people. No? Sa security problem pa lang natin, sobra na. Pero ngayon, with the help of computer, with the help of the satellites, namomonitor na, so nalilesen na yung criminality. So, laking tulong ng computer sa atin. So, since computer is a tool in doing the work, i-apply din natin yan sa bookkeeping. No? Okay, so company personnel, good personnel are critical to success. Bakit? Kasi computer yan eh. Kailangan pa rin yan ng tao. Sino mag-i-encode ng mga information. So, kailangan pa rin yan ng tao. And, ang computer, magpa-process lang siya ng information. Kung ano yung pinasok mo na information, yun ay ipaprocess niya. So, kung mali yan, mali din yung ipaprocess ng computer. That's why, ano sabi dito, employees must be both competent and honest. Kasi pag hindi honest yung employee mo, sa bagay, ang dishonest na employee, hindi naman tumatagal. Sandali lang yan. Kasi, para sa akin, the most intelligent na mga tao are those people who are in business. No? Kasi hindi madali mag-business with so much risk na nandyan sa business. Pag hindi ka nag-iisip, then tomorrow you are out of business. Okay. So, ano yung pagkakaiba ng manual and computerized based system or bookkeeping? Bakit natin to pinapakita sa inyo? In order for you to differentiate, no? Hindi ko naman sinasabi na kailangan nyo na mag-invest sa computer. Kasi meron na mga accounting software ngayon na mga libre, no? Or ipaprogram nyo yung Excel. Excel is a very powerful software. Pwede na kayo doon, no? Malaking bagay na yon. Okay, so for the manual bookkeeping for small businesses, yan yung writing entries into the journal. So, yun itong mga example natin kahapon, no? So, pagka manual ka, you start your business with the journal, no? Saka yung ledger, yung mga cash receipts, cash disbursement natin. Ito yung mga columnar natin na 14 columns. So, pagka VAT ka, may subsidiary sales journal ka pa, saka subsidiary purchase journal. So, those are your manual na books of accounts. Pero pag computerized ka na, electronic speed of computer and accounting software, mabilis, no? So, kung yung gagawin mo sa manual, 1 week, sa computer, oras lang, no? So, journals, ito yung book of original entry. So, nandyan na muna lahat ng transactions, nandyan na lahat yung day-to-day book mo na ilalagay. At saka kahapon, during our discussions on revenue regulations with us one, we also discuss yung mga special books of accounts. Ano yung mga special books of accounts? Yung para doon sa mga job orders ng mga repair shop, para sa contractors, para sa mga brokers, para doon sa mga hotels, yung guest register book nila, no? So those are special books of accounts, no? At idagdag ko pa diyan yung mga special books of accounts, yung sale to senior citizen, tsaka yung sale to person with disability, no? Kasama pa yan sa mga special books of accounts that the corporation or the taxpayer should maintain. Yun yung mga manual, no? Pagdating sa computerized books of accounts, computerized na yan, no? Hindi mo na makikita na ito yung traditional. Ano na lang yung makikita mo doon? Electronic, yung software na. Ano? At saka mabilis na siya, no? Yung mga especially kung ang computerized accounting system mo is fully computerized, ibig sabihin from the issuance of receipts up to the generation of report, computerized ka na, mas lalong mabilis, no? Kasi yung iba kasi napakamahal nga ng system, no? So the BAR allows component lang, hindi fully computerized. Pero sa mga large taxpayers, kailangan talaga fully computerized accounting system. Ilan na yung ating participant, Harry?
62.
Yung kahapon, ilan yung ending natin kahapon?
Sa 88 po.
Yan yung sinasabi ko sa iyo na umpisahan mo na rin na gawan sila ng certificate. At saka gumawa ka na ba ng evaluation?
Ako ma'am, kanina may evaluation ma'am, ano na lang, isisend lang through online.
Email mo na sa kanila.
Sige.
Nagawa mo na?
Ako.
Email mo na sa kanila. Dito naman, ano mo na lang, i-print. Kasi, kailangan po natin yung feedback nyo, no? Especially na nangangapa pa kami dito sa online. Kaya alam nyo, refine ko pa yung, ano yung, dapat pa i-improve, no? Although, ang mga kulang talaga natin dito, gadgets. Pero, in terms of facilitation, lahat-lahat na we are trying to improve our system, no? Para effective tayo kung ano man yung gusto nating i-deliver ng services, no? Effective tayo. So, yun yung nakakalimutan natin sa mga previous na natin, Hari, yung evaluation, no?
Meron.
Yung mga previous? Ba't hindi nyo binibigay sa akin? Hindi ko nakikita.
Na Google Forms sa online.
So, nasaan na ngayon yun? Yung mga evaluation na yun, binabalik nila?
Ano yun ma'am, Google Form dun silang pipila. Nasa email yung ano, pwede i-print.
Nasaan na nga ngayon yung files natin doon sa evaluation?
Ano ma'am sa email, i-print na lang.
Hindi na kailangan i-print, i-database mo.
Sige.
No?
Pero andun ma'am, meron lahat.
Lahat?
Apo, lahat na ginagawan ko bago matapos. Sabi ko, pag walang ganon, wala rin certificate.
Oo,
Kaya
tama
nabigyan
naman.
lang sila.
So, pero dapat kasi, yung evaluation na yan, ginagawa natin yan na matrix as to the findings at saka yung mga
Pwede
suggestion.
naman, pag generate mo, nakaano na siya.
So, pakilang no, yung ating evaluation in order for us to improve, paki-fill up ninyo. And then, hindi ako yung, lagay mo dyan, excellent, excellent, tuwan-tuwan na ako, no way. Yung ilagay nyo lang yung totoo, wala pong problema sa atin. No? Hindi tayo yung kagaya ng iba na inuuto-uto sa ano, yung kunyan. Na kahit pangit ka, sabihin maganda, yung kunyan. Yung totoo lang. No? Para naman that's the basis na we will improve. Kasi yan talaga ang purpose ng evaluation. Hindi naman yung para papurihan ka na, pupurihan dyan, hindi naman ganun yung standard, no? We want to improve our standard, no? Our services. Okay. So, pagdating sa manual, yung company transactions, sulat-sulat lang sa journal, no? So, minsan nagkakamali pa, minsan yung mga account nagkakabali-baligtad, no? So, yun yung nangyari sa manual. Pero pagdating sa accounting software, wala yung ganyang mga error. But, ano naman yung pinaka mahirap sa computer? Kasi very fast siya mag-process. Yung mali ang maibigay sa kanya na information. At sino yung nagbibigay ng maling information? Siyempre, yung tao. Yung nag-feed sa computer. No? So, yun naman yung constraint doon. Kaya, kung titingnan nyo ngayon, no, dahil nga yung ating mundo nasa internet na, online na, no? Kahit yung mga sellers natin na online na, digitized world na tayo ngayon. Kaya yung mga crimes, digitized na rin, no? So it follows, nandoon na rin yung mga fraud, nandoon na rin, no? Kaya yung binabasa ko yung remedial locks, yung pinakamababa ko sa bar, 65 yung aking grade. All the rest, yun lang yung line of 6 ko, all the rest line of 7. Yung cybercrime warrant, no? Yun yung rules of court ngayon sa computer. Kaya nag-iiba na rin, no? Kasi ang crime nandito na. So, halimbawa, nag-computerize ka, yung fraud nandoon na rin sa computer. Okay. So, maalala ko pa yung accountant dati, no? Hindi pa computerized. Siguro yung pag hindi mo na balance yung mga accounts, especially if marami, hindi yan matutulog yung accountant. Huh? Kasi bakit? Kahit matutulog kayo, iniisip mo saan ko kaya hanapin yun, especially napakarami na account. Hindi mo alam kung saan ka nagkamali. No? With computerization, maiwasan mo yun. Kasi, alam mo, the first time na nakaharap ako sa computer, I was so amazed with the way the computer works, no? So amazing. Sabi ko, meron mo, kaya niyang gawin to? May sarili siyang isip, no? Amazing ang nagagawa ng computer, no? Minsan, nakakagawa yung computer na sa bilis, no? Hindi kaya tapatan ng tao yung bilis ng computer. Only a few, yung mga super genius na talaga. Yung halimbawa, mathematician, kaya nilang mag-compute na ganun-ganun lang ng kamay, tapos andyan na yung sagot, no? Pero only a few can do that. No? So, hindi natin kayang tapatan ang computer. No? Although gawa siya ng tao, pero very amazing, no? So, what are the different accounting software? Since nagbo-bookkeep tayo at gusto natin na ma-improve yung ating services, so we use the computer tool, accounting softwares, para maging improve yung ating services. No? Doon sa mga umaatin na nito ng bookkeeping natin at saka this is a good avenue for additional na services ninyo at saka additional income. No? Sa totoong buhay lang, bago ako pumasok sa BIR kasi self-supporting, kung ano-ano yung ginagawa kong magtinda para makaaral, no? During the time na, pero yung lab ko talaga na course is nursing. Naka-second year lang ako, wala ng pera. So sabi, accounting na lang, commerce na lang at that time, no? So anong ginagawa ko? Bago pa ako mag-graduate, may mga client na ako, no? Nagbubukip na ako, magkano lang kaya ang monthly noon? 500. No? Pero ang laki na noon. 500 pesos. Pag may 500 ka, may tatlo kang, ang sako ng bigas doon, magkano lang, no? So, sa 500 mo, isang sakong bigas ka na that time, 1970s. Ang, ah, may tatlo kang kliyente na pa 500, 1,500, no? So, anong ginagawa ko? Itong 500 na to, para to sa bigas. Itong 500 na to, para to sa ulam. Itong 500 na to, para sa kuryente. Nakakaraos ka na. So, I carry that kahit nasa BIR na ako. No? Kahit nasa BIR na ako, di ako nawawalan pa rin ng negosyo. Kasi, pagka ang inasahan mo, sweldo lang, hindi kaya. No? Hindi kaya talaga. So, nung sa amin uso yung gulay, nagtitinda ako ng gulay at the same time nasa BIR ako. Ang problema lang, yung mga boss na mga sosyal, mga mayaman, hindi na alam yung mahirap eh. Ayaw nilang magtinda ng gulay kasi nakakahiya daw. Sabi ko, nakakahiya, hindi ka naman nagnanakaw, ba't ka mahiya? No? Bakit nagtitinda ako sa office, sa PNB, sa mga bangko, sa palengke, no? Tinitinda ko yung gulay ko. Dinadala ko sa opisina, dinadala ko sa mga kasamahan. No? Binawalan ako kasi I am degrading daw the profession. No? Alam mo yung una talagang di ko kayang tanggapin na I'm degrading the profession. No, hindi ka naman nagnanakaw, nagtitinda ka. No? Ang nangyari, na tumigil na lang din ako nung examiner na ako. Kasi yung mga kasamahan ko, mangungutang hindi na magbayad. Kasi examiner na daw ako eh. So, sabi ko, parang sinayang ko naman yung aking effort, no? Na 300 yung utang, hindi ka na babayaran. Eh, ang effort mo doon, may puhunan din. So, tama nga, sabi ko na itigil ko na. Kasi wala na mangyari sa negosyo ko, no? So, what is accounting software? No? So, accounting software is fundamental. Walang bookkeeping software po, Walang bookkeeping. Why? Kasi ang bookkeeping, nasa loob yan ng accounting. No? Although nasa loob ng accounting ang bookkeeping, but para sa akin, bookkeeping is the heart of accounting. Kasi ano ba yung accounting mo? Report generation na yan, yung classified accounts, lahat-lahat na. Pero ano talaga yung core? Bookkeeping. Kaya ano yung niregulate ng BIR? Bookkeeping. Why? Kasi you keep your records. You record the receipts na ini-issue mo para ma-ascertain ng BIR o ng gobyerno kung magkano yung ibabayad mong tax. So, hindi niya niregulate yung accounting. Ano niregulate niya? Bookkeeping. So, bookkeeping is the heart of accounting. Bookkeeping is the heart of tax audit. No? Kaya sabi ko, yung mga iba nasasabi na expert daw sila sa audit, expert daw sila sa pag-handle ng mga tax cases. Sabi ko, kahit anong expertise mo pa kung walang records yung kliyente mo. Ano ipapakita mo? Sige nga, you are at the mercy still ng examiner. So, anong gagawin mo? Takot-takutin mo na lang yung examiner. No? Kasuhan mo, kunwari, technical. Pero yung totoo, wala kang records. No? So, paano? Compliance. Kaya nga sabi natin, sa tax training is for tax compliance. No? So, accounting software is fundamental application that allows organization to record the flow of money for internal and external review and auditing. No? So, yun yung accounting software. Kasi ang daming klase ng softwares, no? Sabi natin, yung computer, talagang malaking patulong siya sa humanity. Kaya iba't ibang klase ang nagagawa ng computer. No? Kaya iba't ibang software. No? So, accounting software is the primary tool for assessing the financial health of the organization. Kasi siya yung magbibigay ng report mo. Siya yung magbibigay sa iyo ng financial statements. At ano yung laman ng financial statements? The result of your operations. So, isang tingin mo lang sa financial statements, makikita mo na kaagad, sa size up mo na kung ano tong company. Okay. Modern implementation of the application expands to payroll module. So, pati yung mga payroll, doon na yan sa computer, electronic payment, kahit yung mga bank reconciliation ngayon, nandyan na yan sa computer. No? So, ang dami na din na nagagawa ng computer. So, why use accounting software? So, bakit tayo gagamit ng accounting software? for simplification, no? Kaya nga, may mga survey ako na na-attend na, ang sabi, is your job in danger of being replaced by artificial intelligence? Kasi pag sinabi yung artificial intelligence, computer na yan, no? So, gaya ng accounting, sa dami ng software. Is the work of the accountant can be replaced by the software? Is the work of the bookkeeper can be replaced by the software? Siyempre hindi. Bakit? Kasi ang software, tulang yan. Tulong doon sa bookkeeper. No? Pero yung trabaho talaga ng bookkeeper, hindi yan pwedeng i-replace ng software or ng computer. Bakit? Kaya ba ng computer pumunta sa kliyente? No? Makipag-discuss. No? Kaya ba niya mag-prepare ng income tax return? No? So, ang computer, hindi yan gagana kung walang tao. No? So, simplification. Although napakalaki ng tulong ng computer, pero ang magpapatakbo niyan, tao pa rin. Bookkeeper pa rin. Accountant pa rin. So, accounting system put finance control in the hands of non-accounting audience. Because may mga software na nga ngayon, yung mga non-accountant, nakakaintindi na rin sila at saka meron na rin silang access on the information na kailangan nila. No? Okay. Kahit na walang training yung business owner, meron akong teacher sa doctorate no sa business ad na punta siya sa US. Alam nyo, sabi niya, pag marunong ka sa computer, in 24 hours, in 48 hours, kahit bagong software pa ibabato sa iyo, matutunan mo. No? Kasi ano ba yung nasa software? May mga help yan. Di ba? Kung hindi mo siya alam or first time ka, kasi ganun daw yung ginawa niya eh, nung doon daw siya sa US. Wala daw siyang problema. Kasi advanced na yung mga software sa US. Dito, ano lang naman, mga simple lang, no? Pero pagdating daw doon, hindi siya nahirapan. Why? Kasi sabi niya, you can learn the new computer software in 24 hours or in 48 hours. Sabi niya, no? Kasi sabi dito, with little to no training at all, business owner can complete all accounting operation and comply with legal standards, no? From desktop computer or mobile device. Pero ayoko nung maliliit, masakit sa mata. Yung ano ba yan, Hari? Yung nasa cellphone?
Yung phone?
Oo, yung diyan ka mag-internet, sa cellphone, mobile apps, no? Oh, so diyan, ayoko yun kasi masakit sa mata, no? Alam nyo, yung nag-aaral ako ng law, yung mga classmate ko, mga tablet na lang, nagre-recite sila, ginaganon-ganon lang yung ano. Ako, puro hard copy. Ang bag ko, napakalaki. Tapos, may gulong pa kasi hindi ko na kayang buhatin. Dala-dala ko mga hard copy, mga cases, talagang piniprint ko yan ng hard copy. Sila, yung iba, malalaki kasi tablet. Yung iba, cellphone lang, tapos ginaganon-ganon lang. Nandiyan, binabasa na. Ayoko niyan. No? Doon ako sa old school na piniprint, tapos habang nag-explain yung teacher, sinusulat-sulatan mo doon, linalagyan mo ng explanation. That's the way I learned. Pero, ano lang, i-print mo, kaya tuloy yung aking mga, isang track. No? Bago ako nakatapos ng law, isang track yan. Mga Xerox, mga kung ano-ano yan. At saka hindi lang napakabigat dalhin. No? Kaya bumili talaga ako ng bag na digulong. Tapos, binubuhat ng mga classmate ko kasi ang hirap, sobrang bigat. No? Kaya tuloy, ako yung pinakamatanda sa school. Ako yung ng lahat. No? Kasi ako lang yung may mga hard copy, sila lahat, puro puro cellphone lang. No? Yung mga cases nila, ang bilis-bilisan nila, wala silang mga dala. Oo, nang makikita ako, may mga libro lang sila, kakaunti. Wala silang mga dala, ganyan lang. Samantala ako hirap na hirap. No? So, yun yung one thing na kakaiba dahil you use the computer. No? Simplification. No? Cost savings also. Bakit cost savings? Hindi ka na magpiprint eh. Napakamahal na kaya ng mga papel. Tapos may ink pa. No? Kaya ginagawa namin, kasi gumagawa din kami ng mga handouts dito, yun lang din yung advantage ko in my law school. Kasi yung aming ink unlimited, no? We pay the printer ng 3,000 a month. Unlimited na yung ink na binibigay sa amin. So, naisama ko na yung mga handouts ko. No? Tsaka meron akong taga-print for me. Pero kung ikaw mismo, di mo kakayanin, no? So, full financial transparency. Ano yung full financial transparency? The accountants or an auditor's point of view, the highlight of good accounting system, they prevent costly and recurring human errors. No? Kasi, alam nyo, ang computer, hindi yan magkakamali. Bakit? System yan eh. Pag nagkamali yan, mag-i-error na yung system. Sira na yung computer mo. No? Kaya, ang computer, hindi mo siya pwedeng sirain. Why? Pag sinira mo yan, ang mahal-mahal mo binili, parang tinapon mo yung investment mo doon. No? Just like yung, kasi nung nasa BR pa ako, nag-i-evaluate ako ng mga system. No? Yung pina-evaluate sa amin, yung nag-i-issue ng resibo sa mga taxi, no? Yung taximeter. No? Hindi taximeter, yung nag-i-issue ng resibo. No? May receipt yan eh. Anong ginagawa ng mga taxi driver para tumaas? Di ba? Binubuting-ting nila yan. O, pagka computerized yan, hindi mo yan pwede na sirain. Masisira yung system. No? Kaya anong ginagawa din ng gobyerno natin? Encourage the taxpayer to maintain a computerized books of accounts. Why? Kasi di mo pwede sirain yung system mo. Mahal yan, investment mo yan. Tapos sirain mo lang kasi baguhin mo yung sales, baguhin mo yung mga expenses. No? So, yan yung sinasabi na full financial transparency. Accurate forecasting. Why accurate forecasting? Kasi ang computer gumagawa yan ng sarili niyang analysis at saka report, no? Based on the information na na-generate niya. Kaya accurate siya gumawa, no? Productivity. Siyempre, dahil mabilis siya, so yung productivity increases. No? Tax compliance. Okay. So yan ang mga issue sa computer, yung tax compliance. Why? Kasi sometimes yung system, although ngayon halos compliant na lahat, no? Makikita ninyo yan mamaya pagka pinlinihari yung iba't ibang klaseng accounting software. Why? Kasi capable na sila of multi-tax rates and multi-currency. Dati kasi, kung ano yung rate, halimbawa, made in Europe yung computer, yung tax rate ng Europe, yun yung nandyan sa computer, yun ang i-calculate niya. No? So, ano yun? Pagdating na dito sa Pilipinas, hindi mo siya ma-accredit. Why? Kasi iba yung rates niya, hindi siya tax compliance pagdating dito. But, ngayon, hindi na. No? Just switch mo na lang. Capable na siya of multi-tax rates. Mamili ka na kung anong rate ang gusto mo. And then magka-calculate na siya. No? So, ganun na katalino yung accounting system ngayon, accounting software. No? Kaya tax compliant na. Kasi dati, pag binili mo yung software, na halimbawa, nag-order ka sa internet, 150,000 yan, 300,000. Pagdating dito, hindi pala siya tax compliance. Hindi ka na pwedeng magreklamo doon sa binilhan mo. No? So that's very expensive in your part. Ipa-enhance mo, another bayad ka na naman sa kanila. And matagal pa. No? So yun yung mga experiences namin na hindi na-approve yung system ng taxpayer because it requires enhancement. And saan nila ipa-enhance yun? Sa abroad pa. No? Pero meron naman ako nakita ng softwares na yung enhancement niya is sa Spain. Yung troubleshoot niya sa Spain. Alam niyo, napakagaling. Kasi tanong-tanungan lang sila doon sa internet. And then, nire-repair na nung system through the internet din. No? Kaya sabi ko, napaka-amazing naman itong technology ngayon. Improve relationship with customers. Bakit hindi na magtatagal ang maghintay yung mga customers? No? Yung queue sa bangko, yung queue sa mga transportation companies, sa mga airline companies, maiwasan na yan because of very fast processing ng transactions. Yung sa mga financing company, no? Na dati, month, yung hihintayin mo just to process your application for loan. No? Ngayon, may mga companies na one day lang makukuha mo na yung loan. 2 days, no? Although ngayon wala masyado nagpapaloan dahil nga closed, dahil din suspended lahat, no? Walang mga payments. Security, okay. So, your data is secured, no? Kailangan naman mag-install ka ng mga security gadgets para sa computer mo, no? Kasi maraming risk din sa computer, pero you have to do something para secure yung data mo, no? May mga additional features ka na ilalagay para secured yung data. Hindi ma-hack, hindi anuhan ng iba. No? So what are the types of the accounting softwares? These are the examples. No? Ito yung mga module lang niya. Pwede siyang billing and invoicing system. No? So nag-i-issue siya ng billing at saka bibigay siya ng invoice, no, sa customer. Automated yon, no? So payroll management system, no? Gumagawa siya ng payroll. Halimbawa, you have 2,500 employees. So imposible na mano-mano yan. You have to computerize. Enterprise resource planning system, ito yung accounting softwares, no, na meron siyang product planning, material purchasing, inventory management, control. Pero ngayon marami pang mas bago pa sa ERP, no? Time and expense management system, no? Mga apps din yan. Help to expedite billing cycles. Ngayon mas marami eh. If you try to look at yung mga project management, ang dami ng mga softwares ngayon na makikita mo. Saan mo makita yan? Ina-advertise, no? Sa YouTube. Okay. So what does accounting software do? Sa accounting, no? Especially kasi accounting yung pinag-usapan natin, no? So anong ginagawa niya? So yung mga ginagawa natin na manual, siya nang gagawa noon, no? Yung mga posting sa ledger, yung mga preparation ng reports, bank reconciliation, computer nang gagawa noon. So with the billing and invoicing, budgeting and forecasting, no? Yung pagbabudget at saka pagpo-forecast, pagka naka-program yung computer mo to do that, siya na yung gagawa noon. Management of fixed assets, no? Ano yung management of fixed assets? Ito yung mga property and equipments natin. Nagko-compute siya ng depreciation, tapos minamanage siya yung mga additions, mga disposal, no? Nagpe-prepare ng lapsing schedule. Payroll management, no? Gumagawa ng payroll for the salaries. At sa payroll, hindi lang yan payroll na pangalan lang, and then the amount of salaries. Ano pa yun nandyan sa payroll? Yung mga deductions, yung mga mandatory deductions natin on PhilHealth, SSS, Pag-ibig, and then withholding tax, no? So kasama yan sa payroll management natin. And then the project accounting, no? Separate system siya, represent the accounting version, no? Ng mga softwares natin. So sa construction operators, no, mga developers, no, sa mga projects, no, the main capability of this project accounting software is estimating and handling overheads and costs related to labor, materials, and equipment, no? So maganda siya sa mga contractors o mga service companies. Fund accounting, ito naman sa mga non-profit organization, no? So, pwede rin siguro yung fund accounting sa cooperatives. I understand, meron tayong mga participants sa cooperative, no? Hari? So, pwede rin po kayong mag-computerize ang cooperative, but see to it na yung software na gagamitin nyo or piliin nyo is para pwede sa cooperative. Kaya nga yun yung may fund accounting kasi di ba ang ano naman ang cooperative wala siyang capital. Fund, di ba? Membership. So dapat ganun din yung software na gamitin nyo. At hindi lang yun, huwag na kayong bumili ngayon ng computer software na napakamahal or computer system. Ano nang ginagawa ngayon? Nagli-rent na lang. Meron na tang 500 a month. Napakaganda na yung mga 1,000 a month, no? Monthly na yung payment, hindi na ka na magla-license, hindi mo na siya yung bibilhin pa, no? Kasi parang nag-evolve na rin ang marketing style ang mga developer. So instead of ibenta nila na one-time payment lang, lump sum payment, walang masyadong nakaka-afford. O sa ano ginawa nila? Since sa dami na at saka pababaan na ng presyo ngayon, as much as 500 pesos a month, meron ka na accounting system. No? So doon na lang kayo. Kasi yung 1,000 a month, maganda na. Malaking tulong na yan sa inyo at saka malaking tipid na rin sa trabaho. And what is 1,000 a month? No? What should you consider when getting an accounting system? Integrated invoicing module. For those na fully computerized, dapat meron kayong invoicing module. No? Yung nag-i-issue na resibo sa mga customer, computer na. Customization, yung customize it na kung ano yung need ng company mo, yun yung gagawin sa iyo ng computer. No? Ease of use, madali lang siyang gamitin. No? And then the security. Security is a very important issue. Why? Kasi kung mahahack yan, pwedeng nakawin, pwedeng mawala yung mo. Ang dami na namang lamok hari. Sakit. No? So, security is very important. Kung baga sa security ng tao should be bulletproof, no? Dito, napakasakit manggat. Okay. So, anong gagawin natin para secure yung ating mga records sa computer? Choose a reputable vendor and check security mechanism in advance. Ano ba yung mga security features ng system? No? So, hindi lang siguro ang maging consideration nyo na meron kayong computerized accounting system. Pag bumili kayo ng software, one of the consideration is secured ba? No? Gaano ba ka-secured itong mga na to? Software na to, no? And then the connectivity. Ngayon lang tayo masyadong problema sa connectivity. Just like yung ginagawa namin dito, mayroon mga backups, no? So, at saka mabilis na. Alam nyo, natutuwa kasi uma-attend ako ng webinar ng Switzerland. Hindi ka basta-basta pala attend sa kanila, check din nila yung connection mo, no? So, for a while, kasi sabi ko, nag-apply ako na I want to join them. Then sumagot sila, prepare ko daw yung system ko kung kaya, no? Wait for a while, sabi pa gano'n, no? Kasi hindi ko naman sila alam paano ko sila sasagutin, no? Paano ko sasagutin na mabilis ba yung internet ko, yung computer ko, hindi ko alam. Sila yung nag-evaluate and then check na lang sila na your internet is strong, tapos ito yung system mo, no? So, you can just imagine na they can do it, na nandun sila sa Switzerland, no? Okay. So, mobile usage, kahit saan nakikita mo, no? Kasi meron na tayong mga Android, iOS apps na sa cellphone lang, pwede na natin makita yung kailangan nating report. No? Pricing. Sabi ko na sa inyo, sa dami na ng software developer ngayon, nagkakaroon na rin ng competitiveness when it comes to pricing. No? So, medyo mura na rin sila. No? So, reliable support. Kasi yung iba nga, may pa yan, yung maintenance, no? So, dapat may support tayo with the provider para pag kailangan mo, may problema, nandyan sila kaagad. So, ito yung maintenance, no? So, reliable support from the provider. Example of the accounting software. Ito yung QuickBooks. No? QuickBooks, napakarami niyan dito sa Pilipinas. Easy to set up and use, no? Unlike spreadsheets, it does the accounting automatically. So, automatic na kasi computerized na eh. So, ito yung mga features ng QuickBooks. It helps you keep track of the money coming in and out of your business. All-in-one, easy-to-use place. So, you always know where you stand and you're always ready for task time. Okay. And then we have the FreshBooks. No? So, QuickBooks, ibang software yon. FreshBooks is also a software, no? Cloud accounting. sa internet. FreshBooks offers a subscription-based. Yun na yung sinasabi ko na hindi na kayo magbibili, magsusubscribe na lang kayo, no? And monthly, on a monthly basis. So FreshBooks offer a subscription based product that includes invoicing, accounts payable, expense tracking, time tracking, retainers, fixed asset depreciation, purchase orders, payroll integrations, double entry accounting, industry standard, business, and management reporting. So, nag-enhance na siya, nag-iiba-iba ng features, no? All financial data is stored in the cloud on a single unified ledger, no? Allowing users to access the same set of books regardless of location. Kaya nga, cloud eh. So, nasa internet siya. So, kahit nasaan ka, pwede mo i-access. No? Regardless of location on desktop and mobile. It offers a free API. Ano itong API? Automatic program interface, no? Yun yung parang software din siya, middleware. That enables customers and third-party software vendors to integrate external application with FreshBooks. Ibig sabihin, nakaka-connect siya sa FreshBooks, no? Using this API. FreshBooks also supports multiplex tax rates and currencies. Yan. So, multiple tax rates and currencies. Yun yung sinasabi ko sa inyo na dati, problema because you enhance. Why? Because the tax rates is in Europe. No? So, ngayon, multiple tax rates na. No? Multi-tax rates na. Kaya niya, i-switch mo lang. Mag-iiba na siya ng computation. Iba yung tax rates na gagamitin niya. And also multi-currencies. It also incorporates payroll feature and projects feature. Okay, so that's FreshBooks. Zoho naman, Zoho Books. Zoho is a cloud-based accounting solution suitable for small organizations. It features contact management invoices, expenses, sales and purchase orders, project time tracking, inventory management, no? So may automatic bank feeds siya, collaborative client portal, accounting and taxing, online payments, no? So may online payments na siya kasi ang taxes ngayon, di ba, pwede na rin online. Invoice templates and analytical reports. Organizations can automate recurring activities such as billing, payment reminders, auto charge and payment, and thank you note. So, nagpapa-thank you pa sa customer. Kaya nga, mayroon pa siyang customer service. No? Also, manage multiple timesheets of different projects and tracking of reimbursable expenses. No? So, maganda yung Soho for small organization. SAP, ito yung System Application and Products, no? Europe din to. Provides the right foundation for your accounting and reporting teams. Ano lang to, mahal, no, ang SAP. Pero, ito yung mga ginagamit karamihan ng mga sophisticated talaga yung system nila. Like manufacturing, no? Kasi malaki itong system ng SAP. No? Financial accounting solution unifies robust financial accounting functionalities to help you manage the complexities of your company's global accounting and reporting requirements. So, mga multinationals, ibig sabihin, businesses with multiple presence worldwide, pwede po yung SAP. No? Record all your financial processes into a comprehensive general ledger. No? Support multidimensional reporting and parallel accounting standards. No? Get complete financial accounting by integrating assets, payables, receivables, and inventory. Kaya sabi ko sa inyo, powerful ang SAP. No? Powerful management accounting tools for orders, projects, cost centers, profit centers. Also leverage comprehensive functionality for closing automation, reporting, and audit support. Maraming gumagamit niyan sa Pilipinas, no, SAP. Pero sabi nung ibang participants na nandito, marami daw ngayon gumagamit ng zero accounting software. No? Ano tong zero? Zero Single Unified Ledger allows users to work in the same set of books regardless of location or operating system. At marami siyang yung API, no? Yung
Application.
application
Programming.
programming interface. Okay? Ito yung parang middleware, no? Na it will connect you to to them, no? To their system. So its key features include automatic bank feeds, invoicing. Ano nga uli yung API?
Application.
Application Program Interface. Automatic, sabi ko na automatic. Kasi automatic yung, so, ano computer no? So, application program interface. Okay. The key features include automatic bank feeds, invoicing, accounts payable. If you try to look at halos ang mga softwares naman pare-pareho lang yung features, no? Yung iba ini-enhance lang, no? Zero has more than 200 secure connections with banks and financial service partners around the world. No? Free API also enables customers and third-party software vendors to integrate. Pwede siyang mag-connect. No? Kaya nga sabi ko, middleware with Zero. No? Zero's integrations with 700 plus third-party apps. No? And there are over 50,000 users of Zero's API developer tools. So, marami daw gumagamit ng Zero. Bright Pearl, no? Para naman to sa maganda siya, may inventory management, order processing, contact relationship management, accounting automation. UK naman to, no? Europe. Sage Intact, alam ko marami din dito yan. Has a suite of subscription-based accounting products. No? Web-based applications are built on top of its internally developed platform. No? Mayroon siyang accounts payable, accounts receivable, cash management, collaborate, general ledger, order management, purchasing and reporting, and dashboards. No? Kung titingnan mo yung YouTube, imagine no, yung YouTube, computerized din yan digitized. Ganyan din, di ba, sa mga channel natin may dashboards din. Kikita mo doon yung performance mo. Okay. Casio, no? Easy to use accounting solution for freelancers, small business owners, independent entrepreneurs to track income and expenses, manage taxes, send invoices, and other accounting functions, no? Kaya nga pagka namili kayo ng software, depende sa pangangailangan nyo. Okay, so itong computerized accounting rules and regulations under Revenue Memorandum Order 29-2002, mamayang hapon po natin to discuss, no? So, for now, let's have a break of 15 minutes and after that, papakita sa inyo ni Hari kung ano ba yung mga iba't ibang software and how does they work, no? Yun yung sabi ko sa inyo na tingnan nyo na mabuti kasi iba na yon sa tinuro natin kahapon na bookkeeping process, no? Yung ipapakita sa inyo na mga videos ni Hari, yun na yung accounting process ng software, computerized na. Okay. Kasi yung kahapon natin, mano-mano yun, manual yun. Okay. So let's have a 15 minutes break.
Welcome to QuickBooks Easy Setup tutorial. We will be going over how to set up your business today and start using it on the desktop 2019. You can also use this tutorial for any versions going back through 2016. So let's get started. The first option we have is to set up the business quickly. We can use the Express Start. This gets the main information in there so you can start recording in your check register or invoicing. What I like to use is the Detailed Start. This way I put in the information once and I don't have to go back to it again. So this way I can set up the items that I need, customers, all in one sitting, which we'll do today. If you do have an existing QuickBooks, you'll go to other options and follow the instructions through there, or if you're converting your Quicken data and other accounting software, you can also look in the help menu to determine the software that does convert up into QuickBooks. First thing you want to do is get started by putting your company name, tax ID, and of course you can get this off your tax return or you're using your Social Security as a sole proprietor, your address, email address, and website, as these also show up on your invoices. QuickBooks gives you an industry type to choose from, and you want to choose the closest to your type of business. This way it sets up your chart of accounts for the most used chart of accounts in your industry. And it makes everything a little bit simpler because they've done all the hard work. We will be using a general product-based business chart of accounts today for you to review, but please select the one that best matches your company. In here, this will ask you for your type of tax form or business entity that uses, such as a sole proprietor, a 1040 form, or if you're a corporation, it's a Form 1120. So this can also be used to help guide you for exporting your books to TurboTax. You want to select the first month of your fiscal year. Some corporations, their first month is July, but in this case, we're going to use a calendar year, which is January. In here, it will set up your administrator password. This is very important because this is the one that can add users and has all access to the QuickBooks. So you want to make sure that you put in a password and keep that confidential somewhere. Now it's asking you where you actually want to add your file to. So it's saying you want to save it in company file on, you could say, your desktop or in your PC on your C drive. Usually it will give you a default folder, so you might just want to use that. Once you've selected the destination for your company, then it will ask you to customize QuickBooks for your business. In doing so, we're going to use both the service and products. I always say, why not get as much as you can in here in case I need to use it. But you can set up just for a service-based or a product only. It also will track your sales tax. If you are, you will select yes. In the sales, it will give you an option to create an estimate, and the estimate can be turned right into an invoice, so you don't have to type it twice. But if you are using estimates, you'll want to select yes. Okay, tracking the customer orders in QuickBooks. That's up to you if you want to use sales orders. Some businesses choose to use that, but that's an option for you as well. And then using statements in QuickBooks for billing. You may have some like a condo fees place that would want to charge a monthly fee, they could use statements for their billing. A lot of people use progress invoicing, and you can still just do an invoice every month and memorize it, or you can use a progress invoicing. That is an option mostly used by contractors. Managing the bills you owe. This is telling QuickBooks that do you like to enter the bills and pay the bills, so you would be creating accounts payable is what it's called. I just hit yes on this. Let's move through it. If you track inventory, we will be going over that in the next seminar, but for right now I'm going to say no, we're not tracking any inventory. And time tracking, if you do have employees that work on jobs of yours, you can track their time in here. And if you do have employees, they have a beautiful payroll system that will give you a full service payroll, or you can actually pay all the taxes yourself and produce the reports. But I have used that for many years. Great program. And then we're going to set up the chart of accounts and see the accounts we want to use, maybe take out some. We also want to select the date to start tracking our finances, so you might want to go all the way back to 2018. And here's where we'll select the income and expense accounts. Over here to the left is an option to check off the accounts that you would use. And in some cases, in this case, they didn't want to use sales discounts. They don't offer that, so they didn't want that extra piece in the chart of accounts. And as you see scrolling down, there are different options again for the expense side of it. Maybe they didn't want to select business licenses and permits, but I certainly would. And then I might add equipment rental as well. So you're not going to find everything in here, but you should find 90% of the accounts you need to use. And this all translates back to, if you want to use this for TurboTax, all these are GAAP approved and move seamlessly over so you can file your own taxes. And then once you've completed that, you get a nice congratulations and go to setup. The first screen, so this is your opening screen here, and it's asking you, do you want to go ahead and set up the detail on adding people you do business with, products you sell, and bank accounts? And I say, yes, we do. So the first one we're going to add is the people we do business with. Now, to the left, it's saying you can import from Outlook, Yahoo, Gmail, or paste just from an Excel sheet. A lot of times, if you're importing the data in, you can use an Excel spreadsheet. Really simple here. This is the coolest thing, I think. When you're in here, you can determine if they're a customer, vendor, or employee. Now, you don't get to put as much information as you'd like, but you get the main information in here and can start using the system. And you'll notice we've got ATEC is a company that is a vendor, so people that we pay. And then we've got customer, which is our customer here. And of course, Tom Wade is our employee. Pretty easy to add all of that, and it adds it correctly into the system. Next up, we'll go to all the products and services you sell. In here, we're just saying that we're a service-based company, but you can also do non-inventory. That means you're not keeping a physical inventory of your parts, but you do sell a gadget. So in here, I want to go ahead and for a line item on my invoices, I would say I do labor, a consulting service, and I'm $150 an hour. I also have my products that I sell, so I'm saying gadget 1, gadget 2, and here's what I sell them for. So I'm adding all my products right here that I sell. I can also add them on the fly inside of the invoice that I'm selling, but it's really nice and simple because I can immediately start using these. And it tells me, all right, you've added 3 items. If they weren't correct, they'd make me go back and fix it. So it's a good way to make sure that you've done everything proper in QuickBooks. All right, last thing we're going to add is the bank account. In here, you want to add all of your bank accounts that will be going and bringing funds in for your business. So I've got my Wells Fargo checking, and the reason why I put checking on there is we may have a savings account, and then I have a PayPal account that also goes and has its own bank statement that I reconcile, and I have a merchant account. So I'm able to add all of these with the opening balance for my checking account. All these seem to get transferred into my checking account, so they all start at 0. But I've added all my bank accounts that quickly. Next thing we want to do is just start working. This is the dashboard or front screen of your desktop version. Very nice clear pictures here. If you want to enter a bill, pay a bill, here's the icons that you would select. We'll be going over that along with creating invoices, receiving payments, and also viewing our check register. These are main points I need to get started. I want to go over one more feature with you because I think it's very important. In these days, we can have a bank feed from our bank, and it's off to the left side of the QuickBooks, and you'll notice there's a little bank here called bank feeds. You can actually connect that Wells Fargo account by entering your bank's name here. It would be your login for your Wells Fargo, and it will download data daily, so you can actually use these bank feeds to bring all your information in if you're a really small company, if you're not using any of the invoices or bills. If you're just using a straight register, this is the way to go. So we're going to go into our register right now. There's an icon on here to the right, and this will ask you what account do you want to go into. We're going to go into the Wells Fargo checking. It will tell you at the top. And when we actually added the checking account, we told it the opening balance. So this is just like a check register in, at home that you keep, where you have the payments you've made and deposits brought in. This is the main place I go to make sure everything's recorded properly. I can add my transactions directly from this register. Again, just like your home register, you'll fill out the information, which is the name, the amount, and in this case, we're going to select the expense account, and this would be a cost of goods. I have now added this, and you can see this item at the top here. I can also add deposits in the same register, so I really don't have to go anywhere out into the forms. Here I'm going to select income account because these are the type of income accounts I selected on the chart of account. And now I can see my opening balance along with the transactions I just put in there and the deposit. Again, this shows me my ending balance. Next thing we're going to do is use the forms. We're going to enter bills. These are bills that you owe. A bill form makes you put in the vendor name, a reference number. The reference number then tracks, so you can't duplicate having the same bill number in there. You can set the terms, and the main part you want to get is the account, which in this case, cost of goods. If I have a customer, the customer then can be selected here, and if I need to bill this charge back to them, I can select this box right here. Next, I want to pay bills. In here, I want to select to the left here the bill that I want to pay. It's telling me it's going to come out of my Wells Fargo checking, and I can print a check. I can also just assign a check number. Here's where I can print the check, or I can pay more bills. Next, we're going to go over on how to create an invoice. We select the customer Z Company, and Z Company is the one we just put those charges to. It will say, do you want to select outstanding billable time? If so, it will actually show me the item and bring it in, and I can charge the customer the 40, or I can change the amount. Also, I can add new products. Say I want to add a gadget, it's 50 and it's taxable. I can also put my labor in. I can also put in gadget 2 at 5. And we end up billing the customer with the items we just added. Now I want to receive a payment. In receiving a payment, I'm calling up the name of the customer that gave me the payment. I've selected that it's a check, so therefore I'm putting the check number in, selecting the invoice to the left with a check mark, and I'm only going to pay $100 because the check was only for $100, but it was on this invoice. You can record the whole amount. I'm just giving you the option here. And last thing you want to do is record your deposit. You may have multiple checks you received in a day. Say you receive 5 at $1,000 apiece, you would have a deposit going into the bank for $5,000. So you can record one deposit that matches for your bank reconciliation. When I go to make the deposit, it says, is this the only check you're depositing? And I'll put a check mark right here, and yes. It will then select the deposit account, in this case, the Wells Fargo. Now, a lot of times you may receive, such as like a retail shop will receive a register. So when the client comes in and buys the product, they're buying it right then, and you don't have an open invoice. So in that case, they've created what is a sales receipt, where you can do all the transaction on one receipt. So in here, I want to go ahead and charge this customer sales tax because we did set that up. The main things that I need are the sales tax rate and who I pay it to. And once I do that, I have my sales receipt where the client's coming in, they're buying gadget 1, 2 of them, and it is taxable, and I've set up my tax rate at 8 1/4. This will track my sales tax that I owe for a period of time. Now I can go over to my check register and verify that I have all my deposits in, and also it seems I have a check to print still. There are 2 main reports that I use in here, but there are well over 365. The main ones I use are from the drop-down reports, Company and Financial. Profit and Loss Standard is the first one. Profit and Loss Standard is a snapshot in time of your income and your expenses for a net income that you can pull and filter for date, or if you're cash or accrual. The next report is a balance sheet report standard. The balance sheet report, again, is through a snapshot in time, and this shows your assets and your liabilities. So it has your checking account, and again, like I said, we had charged sales tax, so we owe that to State Board. It will keep track of all of that, keep track of, again, what's in my Wells Fargo bank and who owes me money. and the company had just paid $100, so they still owed $350. Shows my opening balance I started with. Last but not least, to make sure and double check all the entries in your checking account, you want to go ahead and reconcile. So you'll reconcile your bank accounts, your PayPal, your merchant accounts, and that will be your double check. You'll go through from your bank statement and putting the statement ending date and the ending balance and hit continue. You will select all the items that have cleared the bank statement. The main thing is that you want to come down here and come to zero. This will show you, just like on your bank statement, how many deposits and how many checks, so you can verify where you're off. If not, come to zero, you can hit reconcile, and you are done. And know that your information has been double checked by your bank reconciliation, and feel most comfortable sending those reports to a bank. I want to thank you again for taking the time to go through this. Please get started on your own. If you need any help, I am available for personal training. Thank you again for watching.
Hello and welcome to our Xero overview video. In this video we're going to take a look over different parts of Xero, such as the main menu, invoices, bills, payroll and more. By the end of the video you should have a good idea of the functionality Xero offers and whether or not it is right for your business. Once you've finished, if you would like to learn more about Xero, please check out the links to our Xero courses in the description below. And of course, if you got some value out of this free video, please like it or share it or subscribe to our YouTube channel. Finally, I just want to let you know to view this video at 1080p for maximum sharpness. So without wasting any more time, let's get going. Let's start off by having a look over the main menu. Xero's main menu runs along the top of the screen and gives you access to every part of Xero that you'll need to do the bookkeeping for your business. Let's start on the left hand side of the screen where there's a drop down menu, and from this drop down menu we can get access to a few crucial areas of Xero. The first one here is the files section, and in this files section we can store files directly in Xero without having to store them anywhere else. This includes files such as PDFs or images or spreadsheets or whatever else you like. There's a few different ways you can get files into this section. You can upload them by clicking on this button. You can take photos of documents by linking up your webcam and pressing this button. And you can even email files in. And as I said before, this section allows you to store files in Xero on the cloud without having to store them anywhere else. So let's go back to the main menu and have a look at the next section, which is the settings section. The settings section is divided up into a few different subsections, and when you first open your Xero account, you'll need to go into these subsections and set up your business properly. For example, you'll need to go into the organization details section and add details such as the name of your business, the type of business you run, such as a company, and the ABN number if you have one. And if you will be processing pay runs for your business in Xero, you'll need to go into the payroll settings section and make sure everything is set up correctly there before you do your first pay run. Likewise, if you send out sales invoices, you may need to go into the payment services section and set up accounts such as PayPal accounts or Stripe accounts so you can receive money from your customers. So that's a quick overview of the settings section, which you can find through the drop-down menu here on the left. The other items that you need to be aware of in this first drop-down menu are the link here to the app marketplace, where you can go if you need to buy third-party software that connects with Xero that you can use to manage things such as expenses or fixed assets or inventory. And also a link to the My Xero section, where you can go to access the demo company, to reset the demo company, or to change organizations if you're managing more than one live organization. So moving along to the next item in the main menu, which is a link to the main dashboard. If you click this link, you will be taken back to the dashboard no matter where you are in Xero. So now let's have a look at the other drop-down menus in Xero's main menu. The first one here is the business menu, and from here you can see that you can access areas of Xero to do with invoicing to your customers, bills that you need to pay, expense claims, and products and services, which is another name for inventory. On the next menu item, accounting, you can see that you can access your bank accounts, you can access certain reports, and you can go to certain advanced functions such as the place where you go to manage the chart of accounts, your fixed assets register, and also to post manual journals. The next menu item is payroll, and if you have a Xero subscription with payroll, then this item will show up for you. If you do not have payroll in your Xero subscription, this menu item won't show up in your live account, but it will still show up in the demo company. So you can still practice doing payroll in the demo company even if you don't have it in your live Xero account. And here you can see that we're provided links to all the different things that we need to do to set up and run our payroll. The next menu item is for projects. And the final drop-down menu here is for contacts. And in here you can manage the contact details of your customers and your suppliers and your contractors, and you can also create groups of customers that you can use to bulk send invoices. The final part of Xero's main menu are these icons off to the right. The first icon here, which is a plus symbol, just gives you quick links to certain things that you might use quite a bit when you're doing the bookkeeping for your business, such as creating invoices or bills, or going in and managing your contacts, doing quotes or purchase orders, or posting manual journals. And there's also links there to create spend money, receive money, and transfer money transactions. The next button along here is a search button that you can use to search for anything in Xero. And you can see here that it's not available when you're in the demo company, but it will be available in your live account. So if you need to search for anything in your live Xero file for your business, you can click on this magnifying glass here. The next icon here is a link to the notifications area, and this is the area where you will receive notifications from Xero if there's anything that they need to notify you about. And the second last icon here is to get to the help section. So if there's something you need help on, if you want to try and find an article on it, you can type some keywords into here, and you can see if you can find an article on it. If not, you can access the help center down here. There's a link, and if you're really stuck, there's a link here to find a Xero advisor. And the final icon on the main menu just gives you a link to your profile and your account, and also a way to log out. So that was a quick overview of Xero's main menu and how to access all the different parts of Xero from the main menu. So now let's have a look at some of those parts in a bit more depth. Okay, now let's have a look over the invoicing section of Xero. To get there, you just need to go to the business drop-down menu, and there you can see the top 3 menu items relate to invoices. There's invoices, quotes, and the sales overview screen. Let's go to the sales overview screen first. And as the name suggests, this screen gives us an overview of all the sales invoices that we have created and either sent out to the customers or are still waiting to be sent out. So if we start from the top of the screen, we can see there's a few buttons there. This first button you can click on to create invoices, quotes, or repeating invoices or credit notes. The second button you can press if you want to send statements to your customers for their outstanding invoices, to let them know just in one statement all the invoices that they've got outstanding with you. There's also a button here to import invoices, and over on the right there's a search button where you can search for invoices or quotes by the number or the reference number or the customer's name or anything else. So I'll just close that. The next part of the screen is a panel that shows the various stages of invoices and how many invoices there are at those stages. So the first panel here you can see is for draft invoices, and we can see here in the demo company there are 4 draft invoices worth a total of $2,200. The next panel along tells us that there is 1 invoice that's awaiting approval from someone who is allowed to approve invoices. The next panel shows us that there's $16,000 worth of invoices that we're waiting for customers to pay us for, and there's 10 invoices in total, and of that 10, 3 of them are overdue to a value of just over $7,000. You can click through to the invoices in these sections from these panels. So if I click on the draft panel, for example, we're taken to a screen where you can see all 4 of the draft invoices that total $2,200, and you can also see that a lot of the buttons and links on this screen are similar to the sales overview screen. So let's go back to the sales overview screen and continue to have a look at the sections on this screen. So the next section down is a little chart that just shows you the timing of money that you're expecting to come in, which is based on the invoice due dates, and you can see there's quite a lot there in December. And then to the right of that there's another chart showing you the customers that owe the most. So we've got Ridgeway University there owing us more than any other customer. And the final section on this screen is for quotes. There are no quotes created here in the demo company, so I can't really show you around that, but you may use quotes in your business, and if you do, then you can access information on those quotes via those panels down the bottom of the screen there. The next thing I want to do is quickly show you how to create an invoice. So you can do it by clicking on the button here and creating an invoice from here like we saw before, but instead of doing it from here, I'll show you how to do it from the main invoices screen, which is basically the same way anyway. So let's just go up to the invoices screen through the business menu there, and this is the main invoices screen, and from here you can see this is a list of all the invoices. So along here there's different panels that you can click on to see the invoices that are at various stages along the way, just like I showed you before on the sales page. So this panel shows you all of the invoices no matter what stage they're at, and then you can click on these panels to look at draft invoices, awaiting approval invoices, awaiting payment invoices, invoices that are paid, and also repeating invoices. So from here, let's have a look at how to create a new invoice, and to do that we just click on the button at the top of the screen here that's similar to the button on the other screen that we looked at before, and click on new invoice, and this takes us to the new invoice screen that we can use to create an invoice. So let's just do a very quick example. So in the first panel here, we just need to type in the customer's name. So if we just type in A, it'll bring up all the customers that start with A. So we'll choose ABC Furniture. This is the date that we're creating in the invoice. We just need to select a due date as well. So let's do in 2 weeks' time. The next box is for an invoice number, which has been automatically generated by Xero, which is fine. And then we can choose different ways of branding our invoices. And there are a few different branding templates set up in Xero. So we'll just leave it on the standard one for now. And if we click on preview, we'll be able to see the invoice at any stage. So we won't do that yet because we haven't finished creating it. And this button here, you can click on this button if you want to upload files to attach to this invoice, and the files will be saved in Xero. So if there's anything that you want to remain with the invoice forever, you can simply upload it through this button. So let's just quickly finish creating our invoice, and we'll do it for services rendered, the quantity of 1, and then we'll just put a unit price of $100 in there. There's no discount percentage. You can see Xero has defaulted to put it in the general ledger code sales. Sales has a default tax rate of 10% GST on income. We're not going to assign it to any region. So there's the total amount of $100 at the end there. And up here, you get to choose whether you want the amount to be inclusive or exclusive of tax, or if there's no tax. At the moment, you can see it's inclusive of tax, which means that when we put $100 in, that includes GST. So it calculates the GST down the bottom as 1/11 of the $100. If we change that to exclusive, we're saying that the $100 does not include GST. So now Xero calculates the GST on top of the $100, and the total invoice is now $110. So let's put it back to tax inclusive. And then from here, all you need to do is decide what to do next. So if you're an invoice approver, you can go straight into approving the invoice by clicking on this button. Or if you're not an invoice approver, or if you want to save it as a draft for any other reason, you can just click on the save button, or you can click on the drop down here and choose any one of those options down here. So let's just approve the invoice. And you can see there that we get a success message at the top saying that our invoice has been approved for $100. So let's go back to the invoices screen and see where it is. So I'll just click on invoices. So we're back on the invoices screen. And because we approved the invoice, it's in this awaiting payment section. And there it is at the top, ABC Furniture for $100. We didn't email the invoice to the client, so it's not marked as sent like these invoices down here. If we did email it to the client, then that would say sent. If you do want to email an invoice to a client, there's a couple of different ways you can do it. The first way is from this screen. You can just tick on the invoice here and then click on the email button, and it brings up a little send invoice box where you can put in the email addresses. You can put in more than one address there if you like, and then there's just a normal subject line and message area for the email. So I won't send it from here because this is the demo company. And you can also include files as attachments, and you can include a PDF copy of the invoice with the email. So I'll just cancel out of there. I'll just show you can also print the invoice from here after you've ticked it, and that will download a PDF version of the invoice in case you want to email it some other way or print it out. And the other way you can do both of those things is if you go into the invoice itself, and you can see there's an email button up here and a print PDF button, and they do exactly the same things as you could do from the other screen. So that's a basic overview of invoicing in Xero. Okay, now let's have a look at the purchasing and bills section of Xero. So to get there, we just go to the business drop-down menu, and These three items in the middle are for purchases and for bills that we need to pay. So the first one we'll have a look at is the purchases overview. And this is a screen that just shows us a summary of the current billing situation for the demo company. So if we start from the top, we can see there's a few buttons here. The main one is this new button that you can click to create a new bill, a new one-time bill that is. You can also create repeating bills, you can create credit notes, and you can create purchase orders. Over on the right here, there's also a search box. So if you need to search for a bill by reference number or a contact name or something else, you can use this search box. Next, we have this group of panels here that shows the timeline of the current bills that are sitting in the demo company. And you can see on this first panel here that we have one draft invoice for $115.20 that's been created. And then as we move along, there's one that's awaiting approval, and there's 12 that are approved and awaiting payment. And of those that are awaiting payment, 8 of them are overdue to a value of $5,600. And as we continue to move further down the screen, we can see that there's a graph here that just shows some dates and the amounts of bills that are due on those dates. So we can actually adjust that chart by just moving this along so we can see further into the future. And the way from the bills they have set up in the demo company here, you can see that there's nothing past due from the 24th there. If we slide along further into the future, there's nothing there, so you can adjust that if you like. And then down the bottom here, we have some similar panels to the bills section. These are for purchase orders. So if you use purchase orders in your business, you can have a look here on the purchases overview screen and see what the story is at the moment. So there's one draft purchase order, there's none that are awaiting approval, and there's 5 that are approved. The next thing I'm going to show you is how to create a one-off bill in Xero. You can do it from this screen if you click on the new bill button up here, but I'll show you that you can also do it from the bill screen. So this is the main billing screen where you can see all of the bills that are in the system, whether they're awaiting payment or draft or paid, whatever else. There's tabs along the top here that you can click on to see the bills that are in their various stages, just like you could from that main purchaser screen. So if we have a look at awaiting payment, we can see all the bills that have been approved and still haven't been paid. So let's go and create another one by clicking on the new bill button at the top here. So let's just create a bill for purchasing some office supplies. So I'll type in office here to bring up one of the contacts that we've already got in the system, and we'll choose the due date. You can put a reference number in if you like, and you can also attach files to this bill if you have anything that you might need to reference later on for this bill. So it could be a purchase order, or it could be an Excel spreadsheet or an email or anything else. So let's just put in the description of supplies for the office, and we'll say that we purchased 10 and they were $50 each, and they should go to the printing and stationery account. And you can see that that's automatically set up to have GST on expenses, which will be at a rate of 10%. So because we have this set to tax exclusive, the amount that we've got in here as the total is exclusive of GST. So Xero has added 10% GST onto it to make the total bill $550. If we change that to tax inclusive, it means that this amount is already inclusive of GST. So Xero will calculate 10% of that total, being 1/11, which is $45.45. So you can see the total bill is still $500. So that's the difference between the two. There's also no tax in there, but that's not relevant to this because stationery does attract GST. So once you've got it set up, you can save it as a draft by clicking on the save button over here, or you can approve it for payment right away if you are authorized to do that. So let's click on approve, and Xero has given us a success message at the top to say that our bill is approved. If you do need to, you can click on this button here to print a copy of the bill as a PDF. And if you've made a mistake, you can either void the bill or you can just edit the bill. So if you needed to change the amounts or the account code or something else, you can click on edit and go in and make changes. But we're happy with this bill, so let's go back to our billing screen. And here you can see that we're in the tab for bills that have been approved and are awaiting payment. And here's our bill at the top for our office supplies for $550. So that's how you successfully create a bill in Xero. So that's a one-off bill. If you have bills that you pay regularly, you can create repeating bills in Xero to save you from having to create the same bill over and over again, say monthly. So to do that, you just go up here and you just click on new repeating bill, and you can create a bill for your phone bill or your rent or whatever you like. But let's just have a quick look at any repeating bills that are already set up in the demo company. So we'll click on the repeating tab, and here we can see that there are some repeating bills set up. So this first one here is for the monthly bill to pay Xero for using the software. So if we click into that, we can see that all the relevant details are in, the description and the amount and the GL code. And we can see at the top here that the bill repeats every month, and when the system creates it, it goes straight into the approved bucket. So it doesn't need to be approved by anyone. It's already automatically approved, and it will show up in that approved tab ready for payment. So let's just go back and have a look at another one. So we'll just cancel out of here. And you can see what I mean here, that first bill is auto approved. If we have a look at another one that's saved as draft, so this particular repeating bill here, so this is for the monthly ADSL or internet connection. And you can see that instead of this one being automatically approved when Xero creates it, it actually saves it as a draft instead. So it still needs to be approved by someone. It'll end up in the drafts tab. So if we cancel out of there and go back to this main page, so that Xero bill will automatically show up here in this tab every month, and the bill for the ADSL will automatically show up in this drafts tab every month, and then someone will have to go and approve it. So that's how you manage repeating bills in Xero. And that's also the end of our look at the purchases section of Xero. So let's move on now to the next section. Okay, let's have a look now at the expense claims section of Xero. To get there, just click on business in the main menu and go to expense claims. So the first thing we'll do is just have a quick look at some of the settings. So if you click on this cog up here, it'll take you to the expense settings section. And you can see here in the general tab, there's an option here to enable receipt analyzing. So if you click that, you will allow Xero to analyze photos that you or your employees take of receipts for their expense claims, and then the system will try to create an expense claim automatically so that you don't have to type in all the information. So we'll just untick that again, and then in the next few tabs you can control who the users are, which of your employees are allowed to submit expense claims, and thirdly you can control which general ledger accounts people are allowed to send expense claims to. So they won't all be appropriate. So for example, no one would should be allowed to submit an expense claim to the depreciation account or cost of goods sold account. So you can just tick the general ledger codes down here that you feel are appropriate, such as entertainment and advertising, etc. So back to the expense claims main screen here, you can see that there are various stages of expense claims. So in this incomplete section here, you can see that that it contains the expense claims that are in the draft stage still, so they haven't been submitted and they haven't been approved. If they have been submitted but are not yet approved, they show up down here in the in review section with the label submitted. And then if they have been approved, the label approved is applied, and they also Xero also will create a bill for that particular expense claim, so you can pay the person the money that you owe them. So that's an overview of expense claims in Xero. Let's move on now to the products and services section. The next section we'll have a look at is the products and services section of Xero, which is also the inventory section. So to get there, just go to the business menu and products and services. And here we can see that there are a few different kinds of products and services. So if we have a look here, we can see there's some golf balls and there's some t-shirts, and those are all products that have a buying price or a cost price and a sale price with a margin in the middle. So they're physical products. And there's also some services set up here. So services such as development work with hourly rates and day rates. And there's some more down here for project management and some half-day training and desktop network support. So some of these items here are products and some of them are services. They're not all physical inventory. So you can create new items by clicking on this new item button, and you can also import and export some of the data. Now, if you run a business where you do have inventory, you may find Xero's products and services section a little bit basic. So if you need something more sophisticated, such as the third-party add-on, you can go to this main menu and go to the app marketplace and see if you can find something more sophisticated and more appropriate for your business. And I'll just finish off by showing you what these item codes can be used for, particularly for services. So you can see here there's a DevD item code here. So if we do some development work for a client and we want to invoice them, we can go to the invoicing section. We can create a new invoice. And then when we go to fill in the line items, we can click on this item here, click on the drop down, and you can see here, this is where the products and services show up. So if we click on DevD that we were looking at before, that will automatically populate our invoice with all the information that was set up in the products and services section. So even though the products and services section is probably a little basic for physical inventory such as golf balls and t-shirts, it is pretty handy if you have particular services that you invoice people for over and over again. You can just set up the services here. So that was our overview of products and services and inventory in Xero. Let's have a look now at bank accounts. Okay, now let's have a look at one of the more important parts of Xero, which is how to manage your bank accounts. So no matter what kind of business you've got, you're likely to have at least one bank account or credit card or PayPal account or whatever it may be. And they're all controlled from the bank accounts section. So on the main dashboard here, you can see the two bank accounts that are set up in the demo company. There are a couple of panels here to show you the information on those bank accounts, and you can also see that you can click into those bank accounts by clicking on the names of them. If you want to reconcile this main account, you can click on the button, and you can also access a few things by clicking on the three buttons on the right hand side here. But let's go into the bank accounts from the main menu. So you just need to click on accounting and bank accounts, and here you can see the main bank account screen. And the reason I've gone in here instead of from the main dashboard is that there are some extra buttons at the top here that allow you to do a few things, such as adding a new bank account, which you'll have to do when you first set up your business on Xero. So if we click on that, you can see here that there's a process you need to go through to set up a bank account. So here in Australia, it's brought up some of the main banks here. So let's click on ANZ. Then you go to the next screen where you type in your account name and the account type. So let's just say it's an everyday bank account, and we'll just call it business bank account, business account 2. And then you can type in the BSB and account number. So I'll just put some pretend numbers in there. And if we go to continue, you can see we have a new bank account down here. Now, we haven't actually got any transactions in that account because we only just set it up. So you can click on here to import a bank statement, and that's a manual import process. So you'll need to download transactions from your online banking, put them into the template that Xero provides through the process, and then import them to get the transactions in here. Normally what you like to do though is set up automatic importing, and that's one of the main benefits of using Xero. So every day your bank transactions will be automatically imported into the bank accounts that you've got set up in Xero. I can't show you how that works in the demo company because it's not activated in the demo company. But if you can get that set up for your bank accounts, it's a real time saver. So let's just have a look at the 2 bank accounts that Xero has set up in the demo company here. And the first thing you'll probably notice is that the main business bank account has this button here saying that there's 28 items to reconcile, while the other bank account says that it's reconciled. So if we go into this one and we look on the reconcile tab, we can see that there's no transactions to reconcile, and that the balance in Xero is the same as the balance in the online banking facility. So if we go back to the main bank account screen, and now we go into the business bank account, so we can either click on this button here to go straight to the reconcile tab, or we can click through the same way we did the other account and then click on the reconcile tab. And here you can see that there are 28 items that need to be reconciled. So on the left hand side we have the bank statement lines, and these are the transactions that are imported from your bank account, whether you manually uploaded them or whether they came through the automatic feed system that you hopefully can set up for your bank accounts. And then on the right hand side we have transactions in Xero, and the idea is that every single bank account item needs to match to a transaction in Xero. So whether that's a sales invoice or a bill or an expense payment to a client or something else, it needs to match, and then you can reconcile it. Xero will always try to automatically match your bank transactions with invoices and bills, etc., that you already have set up in Xero. And when that happens, it shows up as a match just like it has here, and this OK button will appear in the middle, so you can see the button is there for a few of the transactions that have matched and it's not there for others. So there's no matching general ledger transaction for this $15.75 spend at the bakery. Once Xero does match these things together, or you do it yourself, and the OK button shows up, all you need to do is click on it and that item is reconciled. So you can do that one as well, and as you scroll down you can see there's more of them. So for bank account transactions that come through on your feed that do not have a matching transaction in Xero, you need to create them. So you can do that manually by using this create tab here. So if you like, you can just create a spend money transaction for this. So we could say it's the Cooper Street Bakery, and we can say that that might go to, let's say, entertainment, and we can put a description in if we like, but we won't do it here. And you can see now that we've created a transaction, so the OK button appears, and if we click OK, then that item will be reconciled in our accounts. It will disappear from here. So likewise, we've got some money coming in here for $2,000, and we can create some sort of receive money transaction because it looks like it's not matching to a sales invoice. And the other thing you can do is to create bank rules, and the rules will look for certain information in your bank transactions and then try and create a general ledger transaction automatically. So you can have a look at the bank rules by going to Manage Account, Bank Rules, and we can see here that there's only one of them set up here in the demo company in this particular bank account called 7-Eleven, and it's a spend money rule. And what that's going to do is it's going to look for a payee that contains the word 11, and it will try and match bank account transactions and then create a general ledger transaction automatically. So if we go back to our bank feed and just go back to bank accounts, back into the business bank account and into the reconciliation tab, you can see here there's a transaction that does actually contain the word 11 for 7-Eleven, and Xero has automatically created a general ledger transaction to match it to. So we can just straight away click on OK, and that's reconciled. So that's just another way that Xero tries to help you to automatically reconcile transactions, and you can create as many bank rules as you like for whatever transactions you like. So for example, we could create a rule for Central City Parking, and then every time Xero spots Central City Parking coming through your bank feed, it will try to create a general ledger transaction for you. Then the OK button will show up, and then you can just go through and click OK, and it's reconciled. So let's just go back up to the top here and have a look at some of these other tabs. We can see there's a cash coding tab, and from here you can manually code the transactions that have come through on the bank feed to general ledger accounts, and it can be a faster way of doing it than using the reconcile tab. So it's just a matter of preference really as to which way you want to do it. The next tab just shows the bank statement transactions, and you can see here that some of them are unreconciled and some of them have been reconciled. There's also one that's been deleted there. And then finally the account transactions tab, which shows you transactions in Xero's general ledger. So that includes things like invoices and bills that have been set up. And again, you can see some of them have been reconciled to bank account transactions and some of them are still unreconciled. So that's a little overview of how to reconcile a bank account in Xero. If we go back to the main bank account screen, I'll just point out that if you have other accounts such as credit cards or PayPal accounts or Stripe accounts or anything like that, you still manage them from this section here. So you just go into add bank account, and if for example it's a PayPal account, you can just type in PayPal and then go through the process of adding the PayPal account through here. So that's it for bank accounts. Let's move on now to the next section. Let's have a quick look now at some of the reporting that you can do in Xero. So if you click on the accounting menu, you can see that there is a report section, and this is the favorites section. So these particular reports have been favorited, and they include the business activity statement and the balance sheet, cash flow and profit and loss. So you can go directly to those reports from here because they're favorited. If you want to go and look at a different report, you just click on reports, and from here you can go into any one of Xero's reports, and you can see the reports that have been favorited have a little star next to them that's been selected. So if we wanted to take the balance sheet off that menu, we just click on the star, and now you can see that the balance sheet no longer appears there. So we can put that back, and there it is again. So that's how you favorite and unfavorite a report for the menu. And other than that, really, you can just have a look through and see what kind of reports are here and what you may need in your business. So you might need to expand it out a little bit, and you can see there's financial reports and sales and purchases, inventory reports. There's lots of payroll reports as well, and then some reports for taxation and accounting and fixed assets. So that was just a little overview of the reporting section in Xero. Let's move along to the next section. Okay, let's have a look now at some of the advanced accounting tools and settings in Xero. So to get there, we just go to the accounting menu, and you can see down the bottom here, there's a subsection of the menu with a few quick links to some of the advanced accounting areas. So you can use those links, or you can just click on advanced up here, and that will bring up all of the advanced features and the advanced settings just on the one screen. So just going down the list of advanced features here, and we won't look at them all, you can see there's a tool here to find and recode transactions if you've made a mistake and you need to do that. There's a section where you can go to post manual journals to the general ledger. So we'll just click in here and have a look, and you can see if we have a look at the list of all journals, there's a few in here in the demo company, one of which has been posted, a few of which are still drafts, and one has been voided. So if you want to create a new journal, you just click on the new journal button, and Xero always gives you a message recommending that an accountant or a bookkeeper create journals unless you have experience managing a general ledger. And then you can simply go ahead and create the journal down here. Xero will tell you if it doesn't balance. So if we go back out here and have a look at some of the draft journals, I believe this one here doesn't balance. It's $108 out because of the GST. So you won't be able to post that one until it balances. So when you do get a journal to balance, and it's either saved as a draft or you're just creating it at the time, you can either save it as a draft or you can just post it right away, and it will just post straight into the general ledger. So that's a little bit about manual journals. So if we go back to the advanced section, next on the list is fixed assets. So if we go into the fixed assets section, you can see, similar to a lot of the other places in Xero, such as invoicing and bills, there's you can save drafts, and then you can register them when they're ready to be registered. So if we just have a little bit of a look here at one of the draft fixed assets, and you can see that we've purchased some desks and chairs and furniture for the office, and it's being coded to office equipment. There's a purchase price and an asset number, etc. You can also put some other details in here, such as a description, a depreciation start date, choose the depreciation method by rate or by effective life. And then when you're ready, you can just click on the register button, and then it will show up in the registered assets list. So there's a few here that are already registered. So if we go into this one, we can just see the details of it. It's an LCD TV, 60-inch TV, diminishing value depreciation at 40%. And we have a look here, summary of the value. We can see it's still in at its book value of $6,500. So once you've got a couple of registered assets, or even just one, at some point you will run your depreciation, whether you do it monthly or if you just do one run at year end. You just click on this button and it will calculate and run the depreciation for you. And of course, if you want to add a new asset, you can do it this way. And there's a few other ways you can do it as well, but I won't show you those right now. But you can just press this button to create a new fixed asset. So if we just go back into the advanced section while we're on the topic of fixed assets, there's also, under advanced settings, there's some fixed asset settings that you'll need to set up before you actually register any assets. So if we just have a quick look in there, and we can see that what we need to do is create the asset types for a start. So you might remember we just had a look at one that was coded to office equipment, so that's already been set up here in the demo company, and the general ledger accounts that the asset goes to and the accumulated depreciation goes to, and the depreciation expense goes to. It's all been set up, and there's a default depreciation method here as well. So you can set up asset types, you can set up motor vehicles or heavy equipment, whatever you like in here. And then there's a few GL accounts that you can select here if you're going to dispose of an asset, and there's some tax reporting settings as well that you can set up to do with pooling. So you need to set those up before you start adding fixed assets. So that's what I wanted to show you on the advanced features side. So on the advanced settings side, we've already looked at the fixed asset settings, but there's also some other settings that you need to go through when you're first setting yourself up in Xero. One of those is the financial settings. So obviously in Australia we've got GST, and you'll need to go through and set up your GST method and put some other details in here as well, such as when you calculate your GST and pay it. Same with your PAYG withheld and your PAYG income. And there's a few tax defaults here that you can tinker with as well, and lock dates for if you need to lock your accounts for posting to ensure that people no longer post to them once you're finished with particular periods. It's all in here. So the next one down is another really important one, which is the chart of accounts. So different businesses will have different charts of accounts. So you'll need to set one up that's appropriate for your business, but it's all in here. The assets and liabilities, etc. Each one has a different tab, and you can add GL codes, and you can delete them if you haven't used them. If you have used them, you may be able to archive them instead by just ticking there and clicking on the right button. So if we just have a look at when you add an account, you can see that there's a few things you need to fill in. Obviously the account type, so it's the current asset. Pick a unique code, give it a name, a description, and then you'll need to choose the way that it has tax calculated on it or not. So we won't set one up. I was just showing you where to go to do that. So that's a bit about the chart of accounts, except I should also point out that you can import a chart of accounts if you have one set up in another system and you want to bring it over to Xero. You can import it. And if we have a quick look at the tax rates, we can see here that there's some basic GST tax rates set up for the Australian version of Xero, with GST on expenses and income set at 10%, and all these other codes it's 0%. If you need more tax rates, you can click on change to advanced tax rates here, and I'll just click on it, and you can see now that the list of tax rates we've got is much longer, and particularly there's a few additional tax codes that have come through for things like exports and capital imports, etc. So depending on what type of business you run, you may or may not need to use those. So let's just go back to the advanced settings section and have a look at tracking categories. Now, tracking categories is basically Xero's version of cost centers or profit centers. So you can set up different categories, and you can have different categories within the categories. So this one, you can see here in the demo company, there's a region category set up, and there's east, north, south, and west coast. And I'll just quickly show you one way that you can use those. If we go into invoices, for example, and we just have a look at this first invoice here. If we edit the invoice, and you can see here there's a region column with nothing selected, but we can assign it to one of those categories that we saw before. So we could assign this to east side, and the next line, for example, could be assigned to the north side. We can update that so it saves. And all that means is that when you go to do some reporting later on, you can report by region, because you've got it set up as a tracking category and you've used it here. So yeah, so that's how tracking categories are a lot like cost centers and profit centers in Xero. And the final thing to show you here is conversion balances. And this is the place you go to if you're converting over from a different accounting package to Xero. You can put conversion balances in for all your general ledger codes. So you may not need to do it for the profit and loss codes if you're converting at a particular date, such as the first day of the financial year, because they will all be Xero anyway. But you'll certainly need to put conversion balances in for things like your bank accounts, because I'm sure they'll have a balance when you convert your accounting over to Xero. So that's where you go to do that. So that's a little overview of the advanced accounting section. And just to finish off, like I showed you before, some of these settings, etc., are down here on the drop down menu. If you want to put quick links to any of the others on there, you just need to favorite them, and there now you can see history and notes. So that's it for advanced accounting. Let's have a look now through the payroll section. Let's have a look at payroll in Xero now. If you're going to run payroll in your business, then before you add any employees or do any pay runs, you'll need to set up the payroll first. So let's have a look at where to go to do that. If we go to the main menu here and click on settings, and then click on payroll settings, we can see here that there are a few tabs that we need to go along to set up certain things for our payroll. So this has of course already been done in the demo company, so we can just have a really quick look through it. And on the first tab here, you can see that you can set up the accounts, the general ledger accounts that relate to payroll, such as where the bank account that the money's going to be paid out of, and the general ledger accounts for the PAYG liability and the superannuation liability and the wages expense and a few other things as well. You can also set up some payroll tracking, which you can do by region, because we have that tracking category already set up here in Xero, but we won't go into that too much here because it is optional. It's not something you have to do. And then there's a few payslip options down the bottom here as to whether you want to show the salary and the employment basis and put a logo on it. So once you've set that up, you'll need to go through and set up your payroll calendars. So you may have more than one payroll calendar in your business. There might be people that you pay fortnightly, there might be people that you pay weekly. You can also set up other pay calendars. If we click on the add button here, you can see that you can set up twice monthly, 4 weekly, monthly or quarterly as well. So you can set up basically whatever you need for your business. And here in the demo company, they've already got fortnightly and weekly set up. And if we have a look into the settings here, it just shows you a couple of things about when the next payment is to be made, and whether you want it to be your default pay calendar. So we can just cancel out of there. The next thing you need to do is set up holidays. So in Australia, you can set them up by state if you like. So you can set up the public holidays for things like Christmas and Easter and Labor Day and that sort of thing by state, because different states have different public holidays. And when you add employees, you can select which group of holidays is going to be assigned to those employees. So that's relevant if you have employees in different states. The next tab is for pay items, and here you can see that there's already quite a lot of them set up. So one of the main ones here is an earnings pay item for ordinary hours, which would be, you would think, what most people would have on their pay slip. every time they get paid. But there's also other things such as termination payments for leaving, overtime hours, redundancy, etc. There's deductions as well. So people might have deductions for fringe benefits tax or lease payments or anything else. There's union fees, which are quite common. There's reimbursements as well, if you need to reimburse staff for travel or other things that they've spent money on in the business. And one of the most important ones is leave. And here, of course, you have annual leave, which for a full-timer, you can see it's been set up to 152 hours a year. If we click into that, you can see it's units, hours, normal entitlement is 152 hours a year. And this is selected to show the balance on each of the pay slips. So whatever balance the employee has left will show up on the pay slip. So here you can set up all your different leave types, like carers leave or sick leave, whatever you want to call it, parental leave, etc. It's all here. And for superannuation, this is where you go to actually set up the superannuation funds. So no doubt, if you've got a whole lot of employees, many of them will have different superannuation funds, and this is where you need to go to add them. You just click on this add superannuation fund here, and with the type you can choose whether it's regulated or self-managed, because some people have self-managed superannuation funds. So you'll need some extra details like the ABN and the ESA, etc., and the bank account. So there's no self-managed super funds set up here in the demo company, just a few regulated funds. So those are the payroll settings that you need to go through and set up before you do any pay runs for your business. And once it's all set up, then you can start doing pay runs as long as you've added employees. So I'll just show you all the different screens now that you need to go to process pay runs. So if we go to the payroll menu, and we can have a look at this overview screen, which just gives you a bit of a snapshot as to what's happening at the moment. So you may or may not really use this screen. There's a draft pay run set up, there's some leave to approve, and there's no timesheets to approve. And you can access all this information in the other screens anyway. So if we go to employees, this is where you'll go to set up your employees. You just simply click on add employee, and you can see in the demo company here, there's half a dozen employees already set up. And on the history tab here, this is where the employees will show up if they're no longer working for your company, if they have a termination date. So if we go back here and we have a look at one of the employees that's been set up, this is what you'll need to do for each employee that you've set up. You'll need to go along each of these tabs and fill in all the relevant information. So you can see here, this is just basic information such as their name and phone number, etc. In employment, there's a few key pieces of information you'll need to put in, such as their start date, what payroll calendar they belong to, and you might remember we just saw there was a weekly one and a fortnightly one, and there's employee groups as well, which you may or may not use. The holiday groups are what I was talking about before when I was saying in Australia you would probably set those up by state. So that could be a holiday group of Queensland if the employee is based in Queensland. And then their ordinary hours rate. Here you can see that pick the pay item of ordinary hours that I showed you before. And then there's certain authorizations here as well, which for most employees will be unticked. This is also the screen where you will choose what superannuation fund the employee belongs to. So you can just click on this add fund button here, and you might remember we just saw that there were two that were set up. So you just choose it here, and then usually people have an employee number with their superannuation fund that you'll need to add in here. So that's the employment tab. The taxes tab is also another important one. So this is a screen where you can submit the employee's tax details straight to the ATO instead of doing it the old paper-based way. So if you get the signed tax declaration off the employee, you can put their tax file number in here, and you can put their employment basis in, whether they're an Australian resident, and they will put on their form whether they're claiming the tax-free threshold, whether they have a HEX or help debt, etc. And then when it's all correct, this button down here that says File Now, this will be colored green, and you just click on the button and it will ask you if you want to send the details straight to the Australian Taxation Office instead of having to mail the paper form. So that's pretty handy. So this is disabled in the demo company, which is why it's not coming up. The next tab is for leave, and no doubt all of your employees will be entitled to some kind of leave. So there's a little history here of leave that they've requested, whether it's been rejected, approved, or requested and it hasn't been looked at yet. But when you first set up an employee, this section here will have nothing in it. So you need to assign leave types by clicking on that button, and sometimes there's also an option there to just assign default leave types. So everybody might be entitled to just annual leave and personal and carers leave, and you can just click on the button and it just comes straight up, which is very handy. The next tab is for their bank account, and this is where you go just to put in their bank account details for where you're going to pay their wages to. So that's pretty straightforward. The pay slips tab just gives you a history of the employees' pay slips if you need to get in there and access them and have a look. If you click on these buttons here, they download as PDFs. You can't actually open them on the screen. And the pay template tab, this is the template, or the calculation, if you like, of the employee's standard pay, which I'll show you this when we go and have a look at pay runs. So you can see here that LeBron James has some ordinary hours, 38 hours a week, and he has a union fees deduction, and there's some superannuation down here as well. And then the opening balances tab, this is really only relevant in certain situations. So particularly if you're converting over from another piece of accounting software, you might need to put in some opening balances for the employee for these various things here. And then there is a notes tab as well, and you can see there's no notes there, but you can make notes if you need to. And if we just go back to we'll go back to the details tab, and you can see here there's a little options box at the top. If the employee has left the company or is leaving the company, you can set a termination date. If they've just started in the company and you've just set them up here, you can send them an invitation to the payroll section of Xero, and that will give them access to certain things such as being able to apply for leave. And another thing to note is that if you hover over these two bits here, the information, it's quite sensitive information, so it's hidden on the screen. So if anybody's walking past your screen, they can't see the information such as the salary, but if you hover over it shows up there. So that's the employee section of Xero, and there is another way I showed you before, how you can click on that button to invite new employees to payroll. You can also do it here by ticking that box and clicking on invite to my payroll. And like I said before, that will allow them to go in and do things like applying for leave. So the next item down is pay employees, and that's where you'll go to process pay runs, but we'll just go to leave first and have a look in here. And because we're set up as someone who can review leave, you can see we've got these items of leave that employees have applied for and they're up for review. So there's a bit of annual leave there. If you want to approve it, you can click approve. If you want to have a look at it, you can click in here and click in edit. So there might be something that you need to change in here, and then you can reject it or approve it, and you can also reject it here if for some reason you need to reject it. Upcoming, these are leave items that have already been approved and that will go into one of the future pay runs. And you can also have a look at the history here on this tab, and you can see all of the items in history there have been rejected. So that's a little overview of the leave section. If you want to apply for leave for yourself, you can click on the new button and you can put your own name in here. And if you've got permission to do so, you can also put in leave requests for other staff as well. So the timesheet section, not all companies will use this. You might not use it in your business, but this is where you can go to upload timesheets for staff, which is particularly relevant for casual staff. And then there's a process to go through to add timesheets and to approve them. And once they're approved, they can go into the pay runs. Now this last item here, superannuation, this is something that is disabled in the demo company, but in your live account, it may be enabled if you have payroll. And so you'll see a different screen when you go into here. And what this will allow you to do is to pay your superannuation straight from Xero through a clearinghouse that Xero are affiliated with. So that will save you from having to do it another way, such as through the ATO's business portal. So that's a pretty handy thing to know if you want a nice simple way to pay your employees superannuation. So now that we've looked at all that, let's have a look at how you actually pay your employees. So we'll go into here and we can see that there's a pay run history here of the weekly and fortnightly pays that have gone through lately. And you can see there's also a draft pay run. So a draft pay run is one that's already been set up, but we haven't actually processed the pay run yet or paid anybody. And you can only have one draft pay run per calendar. So we can't add another fortnightly draft pay run at the moment. There's already one there, but we can add a weekly pay run if we click on here and we click on weekly. And those are the employees that are in the weekly pay run. So if we just close out of here, now we can see that we've got a fortnightly and a weekly in draft. So the other thing you can do is you can process unscheduled pay runs, and they're handy if you just need to make an adjustment to, say, one employee. You may need to adjust their pay or their leave balance or something like that. So you can just process an unscheduled pay run. So let's just have a quick look inside the fortnightly pay run. And you can see here we've got 3 employees listed. It gives us the totals at the top of the earnings and taxes, etc., that are adding up from here. They're all ticked to be included in the pay run. And there's a few different options down here, such as adding a message. You can delete the pay run if there's some problem with it. You can reset the pay run if you've gone in and tinkered with some of these things and you need to reset it back to its original state because it's incorrect. You can just click that. There's also some reports here. You can look at pay slips. You can look at the journal that's going to be posted to the general ledger accounts. And you can look at the bank payments that are going to be made to each of the employees. And then when you're happy, you can click on the post pay run button here. But before we do that, let's just have a look at one of the employees. So before, when I was showing you the pay template, this is basically the same thing. So this is LeBron James's pay template. And every time we go to post a pay run, his pay template will come up just like this, and then you can go in and you can make changes if you need to. So perhaps LeBron didn't work 76 hours that week and you need to change that. So there's the union fees we saw before, and down here are the superannuation payments we saw before. And here you can see it's also calculated the PAYG tax, and there's no HEX or help on here either. So this just gives you the overview of all of LeBron James's pay for this particular fortnight. So we can go back by just clicking here. We can see all the others. We'll just assume that we're happy with all of them, and then to post the pay run, we just click on post pay run. Yes, we're sure. And it's just telling us that it's been posted successfully. And now you can see we've got this pay run options drop down menu here. So now we can download an ABA file, which is a text file that you can upload straight into your online banking to help you process the pays a lot quicker than going in and manually typing them in. And you can also email pay slips directly from Xero to the staff members, as long as you put email addresses in each of their profiles. And if you've made a big mistake and you need to undo it, you can revert to draft. So once you've clicked on email payslips, these little buttons here come up green, but I won't do it here because it's the demo company. So if we close out of here, we can now see that that fortnightly pay run that we've just posted has come down into the history, and the only draft we have up here is the weekly one that we added before. But now that we've posted a fortnightly pay run, we can add another one, because you can only have one draft of each calendar at any one time. So just close out of there, and now you can see there's another one there ready for posting, which is 2 weeks after the one that we just posted. So that's an overview of payroll in Xero. Like I said, it's a fairly big and complicated part of Xero. So that was just a brief overview of all the different places that you need to go. So let's finish off now by having a look at the contacts section of Xero. The last thing I want to show you in Xero is the contacts section. So you can see there that there's a contacts item on the main menu. So if we click on that and we go into all contacts, this will bring up a screen where we can manage our contacts. So at the moment we've got it selected to all. So down here, all of our contacts are listed down here. If we just want to look at customers, we can click on customers. Same with suppliers. We can also add employees as contacts. There's none added here in the demo company, but we can do that if we like. And then further down here, we've got contact groups. So you can create groups to save you some time with invoicing. So if we look at the contractors group, we can see that there's only one in there. But if we go to the support clients group, where there's actually 10 contacts, if we wanted to send the same invoice to each one of these support clients, we can do so by creating an invoice and then sending it to this support clients group. So that's a bit of a time saver there. And then further down, we've got some smart lists. So you can create lists and you can create groups for whatever you like. So for these smart lists, for example, here's a list of all the contacts that have actually purchased an item for us. Or we can create a list for, say, customers that are overdue by 7 days, and there's just the one there. So we'll go back up to the all list here, and we'll have a look inside one of the contacts just to see what's in there. So if we go down to one that looks pretty full of information, say this Bayside Club, and if we go in, we can see there's a lot of information in here. So this is the current situation for the client. There's an invoice awaiting payment, there's a bill awaiting payment, and there's a history down here of the activity of invoices and bills, etc. And then you can see over here on the right, there's a whole bunch of contact details for that particular client, their address and their phone, the name, email address, etc. If you want to edit that, you just go into the edit section, and there's a whole lot of things through here that you need to, you don't need to fill it all out for each client, but you can fill it out. And you can see in the demo company, this one's pretty full. So it's a good example to work off if you want to create your own contacts. So I'll just click save there. And then if we look at this options drop down menu here, you can see that we can send the client a statement. So that would send them a statement for their outstanding invoices. We can add it to a group. We had a bit of a look at the groups before. If you've got a couple of contacts that have different names, so they're saved as different contacts, but they really should be the same contact, you can merge them. And then also you can archive contacts if you're not using them anymore. So you can do those things through that drop down menu, or if you go back to the main contact screen and you click on the contact and just check the checkbox, you can see here that all those options are available here as well, including edit. So that's a few ways that you can manage your contacts. To create the contacts in the first place, there's a few different ways you can do that. You can bulk import them, and if we click on the import button, we can see here that there's an import process. So there's actually an Excel file that you can download that you can put all the information into and then browse and upload it. And it's saying here it should be a CSV file or a text file. Sorry, it's not actually an Excel template, it's a CSV. And then when you hit import, Xero will check it and then import them. So that's a way of bulk importing contacts. If you have a bunch of contacts from some other source, you can also export your current list of contacts if you need to use it somewhere else. And again, you can send statements to contacts, or you can just add contacts individually by clicking on this add contact button, and that will take you to the screen where you fill in all the information. So that's one way of doing it. If we just cancel out of there, another way of doing it that you might find handy is if you're in one of the sections such as the bank reconciliation or invoicing, so you can create contacts that way. So if we go into invoices and we click on new invoice, if we say we want to invoice Officeworks, which is not currently a contact, it'll ask you if you want to add the contact, so you can just add it there. So you can't actually fill out any of the details for the contact on this screen, but you can add it here, and then you can go back into contacts, find it, and you can add the details in afterwards. And similarly, you can do that with bills, and you can also do it when you're reconciling the bank accounts. So if we go in to the bank account with unreconciled items, and let's just say we go and find one, let's say the Cooper Street Bakery. So we'll just use that name here, Cooper Street Bakery, and you can see that it hasn't found a contact called Cooper Street Bakery, so we can add it as a new contact. We can put that to entertainment and just reconcile it. And then if we go back into contacts, all contacts, we should be able to scroll down and find the Cooper Street Bakery. There it is, that we just created. So from here you can go in, you can edit the contact, and you can add in all the extra details that you need for that contact. So that's an overview of contacts in Xero. It's a pretty handy area, and like I said, you can actually create contacts from a bunch of different places. You don't necessarily have to come in here and add contacts individually this way. So that's it for contacts in Xero, and that's also it for our Xero overview. Please now check out our final video to find out what to do next. Thank you for watching our Xero overview video. I hope you learned a bit about what Xero has to offer you and your business. If you would like to learn more about Xero, please check out the links to our Xero courses in the description below. And of course, if you got some value out of this free video, please like it or share it and subscribe to our YouTube channel. Thanks again, and I hope to see you soon.
Sige. Good afternoon, everyone. And let's go back with our discussions. This afternoon, we will discuss about Revenue Memorandum Order number 29-2002. But I would like to call on the participants this afternoon. We have Abad Annabel and Abad Anna Marie. We have Barcelon Arnel, Bonsol Lerma. Yung pahabol na isa, dinagdag mo na dito? Hari, yung nag-text?
Dito sa ating kahapon mo, yan.
Hindi, pero dinagdag mo na yung attendance niya dito.
Hindi pa man.
Bunagan Lucille Boyser, Kainglit Jericho. Ano nga pangalan niyan?
Maria Charis
Maria Charis Munar. No? So yun po yung nagdagdag na ngayon lang. Kumilang Alain Camille, Elizabeth Tano, Evangelista Renz, Fitalco Lance, Fong Joan, Lilang Nancy. We have Mangali Crestalin, Mapili Mariel, Nabo Marian, Nantes Domingo, Onal Mary Jane, Rodriguez Maria Cristina, Ranas Mary Jane, Salintis Jasmine, Sarno Angela, Sevilla Maria Cristi, Taberdo Jacinta, Tan Adelaida, Tan Maho Rowena, Tibayan Juan, Oy Charmaine. Yun na yun. Yung ngayon, no? At saka yung ating dalawang face-to-face. Saan na yung ano nila?
Virgie at saka si
Virgie Dila Fajardo, no? Fajardo. At saka Lolit Oset, no? Si Lelet. So sila yung dalawa po na face-to-face natin. Okay, so let's continue with our discussions. And ano po yung i-discuss natin ngayong hapon? Ito yung Revenue Memorandum Order number 29-2002, which is the ito po yung guide natin pag nag-apply kayo ng permit to adopt computerized accounting system. Or, nakalagay dyan, or components. Bakit? Because pwedeng lang hindi fully computerized accounting system or part lang ng accounting system. Yun lang ang gamitin nyo, po pwede. Pero of course natin, hindi mawawala yung journal and ledger kasi yun yung basic, no? Sa revenue order, 2002 pa to po ginawa, no? Kasama po ako sa gumawa nito. I was one. Memorandum. Kasi nasa BIR pa ako at that time. Putol-putol na naman. Sound. Tingnan mo, nandyan. Anuhin mo doon. Nawawala yung sound. Sige. Ayaw niyang hawakan. Okay. Sige. No? So, this Revenue Memorandum Order number 29-2002, although may iba ng mga amendments dito, but yung basic pa rin approval. Parang yung sa VIDAS 1, na Revenue Regulations VIDAS 1 ng that is the mother regulations of bookkeeping, 1947 pa po yun. Ito naman 2002 pa, no? Kaya nga 29-2002. Pero kahit na may mga amendments na bago dito sa regulations na to, ito pa rin yung pinaka-mother regulations pagdating po sa application for permit to adopt computerized accounting system. So ito pa rin yung sinusunod hanggang ngayon. Okay, so the objectives of this guideline, ito yung guide natin on the processing, approval, application for permit to adopt computerized accounting system. So ito yung susundin both ng BIR in the processing of permit At ito rin yung susundin ng taxpayer dun sa submission po ng mga requirements. Okay. So let's start with affiliated corporation. Ano ibig sabihin ng affiliated corporations? Two or more organizations are allied o related sila, connected. No? Pag sanabi mong closely connected, they are related with one another. No? So with a central body, but the organization continues to exist. Parang meron silang central body, may connect siya doon. No? So pag sinabi mo kasi na affiliated corporations, anong connect niyan with the permit to adopt? Kasi it can be also na iisang system, iisang computerized accounting system, pwedeng gamitin ng parent company or ng main office or central body at saka ng kanyang mga affiliate. No? Just like ABS-CBN, isang accounting system lang sila. Complete na financial accounting system. Lahat, pati mga subsidiaries, yun na yung ginagamit. No? So, pwede rin yun. May means ang computer to keep track all the records of the users. Kung ilang company yan, nakikip track nila yan. Excuse me. Kakatakot umubo ngayon eh. Lalo na in public. Para sabihin may COVID ka na kaagad. No? Okay. So, pag nasa public place ka, tapos uubo-ubo ka, which is normal lang yan. Tag-ulan, init, ulan, no? Normal naman yan. Na reaction ng body natin kasi bigla ang sakit ng init, tapos biglang malamig, bigla uulan. No? Pero since may COVID, ingat-ingat lang. So branch, what is a branch? It is a fixed establishment in a locality na meron siyang extension of the business operation. So pagka may branch ka, meron kang principal office. At sino yung humihingi ng permit when it comes to permit to use accounting system? Should be dapat no sa setup, yung sa logical na setup, dapat talaga yung principal office. But in some cases, yung branch. Bakit? Sometimes yung principal office is only an office. Pero yung place of production, place of operation is the branch. So sometimes nauna pa yung branch na mag-apply ng permit to adopt computerized accounting system than the principal office or the head office. No? Okay. So, computerized accounting system, this is the integration of different component system. So, napanood ninyo yung computerized accounting system, no? So, ma-appreciate natin. Kaya nga, yung sabi ko sa inyo na, yung traditional na nasa libro na makita nyo mag-record, iba na pagdating doon sa computer, no? Kasi, makikita mo doon yung mga graphics na lang, mga lines, mga matrix, no? Yun na yun. Yun na yung katapat nitong nasa libro, no? Kasi parang na-amaze din ako noon nung bago pa lang ako. Sabi ko, asa na yung mga books because I'm expecting na the same yung mukha na makikita ko, no? Asan doon yung books of accounts? Yun na yun, yung mga nakikita ninyo na may mga guhit-guhit at saka yung may mga entries. Yan na yun. Yun na yung accounting system, no? So, makikita mo in substance yung mga laman noon. So, may payroll, may ibang-ibang module, no? May accounts receivable, may accounts payable. So, yun na yun. Kaya nga sabi dito, the computerized accounting system is the integration of different component system. So, iba-ibang klaseng system yan. Tapos, pinagsama-sama lang sila, no? Okay. And then they produce the computer-generated accounting records and documents. Kasi may mga requirements dito mamaya, titingnan nito natin. And one of the requirements, yung list of reports that can be generated from that accounting system. Okay. So what are the component of CAS? Component, ibig sabihin part ng computerized accounting system. No? It is any system application adapted to generate accounting records, reports, and or documents. No? So, pwede siyang payroll, pwede customer service, pwedeng project management. No? Kasi ngayon, parami na yung system na pwede mong isama dun sa accounting system mo. No? The computerized books of accounts, although sabi natin na pwede kang mag apply for permit to use accounting system and even components thereof. Pag sinabi mo ng component, hindi yan mawawala ang computerized books of accounts. Ano yung computerized books of accounts? Itong basic to kasi kahit na mag-apply ka pa ng part lang, component lang, pero itong general ledger, di yan nawawala, no? General ledger, general journal, sales book, purchase book, and then the disbursement book, no? So, yan yung mga basic na hindi mawala kahit na sabihin mong component lang yung ina-apply mo, no? So, computer-generated accounting records, ito yung mga fully computerized ito yung mga official receipts, no? The sales invoices, the cash vouchers, journal vouchers, billing statements, sales tickets, yung mga accounting records na pwedeng i-generate ng computerized accounting system. Computer-generated receipts and invoices. So, ito yung pag nagbigay ng permit sa inyo, ang BIR, at computerized kayo, fully computerized, pati yung issuance nyo ng resibo, bibigyan na rin kayo ng papel na authority to print receipts, no? Embedded na doon sa system. At bibigyan kayo ng series or range of numbers para yun ay i-generate ng computer, no? And how much is the range? 19 digits po, no? So, 9999999, 19 digits yan, hanggang sa maubos mo yan. Once maubos mo na yung 19 digits na yan, ilan na yan? Magkano na yung 19 digits na yan? No? Pag naubos mo na yan, punta ka na naman sa BIR and then ask to reset, no? Your receipt number, yun yung invoice number. No? Kasi nauubos yan eh. Kung pag na-reach mo na yung 19 digits na ibibigay sa iyo na range of number. Okay. Computer-generated subsidiary accounting records, no? May mga subsidiary tayo or special books of accounts, pwede rin isama nyo pag kayo ng system, no? Yun yung cash receipt book, cash disbursement book, accounts payable book. In short, ito yung mga special na books of accounts. Then we also have the cash register machine or the point of sale machines linked to computerized accounting system. So ano to? Itong CRM, instead na ang system mo yung mag-i-issue ng resibo, pwedeng cash register machine and that is valid, no? So yung CRM may separate permit po yan. Kasi lalo na yung mga stand-alone na cash register machine. But in some cases, itong CRM, nililink nila yun yung kinoconnect nila, nililink nila doon sa cash register computerized accounting system, no? So every time itong cash register machine or the point of sale machine will issue receipts, nakaka-capture na siya kaagad, na babato siya doon sa computerized accounting system, na isasama siya doon sa report, no? So yun yung may kagaya ng zero, no? 'Di ba? Marami siyang API. Yung ano yung API, Hari? Okay. So, yun yung babato, maglilink doon sa cash register machine at saka yung cash computer accounting system, no? Ibabato niya doon. Sa previous, hindi pwede. Bibili ka pa ng middleware, no? And middleware will cost you something like 300,000 para lang itong cash register machine, maibabato mo siya doon sa computerized accounting system. But right now, meron na mga free, no? Na nakakalink na lahat, nakaka-connect ka na.
Parang sa ano yan, sa SM.
SM, iba po yung kanila.
Hindi sa grocery na parang.
Oo, terminal po 'yan, yung ano doon, yung about isa na computer. Opo, terminal po yung tawag diyan at meron niyang server sa likod, no? Actually, kasama namin sa deliberation nitong 29-2002 yung mga taga-SM, no? Kasi sila yung una talaga na computerized nationwide, no? So, database, this is the collection of information organized such a way that the computer program can quickly select desired pieces of data. Bakit? Ito yung parang bodega ng mga data or ng information. Naka-stored siya lahat doon na pagkailangan mo, doon nakukuha yung computer para i-generate niya yung report. Yun po yung database. No? And sometimes itong database, ginagawa ito ng mga group of persons. Ano ginagawa nila? Commercial databases. No? Nag-iipon sila ng mga information, data. Business na to eh. No? Mga information, data, linalagay nila doon sa isang database. And then pag sino yung mga ngailangan, binibenta nila yung data. No? So, yan na. Iba na ang negosyo ngayon eh. Okay. Development software. These are the programs used to compile, interpret, assemble, many sort of programming languages. Ano itong mga programming languages? Ito yung gumagawa ng software, no? Ito yung nagpo-program, ito yung nag-uutos sa computer para gumalaw at ano yung gagawin niya. No? Di ba, Hari, ikaw programmer ka? Programmer ka ba?
May alam lang pero hindi gaano.
Okay. So, disaster recovery procedure or the backup and recovery strategy, this is a very important requirement po pag na-computerized accounting system kayo. Why? Sometimes, hindi na-aprobahan yung isang accounting system, computerized accounting system because of lack of this, no? Yung disaster recovery program, backup and recovery strategy. Bakit napaka-importante nito? Why? Because in case na merong hindi dapat mangyari, loss of power, no, halimbawa na may bagyo, may mga calamities, dapat may ability yung system mo to restore, no, or to keep all the records or the information, hindi mawawala, no? So, may mga i-install ka or yung iba ngayon kasama na rin doon sa system. Anong ginagawa nila dito sa disaster or recovery or backup and recovery strategy? Di ba yung sinasabi natin na cloud reporting? Saan siya naka-store? Doon sa database ng service provider, and that service provider sometimes nasaan yung data warehouse niyan, nasaan yung kanyang kung saan deposito lahat ng information. It's not found here in the Philippines, no? Some other countries, o saan yan. Sometimes yung backup ng isang company, 3. Meron sa US, meron sa Australia, meron sa Europe, no? Those who can afford, because that is also very costly. Pero ang backup at saka recovery strategy, minsan naka-satellite, di ba? So, sino sisira doon? Nandun yun sa, sa outside the earth, no? Although, tinignan ko sa internet, no, there are more than 200 satellites now operating outside the earth. Kaya yung mga susunod na courses, dyan na iikot eh. Sa New Era, meron na silang ino-offer na astronomy. No? Ano yung astronomy? Pwedeng doon ka ma-assign outside the earth, doon sa satellite. No? Ikaw yung magmaman ng satellite doon. Kaya yung ibang nagmaman ng satellites doon, sabi nila, nagdadala sila ng mga tanim, no? Mga gulay. Tapos tinatanim nila doon. Yung iba naman nabubuhay. No? I don't know how they survive. Kagaya nung tubig, paano yung kailangan nila. No? Pero anuhin ko yan, i-research ko yan, how do they survive outside the earth. No? Siguro nag-iigib pa sila ng tubig dito. No? Okay. At napakalaki ng tulong po ng sa atin, ng outside. Yung Google, ilan yung ng Google, satellite. Why? Di ba, bakit mo nakikita yung buong Earth? Because may mga camera yan outside the Earth. No, kasi kung nandito lang yan, paano mo pag pindot mo ng Google Map, biro mo, ma-zoom mo pa, makikita mo pa actual yung hinahanap mo. No? Any place on earth, makikita mo kaagad because of the satellite. No? And sometimes, yun na nga, yung mga ibang backup ng information na doon sa satellite. So, hindi talaga siya masisira. No? Kaya, halimbawa, may attempt na dito, masisira or whatever na mangyari dito, at least doon, nandun pa rin siya. No? Okay. Itong backup and recovery strategy describes how the organization deal with potential and actual disasters, no? So dapat meron ka mga precautionary remedial actions para kung darating man yung mga hindi inaasahan, still nare-recover mo or nami-maintain mo yung information doon sa system. Why? Very important yung system mo. Wala ka ng libro, no? Kasi wala nang yung manual. So, saan mo i-retrieve? Saan hahanapin yung libro, no? Kaya yung mga nangyayari in the previous, no? Pag may problema na, susunugin, no? Then wala na mga records, so wala na mangyari. Sa accounting system, ano yan, anticipate mo na yan, pati yung mga sunog, mga natural disasters, anticipate mo na yan na yung records mo will survive kahit may mangyari. Electronic archive, ito yung retention ng documents, no? And ilang years na ngayon ang required? 10 years that you have to retain your records, no? In short, i-archive mo yung mga information. Functional description, ito yung description of the functions or the features ng computerized accounting system mo. Tinitingnan mo yan, no? At saka sometimes, itong mga functions nandyan sa manual. Kasi pagka bumili ka ng software, may manual yan. O, makikita mo doon yung functional description ng software na bibilhin mo. Global system refers to a system which is simultaneously used by taxpayer for its head office and branches worldwide. No? So worldwide siya ginagamit. So kung halimbawa meron kang global system that you are using here in the Philippines and that system issued receipts. So yung 001 mo na resibo issued in the Philippines, 002 issued somewhere in the other world, other countries. Pwedeng kung halimbawa 10 countries yung global presence ng isang company, then simultaneously, no? And then pag nag-issue ulit dito sa Pilipinas, 020 na, no? So pwede. So hindi na siya sequence na lahat ng resibo dito lahat sa Pilipinas. Since this is a global system, kikip track niya lahat all over the world. No? So ganun yung ibang system, no? na approve natin. Yung during my time no nang stay ko sa BIR, I was one of the evaluator nito mga system. And one of the reasons bakit yung system hindi na-approve because yung halimbawa itong global system. O ang nangyayari dito, yung mga country managers, mga accountants dito sa Pilipinas, wala silang access dun sa system. Bakit? Siyempre, hindi ka bibigyan dahil ano yan, no? Highly confidential, makikita mo lahat ng operations in the world. No? So, one of the reasons na hindi namin sila ina-apply, kasi walang access dito sa Pilipinas. So, one of the conditions na sasabihin mo sa kanila, you give access to the country manager here in the Philippines and also to the BIR that anytime kailangan may investigation yung BIR, may access, no? There are times na hindi sila bibigay. So hindi sila nabibigyan ng permit, no? Because of confidentiality daw na issue, no? So anong ginagawa? Manual, balik sila sa manual, sulat-sulat dun sa mga libro, no? Okay, head office. Ito yung principal place of business, no? And sometimes itong head office, when it comes to taxation, yung head office doon lang po nagpa-file ng mga taxes, no? Yung branch sa regulations ang branch ang dapat niyang bayaran yung registration fee lang na 500. But in some cases yun yung nangyayari because ang BIR meron siyang goal bawat district, no? So sinasabi ng local district ng BIR, ang laki-laki ng business niyan dito. Tapos 500 lang binabayad dito sa amin. So wala kaming source ng collection. So minsan, pinagbibigyan sila na yung mga withholding payments, yung ibang payments, doon na bibayad sa district. Kaya what happened? Nagkakaroon ng tax type ang branch aside from the dapat na registration fee lang. No? So in that case, kasi there was a time na talagang issue yung goal sa BIR dahil sa attrition law. Ano yung attrition law? Pag hindi ka nakamit ng goal mo, tatanggalin ka sa BIR without any benefits, no? Forfeited pati yung benefits mo. So, nagkaroon ng issue yung goal. Sabi naman nitong mga taga-district, paano kami makakuha ng goal? Di yan nagbabayad dito, nasa head office lahat. No? So, ano yun? Pinayagan sila na aside from the income and the VAT, kasi ang income and VAT talaga sa head office yan. So, yung ibang taxes, binabayaran na sa branch, hindi lang sa head office. So, may bearing din yan kasi pag nag-computerize ka na, so, nandun ang compliance mo sa branch, no? So, hindi lang sa head office. In-house customized computerized accounting, ito yung mga develop internally. Kumuha ka ng sarili mong programmer and then nagpagawa ka, no? In some cases, may mga taxpayers, may mga business owners na nag-hire sila ng sarili nilang programmer, no? So aside from maintenance ng system nila, nagpapaprogram pa talaga sila ng system for their own use, no? Pwede naman po yun, basta kung ano yung na-approve sa BIR, i-maintain ninyo yan, and then if you want to enhance, you ask for another permit, no? Hindi pwede na yung existing na system, meron ng permit, tapos i-enhance nyo without any approval from the BIR. Bawal po yun, no? Large taxpayers, ito yung classified or nagkaroon sila ng letter from the commissioner telling them na classified na sila as large taxpayer. So, anong nangyayari dito? Mamaya, anuhan natin pa, no? Aralin pa natin yung 9-2009, no? Revenue Regulations. Noong 2009, that regulation mandates that all large taxpayers should have a fully computerized accounting system. No, ni-require na yan sa large taxpayers. Pag sinabi mo kasing large taxpayers, sila yung 80% of the collection of the BIR comes from the large taxpayers. Yung just imagine na yung 20% ng collection ng BIR, ilang region yan? 19 regions ang naghahati-hati. Pero yung large taxpayers, 80% ng taxes dyan kinukolekta. Bakit? Kasi sila yung mga large. Hindi lang large ha, mga super large talaga yan. Pag sinabi mong large taxpayers, mayayaman talaga yan. May mga eroplano yan, may mga pier, may mga, no? So, large talaga sila. Kaya sila, if you try to look at, sila talaga yung sumusuporta sa Pilipinas. Why? Kasi yung tax na malaki sa kanila nanggagaling. Oh, so, 80% nanggagaling sa large taxpayers. Okay, we also have the national system. Kanina, we have the global system. Ito yung national system. Ito yung ginagamit ng SM, no? National sila. Yung ginagamit all over the country. Off the shelf. Oh, so ano itong off the shelf? Ito yung opposite kanina nung customize, no? So off the shelf siya, ready-made software. Bibilhin mo na lang siya. Kung makikita nyo yan, bibili kayo. Naka-box lang siya ng ganyan, no? So, nandun. At saka, i-install siya sa computer mo. So, ready-to-made software. Parang bibilhin mo na lang siya sa counter. It is also called as packaged software. No? Pre-printed invoices or receipts. So, aside from, halimbawa, fully computerized accounting system ka na. So, mandatory for you to have a computerized invoice. May tao? So, computerized na rin yung resibo, no? But, itong pre-printed invoices, ito yung mga resibo na may permit, no? Ito yun. Ito yung sample natin. No? So, ito yung official receipts natin under Republic Act 9337. Diba, dalawa lang yung pwedeng i-issue natin na resibo. No? We have the official receipt for sale of services, and we also have this sales invoice for sale of goods. No? So, halimbawa, computerized accounting system ka na, and then ang nag-i-issue mo ng resibo is the computer na. So, Kailangan pa bang meron kang ganito? Yes, kailangan pa po. Why? Kasi ito yung tinatawag na pre-printed invoices or receipts. Ano pong purpose? Bakit meron ka pang ganito? In case of downtime, no, system downtime, halimbawa, hindi pwede, nagkaroon ng brownout or nagkaroon halimbawa ng problema yung system mo, meron kang backup, no, kasama ito sa backup mo. This is your backup na resibo so that magkaroon man ng aberya doon sa system mo, pwede ka pa rin mag-issue ng resibo, makakabenta ka pa rin, hindi ma-hamper yung operations. No? Okay, so process flow, pero limited lang po yan ha, ang pre-printed na invoices, once computerized na kayo, sabi sa regulations, hanggang 1,000 booklet lang yung pwede. Kasi, if you try to look at, meron tayong mga businesses with more than 1,000 branches. No? So, imagine that yung 1,000 branches mo, sobrang dami niyan. Kaya noong 2013, nagbago tayo ng resibo. No? Pinabalik yung mga lumang resibo because ginawang isang format na lang ang resibo. Hindi ka na pwedeng gumawa ng sarili mong format, no? Standard na. And the receipts will also only be printed by those credited printers ng BIR. No? So, nung pinabalik na noong 2013, that was during the presidency of President Noynoy Aquino. No? At iyan yung parang pangako niya sa ASEAN countries na i-improve yung invoicing system dito sa Pilipinas. Kaya nga, may mga features na yan, no? May mga safety features na yung resibo natin. Alam nyo, noong time na yun, pinabalik yung mga resibo na luma. Tapos gawa ng bago, no? Ng bago na format. Yung mga nagbalik na resibo na pinakondem lang, ibig sabihin ng pinakondem, sinira talaga, no? Binalik sa BIR. Minsan 3 track na resibo, no? And you can just imagine, it cost the taxpayer millions of pesos. Pero hindi sila pwede magreklamo. Why? Kasi sabi yun ng gobyerno eh. At saka commitment natin yun sa ibang bansa din eh, no? So, walang nagawa. Nagpa-imprinta ulit ng resibo. No? And it cost you another millions. So, ganun. Sa bagong, nabasa ko ha, sa bagong panahon daw ngayon, expect more government interventions. So, mag-i-intervene na talaga yung gobyerno sa life natin. No? Kasi, wala. Kung kanya-kanya, sobrang gulo. That's why, may konting disiplina na. No? So, expect. Kaya dapat tayo ngayon flexible and adaptive. Hindi yung instead na makipag-cooperate ka, you go against, lalo mo lang nahihirapan yung sarili mo. No? So, anong dapat na mentality natin? Sipin natin, ano ba yung bago? And then, adapt to that. No? Expect natin yung change. Okay. Kasi kung sasalungat tayo, mas lalong mabigat. No? So, ano itong mga pre-printed invoices or receipts? These are the sequentially pre-numbered receipts invoices with approved authority to print. No? So, ano pa yung isang palang features nito mga resibo na to? So, these are pre-printed receipts. Tapos, mayroon siyang nakalagay dito kung ilang booklets and then yung serial number. No? So, kung ilang stub yan, and then nandyan na yung serial number niya, and then, ano pa? Ito yung pinaka-importante. The official receipt shall be valid for 5 years from the date of the ATP. Dati, wala yan, no? So, nung 2013 to nag-umpisa, so, ang 5 years niya, 2018 expire lahat ng mga resibo, no? So, kung mapapansin nyo, nung 2018, sobrang dami ng paggawa na naman ulit ng resibo. Kaya, ano dapat para hindi mag-expire yung resibo mo, paggawa ka lang ng konti, no? Hindi na bali na during the 5 years, magpa-imprinta ka ulit. Huwag lang yung track ng resibo mo na expire, no? Kasi sayang. So, yun yung isa na gagawin natin, no? Magkano yung penalty pag expire na yung resibo mo, hindi ka nagpagawa ng bago? Pag VAT ka, 25,000. No? So that's a lot of money. Okay. So process flow, this is one of the requirements if you apply for computerized accounting system. And this process flow refers to the flow of procedures, no? Presented in diagram form. Kung kayo bibili ng system, kasama na po to at ang nakakaalam nitong process flow is yung system developer o yung system owner. Do not attempt na kayo yung gumawa ng process flow, ha? Hindi nyo, ano yan. At saka kung marunong man kayo, i-coordinate ninyo with the system developer o kanino nyo binili. No? Regular taxpayer, ito naman yung opposite na large taxpayer. No? Kasi kung ito yung residual, no? Kung hindi ka large, nasa regular ka. No? Kasi dalawa lang yung classification ng taxpayer sa BIR. So, large or regular. So, dito ka sa regular. Wala namang medium. No? Walang medium na taxpayer. Regular lang at saka large. Okay. So, sales or commercial invoices. So, yun yun. Yun yung written account of goods sold. At saka nandyan yan sa tax code natin, yung commercial invoices, no? Under the administrative requirements. So, anong purpose nitong sales or commercial invoices? That you have to issue that every time meron kang sales transactions. Kaya may penalty yung hindi nag-i-issue ng resibo, no? Ang dali lang actually, paano mo malaman na hindi nag-i-issue ng resibo? Limbawa yung resibo mo nasa yung sales mo nasa sales book mo is 1 million. Tapos pag tiningnan yung resibo mo, ang nakalagay doon 800,000 lang. So what happened to the 200,000? Non-issuance of receipts po kayo doon, no? So yun yung nangyayari sa iba. Akala nila wala lang, basta nag-issue ka ng resibo. Tapos at the end of the year, ang liit ng sales ko. So magdadagdag yun. Gawin mo sabi sa accountant. Alam ko yun kasi accountant ako. Sasabihin na, maliit ito ma'am, dagdagan nyo. O may resibo ba to? Kasi non-issuance of receipts ka. No? Ang liit naman yan, dagdagan nyo po kasi maglo-loan ako sa bangko. No? So at saka, anong mangyayari pag pinagdagan mo yung sales mo? Dagdag din yung bayad mo sa tax, no? Kasi may mandatory yan, yung percentage mo, yung value-added tax mo, plus your income, no? So dagdag din yan. Hindi na yun na wala na po sa atin ngayon yung bago ako sa BIR, drawing lang yung mga financial statement, ITR, no? Drawing lang, minsan mali pa yung pagka-drawing. So ngayon hindi na yan, computerized na po tayo, no? So yun yung naiiwasan pagka-computerized ka na. Sino ba yung gumagawa ngayon ng form? Tayo na mismo, and then EBIR, papadala mo na yan sa BIR. Diretso na po yan sa database ng BIR. Wala nang nag-i-encode, no? Kasi nung 1997 kasi nag-pilot ang computerization ng BIR, manual pa yung encoding. So, kahit anong gawin, no? May monthly na filing, ilan yung tax type, may compensation, may expanded withholding, percentage tax, no? Mga monthly yan. May VAT. Kahit anong gagawin, hindi siya na-encode na on time. Kasi kunti lang yung empleyado, hindi kaya. So anong ginawa ngayon? EBIR. So wala nang encoding. Why? Kasi yung EBIR forms na pag-file mo, diretso na yun sa database ng BIR, wala na manual intervention yan. No? So, anong nagawa ng BIR? Do away with the encoding. Kaya kunti na lang yung empleyado. No? Because of na computerized na rin ang BIR. So, these sales or commercial invoices, these are accountable po Kasi nga sabi natin, sila, sequential ang booklet niyan. Kaya bawat booklet, naka-account yan sa inyo, and then, bawat laman ng booklet na 50 na resibo. Okay? Ibig sabihin dito isang booklet, 50 na resibo po ang laman nito. So, naka-account din yan sa inyo. So, bawat booklet na paggawa ng 10 booklets, naka-account yan sa inyo. Itong laman pa, bawat booklet, alam din yan pag binawasan mo. Why? Kasi may sequence yan. No? At ano yung requirement sa resibo? Dapat, kung ano yung inisyo mo na original, ganun din yung duplicate. No? Pagka ikaw ay manual na resibo, no? So, naka-bound yung booklet mo. Ito yung example ng bound. Dapat pagtanggal mo nitong first na copy for the customer, dapat itong second copy maiwan diyan. Hindi mo pwedeng tanggalin 'yan, no? Ang pwede yung another kind ng bookkeeping natin is the loose leaf books of accounts. Ano yung loose leaf? Pwede mo siyang tanggalin, no? I-print mo siya sa computer and then i-bound mo lang siya later on. But it should also be issued sequentially, sunod-sunod. Ang pagkakaiba ng loose leaf books of accounts with the computerized books of accounts, ang loose leaf pwede mo lang gawin sa Excel or sa computer, no? And then i-print mo. But you should have permit to use loose leaf books of accounts also. Hindi pwede na mag-loose leaf ka na lang without any permit, no? Meron niyang permit. Ano yung process? Gagawa ka ng sample ng books of accounts mo na loose leaf, ibig sabihin isa-isa. Isa for the ledger, isa for the journal, and then gawan mo yan ng format like also the manual. Gagawin mo yan ng format, isubmit mo siya sa BR and then ask for permit to use loose leaf. I-refer yan sa examiner, evaluate. Kung may mga legal issues, i-refer pa yan sa legal. And then, pagka okay na siya, gagawin ng report ng examiner, papadala sa region para bigyan kayo ng permit to use loose leaf books of accounts. And then, ano yung gagawin nyo? At the end of the year, lahat ng ginawa nyong loose leaf na yan, yung records nyo, sunod-sunod yan by date. Gagawin nyo, i-bookbound nyo siya, parang libro, no? And then maglagay kayo ng affidavit sa first page, kung ilang pages siya, what kind of books of accounts, and then dalhin sa BIRN para tatakan. No? So, anong pagkakaiba ng manual at saka loose leaf? Yung manual books of accounts, tatak muna. Patatakan mo muna yung libro mo bago mo gamitin. Sa loose leaf naman, kuha ka lang ng permit, and then gamitin mo muna yung loose leaf. Pag tapos na, saka mo patatakan. I-bookbound mo, saka patatakan. So, yung manual, tatak muna bago gamit. Yung loose leaf, gamit muna bago tatak. No? So, yun yung pagkakaiba nilang dalawa. Yung computerized naman, permit lang. No? Permit to use computerized books of accounts. Pero iba naman ang archiving nitong computerized books of accounts. No? Ano yung archiving dito? Lagay mo yung records mo sa DVD-R, yung DVD na hindi siya nabubura, hindi siya nababago. And then dalhin mo siya, i-transmit mo, karoon ka ng transmittal, dalhin mo sa BIR para tatakan. Pagka natatakan na siya, ibalik ng BIR sa'yo, yun yung books of accounts mo na itago mo. Pagdating ng examiner at under investigation ka, yun ang hahanapin sa'yo. No? Pero di mo yan iwan sa BIR. So, sales or commercial invoices, pwede siyang sales invoice. Kasi itong 29-2002 na to, itong regulations, 2002 pa. Nagbago tayo noong 2013. Kaya dito, meron pa siyang mga cash sales invoice. Ngayon, pwede kayong gumamit din ng cash sales invoice, but that is only a secondary receipt, no? Yung primary receipts mo talaga, official receipts at saka sales invoice. Okay. Itong charge sales invoice, pwede mo rin gamitin as accounting record mo, pero kailangan sales invoice talaga yung proof of sales. Official receipt, this is the payment of services, no? Yun yung issue mo na resibo. Ano itong mga stand-alone na cash register machine or POS machines? Those who can run independently from computerized accounting system. Bakit? May sarili din siyang software at nakakapag-generate din siya ng report, nakakapag-process din siya ng transactions. Ano yung transactions sa cash register machine at sa point of sale machines? Ito po yung mga sales, no? Nag-i-issue sila ng resibo. They are also regulated. May mga permit po yan bago nyo magamit. At yung mga permits na yan, nakikita yan doon sa resibo na ini-issue nila. Nandun na yung machine identification number, pangalan ng may-ari, the address, the TIN, and then may sequence din doon kung anong number yung transaction number niya. Yun na yung transaction number doon, yun na yung sequential na number ng or receipt number. No? Okay. System demo. Hari, napakalamig na ng aircon. Ilan ba yung number mo doon? Ha? 26 na kasi umuulan eh. Kaya ano. Wag. Ano mo lang, taas mo lang. 28 mo na. Kasi umuulan sa labas eh. Kaya malamig. Okay. System demo. Ano po itong system demo? Ito po yung walkthrough ng system. No? May team, yung BAR, na pupunta sa office nyo and then titingnan, kakaroon ng parang simulated na transactions, how your system works. Pagka pumasa siya, lahat-lahat, approve. Pero pag hindi, enhance mo yung system. No? Okay. System enhancement, ito yung babaguhin mo, i-modify mo yung system mo that magkaroon ng bagong features, but hindi mo pwedeng gawin yan without prior approval to BIR. So kung ano yung na-approve sa'yo, yun lang. Pag in-enhance mo yan, binago mo, you ask for another permit. System flow, ito yung mga inputs, outputs, and processes ng system. Sinong gagawa nito? Also the service provider mo or the developer mo. System flow. System generated number, ito yung number na computerized system used in reference to particular accounting document. Have you seen yung mga pag nag-download tayo ng document sa computer, no? Nakalagay doon may number at saka may identification, may time kung kailan mo siya dinownload, no? Yung sa halimbawa sa ECEC, no? Pag nag-access ka doon sa mga documents ng ECEC, merong maglalagin ka pa kung sino ka, no? So nakalagay doon yung pangalan mo and then kung anong klaseng documents, anong oras mo siya dinownload, no? At saka pinrint, no? Okay. Yan yung sinasabi na system-generated na number, reference po yan. No? Nakikip track yung mga documents na na-generate out of the system. Scope ng implementation nitong Revenue Memorandums Order 29-2002. So, all taxpayers engaged in business, kung regular ka man o large taxpayers ka, na may computerized accounting system. So, bago mo gamitin yon, may kukuha ka muna ng permit. But what happened, itong si Commissioner Dulay na during the presidency of President Duterte, 2009 pa, mandatory na sa large taxpayers to maintain a fully computerized accounting system. But up to now, ang dami pa rin. Imagine 2009, 2020, so 11 years na. Ang dami pa rin na hindi nakakapag-comply. Hindi pa rin sila fully computerized accounting system. Ano dahilan nila? Ang tagal-tagal magbigay ng permit ng BIR. Totoo na matagal, especially pagka meron kang kulang o yung system mo may diferensya, may papakomply pa sa'yo. Talagang matagal. Pero 11 years that's too much. No? So anong ginawa ni Commissioner Dulay ngayon? Kung ano yung system na ginagamit mo dyan, may na walang permit dyan, gamitin mo na. But you make an affidavit na itong computerized accounting system mo, kung anong software yan. And then, maglagay ka ng affidavit na it complies with the reporting requirements ng BIR. Tapos, hindi na kailangan na you go through the system demo, yung usual na application. So, wala nang dahilan yung large taxpayer na hindi sila computerized. Kasi dinadahilan nila sa BIR na matagal. Okay. So, what are the components ng computerized accounting system? Components or part, no? So, we have the general journal and other subsidiary records. And then, yung general ledger, no? Kasi may general ledger talaga yan. Hindi lang nasabihin mo na components because requirement talaga ang general ledger. Why? Kasi if you try to look at, nasa general ledger, yung total ng lahat ng accounts, no? Yung balance ng lahat ng accounts. Kaya bago ka makagawa ng trial balance mo for the preparation of your financial statements, titingnan mo lahat yan sa general ledger. Nandoon yung balance ng bawat accounts. Okay, so the components can be sales, purchases, accounts receivable. Ito yung system, no? Yung nakita ninyo kanina during the video show ng mga accounting system, no? Ito yung tinatawag na component or part of the accounting system. So any application which generates subsidiary ledger, which is part of official accounting documents such as official receipts, sales and cash invoices, no? So any application system, pwede siyang payroll, pwede siyang accounts receivable, ito nga. No? Okay. So, any application which generates report required by the BAR, separate report for void and suspended transactions. Actually, during the system demo, ito yung una talaga na tinatry eh. Gagawa ka ng mali na transactions, no? And then, how will the system make it void? Na parang i-cancel niya, no? And then, paano yan lalabas doon sa report? Yun yung una talaga na tinitesting. Another component of the computerized accounting system can be this point of sale machine, cash register machine na nakakonect po sa network or nakalink sa computerized accounting system. Okay. Excuse me. Kakatakot ubuhin. Okay. Ang tinatawag po na nag-i-issue ka ng resibo using the computerized accounting system, ang tawag po doon e-invoicing, no? So, e-invoicing system, pagka meron kang ganyan, ang system mo dapat complete computerized accounting system. Why? Kasi saan ba nag-uumpisa yung business transactions? From the issuance of receipts, no? So, from the issuance of receipts, anong gagawin yan? Issue ka ng resibo, and then yung resibo na yan, ipopost sa journal, and then yung journal pupunta sa ledger, yung ledger pupunta sa trial balance pupunta sa financial statements. No? So, pag may e-invoicing ka na, dapat computerized accounting system ka na. Kaya itong mga online sellers natin, nagtatanong sila, Ma'am, paano kami mag-issue ng resibo? Yung mga bumibili sa amin, nandun sa ibang bansa, gano'n. Kasi sabi ko, online seller kayo. At nakalagay sa regulations, we try to look at yung 9-2009 at saka yung 16-2006, no? Pagka mayroon kang electronic transactions, dapat ang i-maintain mo electronic records. Kasi bakit? Paano mo i-record manually yung electronic transactions mo? No? So, print ka ng print every time na meron ka transactions. Although yung BIR, hindi masyadong hinihigpitan ngayon ng online sellers, pumapayo pa rin sila na manual ang libro ng mga online sellers. Pero, kayo rin ang mahihirapan. Unlike na you maintain an electronic records, mas madali. Why? Because, paano mo i-archive yung electronic records mo? Print ka ng print, no? So, okay lang yun kung yung transactions mo, konti lang. Pero pagka voluminous na, mahirapan ka na. No? Kaya dapat ang i-maintain mo talaga, computerized accounting system. Computerized system evaluation team, ito yung team na, actually kami talaga nag-umpisa nito eh. Kasi kami yung pilot, no? Sa CSET. Kaya ang tagal din namin ginawa yan. Pero ito yung team na meron yung examiner during the evaluation ng system. May examiner from the assessment. Meron coming from the taxpayer assistance. Meron coming from the RDC or sa Revenue Data Center po ng BIR. And then, meron din from the legal. No? Kasi pag may legal issues, ang sasagot doon ang legal. No? So, sila yung mga members of the team, sila yung mapipirma doon sa recommendation to approve yung permit mo. No? So, ito yung mga composition ng mga members ng team ng CSET or the Computerized System Evaluation Team. No? For the large taxpayers, yun yung chief ng large taxpayers assistance division. Assistant head niya, ito yung chief ng Computer Operations Network and Engineering Divisions. Ito yung data center po ng BIR. No? At saka yung sa ISOS DC, yung data center din. No? Kasi for your information, ang BIR, may data center siya dito sa Quezon City, sa Makati. No? So, ilan lang yan all over the Philippines. Ang pinakamahirap nung time, ngayon may Cebu na eh. May Davao na eh. Ang pinakamahirap noon kasi yung Visayas, isa lang, nasa Visayas Mindanao, isa lang. Nasa Cebu lang, no? Cebu, Mindanao, sakop niya. So, sino yung titingin doon sa mga computerized accounting system? Manggagaling pa sa Cebu, kaya sobrang tagal ng permit, no? So, ang kagandahan mo dito ka lang sa Metro Manila kasi nandyan lang. Nandito lang yung BIR. So, mabilis-bilis. But pag doon na sa Visayas, Mindanao, taon, no? Magpa-schedule ka ng permit, taon yan. Abutin mo. So, are the members dito sa Group 1, yung mga galing sa data center, sa large taxpayer, yung sa audit, at saka sa investigation division. No? Sa Group 2, ganun din. And then sa district, no? Ito yung sa RDO, no? So, yung RDO ang head, and then yung chief na data center, and then ito yung mga members, no? Okay. May assessment section, meron sa taxpayer service, and then yun, yung galing sa data center, no? Okay. Computerized system evaluation, no? Sila din yung pipirma doon sa report ng approval, no? Kung ilang tao yung na-assign diyan, no? Okay. So yan yung iba diyan, mga internal na yan ng BIR kung anong gagawin, no? So doon na tayo sa trabaho ng taxpayer. So, taxpayer applying for cash, yung slide number 115 po. So, taxpayer applying for computerized accounting system or components thereof without computer generated receipts and invoices shall apply for authority to print receipts. So, halimbawa, computerized accounting system kayo, pero wala kayong resibo, hindi kasama dun sa system nyo yung resibo, magpa-print pa rin kayo ng resibo, yun yung tinatawag na pre-printed, pero meron kayong authority to print receipts. No? So, the same pa rin. Okay. So, ito namang point of sale machine and cash register machine, this is regulated by another revenue regulations. No? May mga permit din yan at saka meron din yung demo, no? Parang computerized accounting system din, no? At saka ngayon meron na yan silang online reporting, no? Anong online reporting? Every month yung na-generate na sales ng cash register machine mo or ng point of sale machine mo, i-report mo yan sa BIR through online facilities, no? Kung halimbawa ilan yung cash register machine mo, lahat ng sales generated by those machines, i-report mo yan monthly sa BIR. Oh, kung hindi ka makapag-comply, how much is the penalty? 10,000 pesos a day. No? Pag umabot na ng 180 days, revoke na o pa-close na yung business mo pag hindi ka pa rin nagpapadala ng sales mo online. No? Okay. Ito namang taxpayers who maintain a pool of CRM POS. Ano to? Kasi di ba yung iba na mga malalaking stores, no, meron yang isang bodega na puro CRM POS lang. Bakit? Mga standby machines po yung tawag diyan. So anong mga permit niyan? Permit po yan ng head office. Pero halimbawa dalhin na nila ngayon doon sa troubleshoot nila. Halimbawa, sa isang lugar, dahil down yung ibang machine doon. Pag dinala nila yan doon, may permit sa BIR. No? Magpapaalam sila sa BIR na ito yung standby machines namin, gagamitin namin dito sa ganitong lugar. No? Hindi yung basta na may standby machines ka, tapos dalhin mo sa ibang lugar, may permit pa rin ulit. No? Magpapaalam ka sa BIR. At ito pa, ang daming pupunta sa akin, tapos ang laki na ng problema. Bakit? Ma'am, paano yung cash register machine namin? Sira na, no? Tapos magpapakuha kami ng permit ulit, ayaw kaming bigyan. Bakit tayo bigyan? Kasi yung dati namin cash register machine, hinahanap pa. Naku, talagang hahanapin sa inyo yan. Kaya nga po, bago kayo makagamit ng CRM, ang cash register machine or POS machines, nire-regulate yan, may permit yan, kaya nga binigyan kayo ng permit. So kung nasira yung cash register machine nyo, dapat i-report nyo yan sa BIR. No? At hindi lang na i-report mo sa BIR. Pag halimbawa nasira, ayaw nang gumana, wag kayong, kung ano-ano yung gagawin nyo dun sa machine, no way. I-report nyo lang yan na ayaw na gumana, and then bahala na yung BIR dyan. Bakit? Kasi ano yung pinaka-importante nila doon? Kukunin nila yung total sales na nandyan sa cash register machine mo. Kasi ang mangyayari dyan, the imputation is talagang sinira mo at winala mo yung sales. No? So, ano ka doon? Mape-penalize ka, no? Violations yan. So, anong gagawin ng BAR? So, ang tanong ko agad sa kanya, sige, ma'am, kasi hindi na nagamit, matagal na, nasira na. O sige, noong panahon na nasira siya, anong ginamit mong resibo? O hindi na naman siya makasagot. So, anong ibig sabihin doon? Talaga hindi ka nag-resibo, dami mong violations. Paano yan, ma'am? Hindi ka talaga bibigyan ng bagong permit, no? Kasi i-clear ninyo po, wag bayaan na pag meron na kayong mga, kahit na yung resibo, no? Halimbawa, kumuha ka ng resibo, 10 booklet yan. Kailangan yung 10 booklet na yan, na-account mo yan. No? Lalo na ngayon, pag nagpa-imprint ka ulit ng resibo, hanapin sa inyo yung last booklet. No? Ang tanong, no? Kayo nagtanong, may regulations po ba na bakit ang last booklet kailangan mo ipakita? No? So, nagtatalo-talo na sila. So, ito yung mga grupo. So, sumagot ako. Sabi ko, walang regulations na nagre-require na i-keep mo yung last booklet. Ano yung regulations? Bago ka maubos yung resibo mo, kumuha ka na ulit. Bakit? Kasi, ang ibig sabihin nun, meron ka pang resibo, kumuha ka na ulit. Meron ka pang, nag-i-issue ka talaga ng resibo. Kasi bakit? Hindi pa siya ubos eh. Pero kung ubos na yung resibo mo, saka ka kumuha, ibig sabihin, meron ka nang non-issuance of receipts. Bakit? Siyempre, hindi naman ibig sabihin, mag-close ka ng business mo dahil lang wala ka ng resibo. No? Napakaliit na dahilan. Pero anong ibig mong sabihin? Wala ka nang ini-issue na resibo. So, meron ka ng violations na non-issuance of receipts. No? Pero yung sinasabi per se na wala kang last booklet, wala naman sa regulations, hindi ka ma-penalize. Anong ibig sabihin niyan? Wala ka ng resibo. No? Kaya hinahanap yung last booklet mo. That is the proof na may resibo ka pa bago ka gawa ulit, no? So, yun po ang logic, no? Kasi sometimes hindi ka na maghanap ng regulations, logic na lang, no? Kasi sa bagay, hindi naman violations yung logic, pero may reason ka. Kaya itong mga cash register machines natin, point of sale machines, kung meron kayo niyan, pati mga resibo na yan, those are all accountable. Ha? So, yung iba, ito, register ng business. Minsan, ang dami, no? Excited. Tapos, napagod na, walang kumita dun sa business. Pabayaan na lang. No? Napakalaking problema niyan. Why? Mas madali magpa-register ng business, pero pag nagpa-close ng business, mahirap. Bakit mahirap? Kasi nagkawalaan na yung mga dokumento mo. Nawala na yung libro mo, nawala na yung resibo mo, nawala na yung mga permits mo. Lahat yan dapat intact, no? So that's part of a good bookkeeping. Huwag ninyong walain yung mga pinapagawa nyo job orders, mga statement of accounts ng mga forms, nandyan yan lahat. Bakit? Oras na hindi mo na o ayaw mo na o talagang hindi ka na makapagpatuloy ng negosyo, ibalik mo po lahat yan sa BIR. Why? Kasi hindi ka bibigyan ng clearance, no? At pag hindi ka binigyan ng clearance, hindi ka mag-stop yung business mo, ano yun? Yun yung sinasabi kong problema ng marami silang open cases. Why? Kasi, pagka kayo ay registered na sa BIR, no? Para na kayo nakasakay ng taxi. Ano ibig sabihin nun? Pumapatak na yung metro nyo. No? Ano yung metro? Kung ano yung mga tax types na nandun sa COR nyo, Certificate of Registration, meron po yung frequency of filing. Meron yung tax period. Ano yung tax period ng monthly? Monthly, ang tax period niya is 1 month. No? Ang quarterly, 3 months. So, ano yan? The frequency of filing is every month. Ibig sabihin, ito na yung month, halimbawa ng January 1 to 31. So, pagka ang tax period mo is 1 month, hahanapan ka na ng computer mo, pagpatak na ng first day ng the following month, hihintayin na ngayon yung bayad mo at may deadline yan, hanggang deadline. Pagka natapos na yung deadline, walang pumasok na returns, magtatag na sa iyo yung computer ng open case. Anong ibig sabihin ng open case? Meron kang dapat i-file at dapat nang bayaran, hindi mo final. Oh? So, ano yung open case? Penalty yan. So, since hindi mo na-close na maayos yung business mo, tuloy-tuloy yung penalties. No? Kahit 20 years po yan, nandyan yan sa computer, di yan nawawala. Oh, very sophisticated po ang computer system ng BIR. Hindi nawawala yung records ng taxpayers diyan. So, sa evaluation na yan, no? Hindi na natin yan i-discuss. Okay. Temporary permits, wala na yan kasi doon na tayo sa forms. Kasi we will discuss another regulations. Dalawa pa bago yung retention management natin. No? Okay, so paano natin i-archive pala yung ating wala pa po. Okay. Okay. So, dito po tayo sa slide number 125. No? Slide number 125. Okay. So, taxpayers with approved computerized accounting system capable of generating reports such as but not limited to daily sales, accumulated sales, and others need not be required to maintain manual cash register machine sales book. No? Kasi naka-computerize ka na eh. Kasi, yung slide 125. So, yung ating cash register machine sales book, hindi na kailangan kung nakalink na siya sa cash. Bakit? Kasi po ang requirement, kung meron kang cash register machines, bawat cash register machine mo may sariling sales book yan, nasa tabi yan ng cash register machine mo na everyday yung sales mo naka-record dyan sa cash register machine sales book. No? Pero kung computerized accounting system ka na, hindi na kailangan yung manual na cash register machine sales book. No? Okay. Okay, so in case of system downtime na sira o hindi gumana yung system mo, pwede ka nang mag-switch over to manual receipts. Kaya nga may backup receipt ka, no? May resibo, no? So ano yung gagamitin mo? The remaining receipts or invoices. O yung manually pre-printed na pre-numbered receipts mo na pang backup, no? Which shall not exceed 1,000 sets. Kasi 1,000 sets lang yung pwedeng ibigay sa inyo o i-allow na ipiprint dahil backup lang siya. Kasi mamaya, since sabi na inalaw kayo na mag-print ng maraming resibo, hindi nyo na gagamitin yung system, manual na lang. Oh? So, backup lang po yan. Okay. So, yung mga taxpayers with approved computerized accounting system, dapat kumuha sila in advance ng pre-approved range of serial number within 30 days. Di ba sabi ko sa inyo, bibigyan kayo ng number na pwede nyo i-generate. So, yun yung 19 digits na 999999. Maubos nyo yan within 30 days. Bago pa maubos, punta na kayo sa BAR and manghingi na kayo ulit ng pre-approved range ng serial number. Sometimes, ang ginagawa ng BAR, lalagyan siya ng suffix, no? Limbawa, A. Kasi ibig sabihin, naubos mo na yung unang range. Tapos, yung sunod, pag naubos mo na naman, lalagyan ng suffix na B or C, no? Or whatever, kung ano yung gagawin ng BAR, no? So, pero, bago pa maubos yung serial number nyo sa invoice, manghingi na kayo ng resibo, no? Pre-approve, no? Okay. So, kasi magkaano yan, yung may permit yan, no? Okay. Submit a report on the range of serial numbers of receipts and invoices which have been consumed and or canceled during the immediately preceding taxable year to the concerned office within 30 days from the close of the taxable year. So may ganun pa na requirement, no, na mag-submit ng report ng range of serial numbers. Although sa nakita ko sa application, hindi naman stricto yung BIR, hindi hinahanap, no? Kasi makikip track naman yan sa system, no? Okay. Sige, doon na tayo sa ano niya, sa archiving, no? Okay. Okay, so paano natin i-report sa BIR yung records natin? Slide number 136. No? Sa slide number, hindi page yan. Slide number 136. No? So, the soft copy po ng computerized books of accounts, ilagay natin yan sa text file format, ilagay natin sa CD-ROM, read-only, and then lagyan natin ng pangalan ng taxpayer, taxable year, no, serial number, volume number, kung anong klaseng books of accounts yan, and then dadalhin mo yan sa BAR, pa-stamp mo sa BAR, no? So, yun naman yung reporting requirements. Yung sa manual, di ba, bago mo gamitin, patatakan mo na muna. Yung sa loose leaf naman, kukuha ka ng permit. Pag natapos na, every year, i-book bound mo siya, then patatakan mo sa BAR. Ito namang computerized accounting system, anong gagawin mo? Every end of your taxable year, end of the year mo, anong gagawin mo? I-record mo siya kasi electronic to. I-record mo siya sa CD-ROM, and then yung CD na yan, dalhin mo sa BAR, patatakan mo. Nandyan yung serial number, nandyan yung volume number, pangalan ng taxpayer, at saka taxable year. No? So, yun na po yung submission natin sa BIR. Pero, ang gagawin ng BIR, tatakan lang naman yung CD mo, and then ibalik din sa iyo yung records. But, during the audit, hahanapin sa iyo yun. No? Kasi parang yun na yung keeping, at saka maintaining the records. Yun na yun, yung nasa CD. No? Pero hindi ibig sabihin nun, burahin mo yun sa computer. Nasa CD lang yun, record. Pero pagka may authentication na hahanapin, titingnan pa rin yun sa computer mo. Adjustment to books of accounts and other accounting records, no? Pwede siyang i-submit sa separate CD. Kasi bakit? Di ba pagkatapos ng taxable year mo, 15 days, 30 days, ipatataan mo na yan sa BR. So, hindi pa tapos yung audit. Pagkatapos ng audit, at may mga adjustment, may mga findings, yung mga findings na yan, ilagay mo ulit yan sa CD, and then patatahan mo ulit. No? Okay. Ilang years ang retention natin? 10 years na. Dati, 3 years ito. Nakalagay dito sa memorandum, pero na-amend na po ito noong panahon ni Commissioner Hinares. So, instead na 3 years, ginawa na po itong 10 years. Okay. So, ito man mga procedures na to sa paano pagkuha na ng permit to use computerized accounting system. Ito na yung mga procedures, no? So, anong i-require? Accomplish BIR Form 1900. Mayroon tayo sample mamaya, no? At, and then, ano yung i-attach natin? Yung company profile, the photocopy of your BIR certificate of registration, photocopy lang ha. Yung ating original, wag ninyong ipamigay yan, sa inyo lang yan. Halimbawa, nag-stop na kayo, ayaw nyo na mag-business, that original na certificate of registration nyo, ibalik nyo yan sa BIR, no? Kasi hindi yan sa inyo. Pinabigay lang yan sa inyo kasi nagpa-register kayo. Pagka nag-stop ka na at hindi ka na-registered, ibabalik mo po yan sa BIR. Ka-cancel yan. No?
Parang brown.
Parang brown po na certificate of registration. No? Photocopy of previously issued permit, if applicable, kung meron. Photocopy of current registration fee payment, ito yung 500 pesos na ma-due na naman siya ulit sa January. No? Yung 500 pesos na binayaran natin sa 0605. Also, photocopy lang. Tapos yung location map of the place of business. Nasaan ba yung business mo? Location map. Alam mo, may nag-apply sa akin dati kasi naging concurrent chief ako ng registration sa RDO 39. Tapos pinagawa ko sa kanya yung location map ng place of business. Hindi niya alam. No? Kaya pagka sabi ko, pag nag-utos kayo ng tao, yung alam ang gagawin. No? Hari, hindi alam. So, anong nangyayari? Hindi matapos yung requirements. No? So, inventory, parang yan din yan. Ito, joke lang to ha. Parang ito din yung nangyari na taxpayer. Kasi, siyempre, registration. Tapos nagtaka ako, kasi may marriage contract, diba, sa mga registration ng individual. May marriage contract na pinapatats dati. Stricto yun. Because you claim for your exemption, no? Pag married, no? Tapos yung mga birth certificate ng anak, kasi sa additional exemptions. Nagtanga lang ako kasi hindi ko alam kung saan yung Rosario, Cavite. Kasi parang first time ko siyang narinig. Tapos sabi ko doon sa nagdala ng marriage contract, sabi ko, ay, saan po itong banda ang Rosario, Cavite? Kasi sabi ko, hindi ko alam. Sabi niya, hindi ko alam. Doon ka kinasal, hindi mo alam? Hindi daw niya alam talaga. Parang, sabi ko, pwede ba yun? Doon ka kinasal, doon yung marriage contract mo. Kayo po ba ito? Opo. Baka din. No? Kaya tingnan mo, kayo, mahuhuli. Kasi sabi ko, kayo po ba ito? Sabi, opo. Dito kayo kinasal sa Rosario, Cavite, tapos hindi nyo alam kung nasaan yun.
Ma'am, excuse me, yung parang ako, yung business ko, ito lang December, nung isang araw lang na-release yung ano namin.
COR.
Oo. Ngayon January, magre-renew ulit kami?
Yes po. Sa city, pero sa BIR, 500 lang naman.
I mean, mag-apply ulit kami sa BIR ng renewal.
Wala po, hindi po yan nire-renew sa BIR. Magbabayad lang kayo ng 500 na registration fee. Hindi, sa January, magbayad kayo ulit.
Mag-apply ulit siya.
Hindi po apply ang tawag diyan, bayaran niyo lang.
Magbabayad ulit kami.
Hindi po yan renewal, bayaran niyo lang yung 500. Yun lang. That is not renewal.
Mga anong day yun, mga...
Start na siya ng January 2 hanggang 31 yung deadline. Ang tawag doon po, registration fee. Bayaran nyo lang yun. It's not renewal. Kaya hindi kayo magre-renew. Hindi na-renew po yung BIR.
Ang mayor's permit lang mag-renew.
Yes. Sa mayor's permit, yun, requirement nila yun. Kasi ang mayor's permit is regulatory po yan sila. Police power yung kanilang pinapairal. Ang BIR naman, taxation. No? So magkaiba yan sila. Kaya mas mahigpit yung police power, yung city. Mas mahigpit sila. So, dapat mag-renew kayo doon. Pero yung BIR, once registered kayo, bayad na lang kayo. Bayad lang naman ang kailangan ng BIR. Kaya ang BIR, wala silang pakialam kung anong ginagawa mo because even illegal na business, you have to pay tax. Ha? Kaya ang pakialam ng BIR, magbayad ka ng tax mo. No? Kaya yung iba na may mga problema, basta binabayaran yung tax, somehow, na sila. No? So, technical requirements, ito na yung application name and the software na gamitin mo. And then, the functions and features ng application. No? And then, ito na. Yung system flow, yung sinasabi kanina, requirements yan. System flow, process flow, and then yung backup procedure, no? Very important. And then, the SORN statement, at saka proof ng system ownership. Kung license yan, binili mo, nandoon yun, ipapakita mo. The list of reports and correspondences that can be generated from the system. And then yung facsimile ng mga loose leaf, kung loose leaf yung ina-apply mo, no? And then the affiliated or sister companies, no? So kung may permit na, yung previously issued na permit, no? Pero kung wala, wala. Okay. So ito na, napunta na tayo sa requirements kasi yung ibang process dyan sa BIR na yan, no? Anong gagawin nila dun sa permit nyo. So punta tayo sa forms, no? Yun na yun. Yun. Slide number 194 annex. Sa slide number 195, no? Diyan tayo sa application to use computerized accounting system. No, ito yung BR Form 1900. So pwede din tong gamitin kung kukuha kayo ng permit to use loose leaf, no? Books of accounts. So ano yung requirement? You fill up sa line number 1, you fill up the taxpayer identification number and then the RDO code, no? Huwag kayong magkamali dito. Ang tingnan nyo yung certificate of registration. Sa certificate of registration nyo, doon sa taas, nandoon yung RDO code, no? And then the taxpayer's name. Sa taxpayer's name, the registered name, not the business name, ha? Kasi karamihan sa mga single proprietor, ang ilalagay nila na taxpayer's name yung business name, no? Yung binigay ng DTI. Remember na yung binigay ng DTI sa inyo, nag-i-expire yan every 5 years. Oh, so wala na kayong taxpayer's name after 5 years. Hindi yan ang taxpayer's name, the registered name, no? Yung pangalan mismo ng tao, hindi yung pangalan ng business. And then you fill up the business address, line number 4. Line number 5, ito yung type or nature ng application. So, pwede siyang loose leaf books of accounts, pwedeng complete computerized accounting system. O, pwede rin siyang computerized books of accounts, no? So, kung computerized books of accounts siya, nandyan yung general ledger, the sales book, purchase book, disbursement book, and then others, no? So, and then the form is signed under the penalties of perjury. Bakit? Kasi kailangan ang information that you fill in dito dapat correct, no? So, nakalagay dyan yung taxpayers, authorized agent, the title, and position of the signatory. And then, it should be stamp receive ng BIR. Dito sa receive ng BIR, i-receive lang kung kompleto yung requirements nyo. Pag hindi yan tatanggapin. Bakit? Kasi hindi rin siya ma-process, no? Okay, so ito yung mga attachment. Na-discuss na natin to kanina sa registration. Kaya tingnan nyo dyan yung mga attachments, no? So, kumpletuhin nyo muna yan bago kayo pupunta ng BIR. No? The application for permit to use cash register machine. To, kung halimbawa meron kayong cash register machine na gusto nyo i-link din sa cash, so isabay nyo na yung BIR form 1907, no? So, yun yung form. And then, ito yung sworn statement, no? Ano yung sworn statement? Nung nag-apply ng permit, no? So, ano nakalagay dito ay the name of the affiant, the nationality, legal age, designated as kung ano yung position niya sa company. Oh, ang daming lamok, ha? Sige. Duly representing kung ano man yung name ng corporations with business address located at. Hereby voluntarily depose and say that the company is engaged in ano yung line of business existing under business name. So dito yung business name, ha? Hindi doon sa form, sa business name dito ka maglagay. That the software to be adapted in computerized accounting system or components thereof is customized kung yung pinagawa mo lang or off the shelf yung over the counter binili mo. No? That for customized accounting system or components thereof, the company hereby contacted the services of, yun yung pangalan ng gumawa ng program mo o supplier mo. So, with tax identification number and business address at, to develop the computerized accounting system. That the above mentioned contract was entered into without intention of defrauding the government and in pursuance to existing rules and regulations of the National Internal Revenue Code. Bakit? Kasi, bakit pati sila nandito? Kasi kailangan yung system mo compliant with the BIR. Pag nakita yan na may mga may mga na-install dyan na mga fraudulent na system, mananagot po pati yung supplier, no? Pati yung developer. Halimbawa, nai-erase niya yung sales, napapalitan niya yung sales, mananagot yung supplier. No? Makikita yan during the walkthrough, during the system evaluation. At ito pa isang tip, no? Pagka meron kayong under system audit kayo or system demo, dapat kasama nyo yung programmer o kaya yung system developer nyo. Why? Kasi pag maraming sagot, maraming tanong, hindi kayang sagutin ng may-ari, yung system developer po ang sumasagot. So that the system is secured, can provide information and generate a unique control number per transaction. So kasi kaya nga yung reference number niya dapat per transaction yan. Ito pa, the system is equipped with effective mechanism to keep track of canceled transactions and adjustment. Ibig sabihin yun, lahat yan nakalag. Kaya malaki yung memory ng system nyo. The system can generate and print reports. No? Kaya may list doon of what are the reports that can be generated by the system. That access to operation manual application system and database for system demo shall be allowed if necessary. No changes, ayan kasama yan sa sa affidavit. That no changes, upgrade, and enhancement will be made of the original system covered by the approved permit. No? So, bawal na mag-enhance, mag-upgrade. That in the event that the foregoing be discovered to be in violation of existing rules and regulations, I hereby undertake to face any legal sanctions and pay corresponding penalties thereof. No? So, nandyan na. Nakalagay. And then, under the penalties of perjury, sinong pipirma dito? The president, taxpayer, the authorized representative with the TIN and address, and this is notarized, no, by the notary public. Okay, functional and technical evaluation appraisal checklist. Ito na yung checklist. Sino may hawak nito? Yung taga data center, no? Sila yung counterpart na team na mag-i-evaluate. So, nakalagay dyan yung taxpayer identification number, the company name, the address, the contact person, telephone number, and then the functional approval criteria, no? So, meron dito, number 1, can the system provide information on a per transaction basis? Number 1.1, can it be viewed? 1.2, can it be printed? Yes or no? Pag nag-answer kayo dyan ng no, di kayo ma-approve. No? Kaya dapat a-answer lahat dyan is yes. No? So, basahin ninyo yung mga technical description, functional approval criteria. Dapat lahat dyan naka-yes kayo. Kagaya na number 2, can the system deny cancellation of transaction? Pwede. No? Can the original entries be retrieved, viewed, printed? So, dapat yes din yan. Can the source documents be cross-referenced and retrieved? Yes. Can a report be printed on all canceled transactions? No? So, dapat lahat yan, yes. No? And then, tingnan ninyo yung mga CSET members, 4 yan na evaluator. So, pepermahan nila lahat yan, pasado ka, bago ka mabigyan ng permit. No? Okay, so, ito yung sample ng permit. No? Isang page lang yan, na long na bond paper. No? Permit number, Permit to use computerized accounting system, the date, name of company, an address, TIN, tapos ito na. Permit is hereby granted in your application dated for, o anong klase yan? I-invoicing lang ba siya? General journal lang? Computerized books of accounts, subsidiary ledgers, point of sale machines. So, mamili lang dyan no, kung ano yung applicable. And then, sinong nagsasign dito? Pagka RDO, sa district kayo, RDO magsasign. Pag sa large taxpayer kayo, yung assistant commissioner ng large taxpayer, no? Or yung head doon. Annex A1, ito yung schedule of attachments in the permit, no? So, list of branches using the computerized accounting system, the documents, reports generated, number of description, approve range of serial number from to, no? So, from 0 to 999999. 19 na 9 yan yung series, no? So, magkano na yun? Approved method of record keeping, no? Books of accounts, other records, or the manual or electronic. Okay. Branch permit. So, ganun din ang hitsura ng branch kung branch yung mag-a-apply. Oh, the same din. The same din na requirements with the head office. Schedule of attachment in the branch permit, the same din. No? And then, permit to use cash register machine. Ito, deka lang to eh. No? Maliit lang siya. And then, dinidikit ito sa likod ng cash register machine. No? Doon sa permit. And then, letter denial sa BIR na yan. No? Temporary permit. Registered to adopt computerized accounting system or components thereof. Ito, mga report na to ng BIR. No? So, with that, we have to conclude on this discussion natin no, sa RMO 29-2002. No? Yung last natin na discussion would be about records, retention, and management. Pero mamaya pa yan. Bakit? Because we will discuss muna yung 16-2006 at saka yung 9-2009. No? Bibigyan ko lang kayo ng overview. But before that, let's have a 15 minutes break. No? Pahinga muna tayo. Yung 16-2006, binigyan mo rin sila? Sige. Pahinga muna tayo. Sandali ah. Sino yung tumawag, Hari?
Kasi ano po,
Ha?
ulit po.
Ano, pupunta daw?
Sabi mo,
Pahinga muna tayo. Sandali ah. Sino yung tumawag, Hari? Ha? Ano, pupunta daw? Tira Hari.
Okay na po.
Okay. So, tama ba na 15 minutes na tayo? Okay. Ha? Sobra? Sige. Okay, so let's discuss the revenue regulations number 16-2006. Ito po yung submission by taxpayers of electronic books of accounts and other accounting records in the course of a tax audit or investigation. Pinrint mo ba yan sa kanila? Hindi. Meron. Sige. Ito na yon kasi 'di ba kumuha na kayo ng permit to use computerized books of accounts. So, ito na yung pinaka-records niyo. So, halimbawa, you will be subjected to a tax audit. Ano yung isasubmit po natin ang mga records, no? Kasi kung manual, pa-xerox na natin yan, nandun na. So, sa electronic records, ano yung ibibigay natin sa examiner? Meron niyang mga format, no? Okay. So, dito na tayo sa format, no, kung ano, no. So, computerized accounting books of accounts, no, sa section 2, definition of terms. Ito yung books of accounts, other accounting records in electronic form, such as electronic documents, transaction files, customer or vendor master files, other files, no, or databases maintained and used by a taxpayer in and under a computerized accounting system. So, yun yung computerized accounting books and records, no, yun ang nami-maintain. So, electronic document, ito yung information or the representation of information, data, figures, symbols, or other modes of written expression described or however represented by which a right is established. So, in short, ito yung dokumento na nanggagaling doon sa computerized accounting system natin. Kasi electronic documents po yung output. O yun yung dokumento na ibibigay sa atin ng computer. No? Okay, so paano to ibibigay? Electronic document refers to information or representation, data, figures na this is in accordance with yung tinatawag natin na electronic commerce law, no? So ito din yung mga definitions doon. Kasi ang electronic document natin, because of that electronic commerce law, binigyan na rin siya ng same na value with the hard copy. No? So kung ano yung mga hard records natin, ganun na rin yung documents generated by this computer, no? So electronic signature, ito yung distinctive mark, no? Na yung perma, 'di ba? Kung tayo sign pen, no, ball pen natin, pipirmahan natin yung document. Sa electronic signature. Sa ibang bansa, pag nagpa-notarize ka ng document, electronic na, sa atin wala pa tayong ganyan. Electronic signature, mga software lang na ordinaryo, wala din silang capability to have the electronic signature. Oh, hindi ko na yan ginagalaw. Oh, so nawawala yung sound.
Okay na po.
Sige. Media refers to physical forms of recorded information, no? Yun yung mga paper, film, computer disk, computer tapes, any other material information na pwede siyang i-record doon. USB, kasama yan, ano, no? Hard drive, no? No, pwede yan sa media. CDR, ito yung CD, yung bilog, no? Yun yung storage written and read using lasers. Yun yung nire-require sa atin ng BAR na doon tayo mag-retain ng records. Or DVD. No? Ginagamit pa ba ito, Hari, ang DVD ngayon? Digital video disc recordable, no? Kasi yan daw yung Pagka nandyan na, hindi mo na siya pwedeng baguhin, no? Para nakasave. Pag na-save mo na siya sa DVD-R, hindi mo na siya pwedeng baguhin, no? Database, stored collection of related electronic data. And then we have the data, ito. Kaya ba natin pinag-aaralan to? Because ito yung mga isubmit natin sa BIR, no? So data, the representation of information in formalized manner, suitable for communication, interpretation, processing, no? So ano yung data? Letters, numbers, symbols. File, ito naman yung collection of records. Records, collection of related fields, no? Field naman or data element, ito yung specified area of record. Fixed length file, file in which its record has the same number of characters, no? So, file format, yan. Standard of organizing and storing the data in the file such that specific application will be able to use the data. So, sasabihin dito sa regulations na to, anong klaseng file format yung i-submit mo, no? Database file format, ito yung created from personal computer-based databases, no? Ito yung sa dulo niya, .dbf file, no? So, yun yung extension. Kasi sa Word, ano yung extension ng Word sa file, Hari?
Docs po.
Docs. Pagka PowerPoint, PPT. Pag Excel,
XLS po.
XLS. No? So makita mo yung file format niya doon sa dulo. Nakalagay diyan pag nag-save ka ng document, no? Nakalagay na dot. Delimited format, format composed of records in which the fields are not in a fixed position in the record. No? Flat file format, ito naman yung data is stored in the continuous lines of text similar to Microsoft Word document. No? And then nakasave na text only. So anong ibig sabihin pag text only lang, Hari?
Ano po, ma'am?
Dito sa flat file format. So anong ibig sabihin yan pagka sinabi niya na text only? So nakalagay dito na a flat file format is a format wherein the data is stored in continuous lines of text similar to a Microsoft Word document that has been saved as text only. No? So bakit text only? The records in flat file can be of fixed or variable length. Oh, so ano ibig sabihin yan? Ha?
Hindi ko na ano yung text mo.
Pa? Sige, i-research mo. Ibig sabihin na text only. No? So, authentication, ano yung authentication? Ito yung pinaka importante na part, no, ng electronic no. Bakit? Kasi you have to authenticate na tama ba yung data na submit, no? So this is the confirmation that the record is accurate, complete, appropriate to the actions taken. So paano ino-authenticate itong mga electronic records? Titingnan mo sa hard copy. Halimbawa sa ledger, meron silang, o kaya sa journal, may pinost doon na resibo. And that resibo or sales is material in amount. So, pwede mo tingnan yung resibo na hard copy, no? Yung sa pinaka-original niya. And sometimes yun ang hinahanap ng examiner, ha? Lalo na kung yun yung findings niya, papaserox mo yun, manghingi siya, tapos i-attach niya yan sa report. Examination of computerized books of accounts and other accounting records. Ito na. Ito na yung pinakahihintay ng lahat eh. Bakit? Kasi hindi naman ibig sabihin na nag-register ka sa BIR, tapos na yung obligasyon mo. Nag-file ka ng returns, tapos na yung obligasyon mo. Nag-file ka ng income tax, tapos na. Ang pinaka hinihintay dyan ng lahat, yung i-audit ka na. No? Kasi, I don't know kung ayan ba yung pinaka-exciting o yun ang pinaka-kinakabahan ka. No? So, ito yung books of accounts, other accounting records, documents, schedules, other information. I-require ka na ng revenue officers assigned to you to investigate i-require ka niya ng records, no? Para makita niya kung tama ba yung binabayaran mong taxes. And they are duly recorded. Kaya nga sabi ko sa inyo kahapon that books of accounts na meron kayo, that is just a mere scrap of paper. Wala siyang evidentiary value. Especially kung yung mga nilagay mo doon, wala siyang supporting documents. At hindi rin basta lang supporting documents. Dapat yung supporting documents mo are authentic, hindi fake, no? Kagaya halimbawa ng resibo. Dapat yung mga resibo mo doon is coming from a legitimate source. Kasi kung halimbawa, yung resibo mo, ang nilagay mo o yung ginamit mo na resibo doon, wala namang existing na ganun, no? Or hindi naman nagre-report yun sa BAR, pareho kayong titingnan, no? Magkakaroon ng confirmation ng BAR doon. At titingnan nila na nagtatali kayo with the supplier at saka yung buyer, no? Halimbawa, bumili ka, dapat yung pinagbilhan mo nung nagbigay sa iyo ng resibo, dapat yung binili mo na yun, ni-report din niya doon as sales. No? So, para tali kayo, hindi kayo magkakaroon ng letter notice, no? Or discrepancy. No? So, at the time of examination, the retained computerized accounting books or records ng taxpayer must be capable of being retrieved. No? Pwede siyang i-retrieve from the computer system. So, dapat yung record, di ba maiwan yon dahil sabi na nga natin at the end of the year, dalhin mo yun sa BAR, i-record mo dun sa DVD. Pero dapat yung record talaga na original na electronic record, nandun na yan sa system mo at capable siya na pwede siyang i-retrieve, no? Ng examiner. Kasi ibang klaseng audit ito. Hindi na ito yung manual na ibigay mo yung mga records mo. Ito, system audit po ang tawag dito. Kaya yung system nyo mismo yung titingnan. No? And yung BAR, meron siyang computer aided tools and techniques. No? Computer aided audit tools and techniques or CAATS. No? Meron siyang CAATS laboratory sa National Office. Ano yon? Pag binigay mo na yung electronic records mo, dadaan yun sa CAATS laboratory. Yung laboratory na mismo, yun yung mag-scan at saka mag-o-audit dun sa records mo. Titingnan niya kung sunod-sunod ba yung pag-report mo ng sales, no? Yung number. Titingnan niya kung may canceled transactions ka. Titingnan niya kung may mga unusual na mga interest na nandun, and then gagawa yan ng report, no? Ang CAATS, meron niyang system administrator. So, kung whatever result na nag-audit yung CAATS, magpiprint yan ng reports, pipirmahan ng administrator, and then i-attach yan doon sa docket ng examiner. Kasama yan sa mga findings na i-present niya sa taxpayer. No? Kung may mga discrepancy mismo. So, iba ang pag-audit po sa computerized accounting system. Ibang style, ibang method. No? Submission of taxpayer accounting records in electronic form for BAR examination. So, ano yung mga books of accounts, other accounting records in electronic format. No? So, hindi na yung hard copy kasi electronic ka na eh. So, electronic format din yung isasubmit niya. May lamok na naman, Hari. Kasi ang hirap mamaya, nagsasalita ka, papasok sa bunganga mo, kaya sa ilong, no? Yan yung ano ko eh. Kasi, ayan oh, ang likot. Yun. So, this, yung electronic records na yan should be submitted within 30 days, no? Sa close ng taxable year, sinasubmit yun. So, once na ito, meron siyang binabanggit dito na RMO 29-2002 yung ating na-discuss kanina. No? Yun yung submission ng DVD dun sa records mo na patatakan mo sa BAR. So, audit na to, hahanapin yun ng examiner sa inyo. No? So, The required electronic or computerized accounting record should be submitted within the due date. Pagka meron na kayo letter of authority, meron doong first notice na naka-attach sa letter of authority and then naka-check doon, naka-identify doon yung mga documents na kailangan isubmit, no? And then nakalagay din doon yung days, the number of days na dapat ibigay ninyo yung mga documents, no? Shall not exceed 5 days from receipt of the documents. Ibigay nyo na yung mga records na hinihingi po ng examiner. After that, hindi pa kayo nagbigay, bibigyan kayo ng another na ilang days, magpapadala ulit ng second notice, no? Pag hindi ka pa nagbigay for how many days after the deadline, after the due date, yung case mo, yung dockets mo, i-refer na yan sa legal for subpena. Ano yung issuance ng subpena? Ito yung the legal division will issue you a subpena requiring you to submit the records, no? So hindi ka pa rin nag-submit sa legal. Anong gagawin ng legal? Yung case mo, ipadala na yan sa fiscal, no? Papailan ka na ng kaso for the contempt of court na hindi ka sumusunod dun sa subpena na pinasumpena sa inyo. Hindi mo pa rin sinunod, no? I-refer ka na, filean ka na ng case, and then may, ano na yan, 6 months na imprisonment, no? And then may penalties, no? And then may kulong na. So, usually, mag-bail ka, ang bail is 4,000. Pero kahit na mag-bail ka, tuloy pa rin yung investigation ng kaso mo, no? So, ibabalik yun sa examiner yung kaso mo. So, without your books and records, kalahati nung kiniklaim mo ng mga expenses, i-disallow. No? That is the Cohen rule. And how much is that? So, hindi ka na ngayon makapagreklamo na sabihin mo na, ano na yan, mayroon ako mga records dyan at hindi yan tama na 50% dinisallow nyo. Hindi ka na makapagreklamo because you were given the chance to present your records. Hindi ka nag-present. No? At dumaan na sa korte. So, hindi ka na
Solusyotan, ma'am, hindi na ano.
Nagbabayad yan, ma'am.
Hindi ba madama?
Malaki po yung binabayad ilusyutan. Kaya yung sabi nila na tax evader na ano, sabi ko sa kanila, try to look at sa mga company ni ilusyutan. Everyday nagbabayad ng taxes na pakalaki. No? Political lang yun. Politics na ano, na mga charges. Yun. Kaya nakakatawa. Yun na nga yung inost nila si President Joseph Estrada noon kasi wala na daw pera ang Pilipinas, ubos na. Paano sabi ko, paano maubos yung pera ng Pilipinas? Everyday ang binabayad sa excise pa lang, milyon-milyon. Hindi. Politics. Iba kasi yung, hindi natin alam. Pero, ako, I for one, alam ko kasi nasa BIR ako, namumonitor namin yung collection. Pumapasok yan everyday. Kaya nung issue noon kay Lusyutan, nagle-lecture ako palagi. So, pinupost yan palagi na question sa akin. If you try to look at the records ng mga corporations ni Lusyutan, malaki yan magbayad ng tax. Walang issue sa kanya ang BIR na political lang. Kaya alam nyo, pagka may mga problema o kaya sa politics, no? Walang tulugan yung BIR kasi lahat ng records papahalongkat kung sino yung gusto nilang kasuhan. No? So, ganun lang ang buhay. Kaya, ingat. No? So, if the taxpayer maintains accounting books and records, no? So, in both electronic and manual. Halimbawa, di ba sabi natin, yung ating computerized accounting system, pwedeng component. So, pag sinabi mong component, hindi ka fully computerized. Meron ka pang mga records na nasa manual. No? So, anong gagawin mo during the investigation? Dalawa din i-submit mo, isang hard copy at saka isang soft copy. Soft copy for the computerized accounting system mo at saka yung doon sa hindi na computerized, yun yung manual. No? So, both. During verification process, nakita mo na yung text only?
Ako,
Anong?
pure text lang talaga, walang image, walang...
So, yun ang ibig sabihin. Text only. Kasi text only lang yung nakalagay na isubmit, no? So walang mga picture.
Walang picture, walang kaya.
Okay.
Text lang talaga.
Okay. So during verification process, taxpayer is required to present document supporting the entries made in the computerized accounting system. So just like sa investigation sa manual, anong hinahanap? Supporting documents. That's why very important yung supporting documents. Why? Kasi yun yung sabi ko na kung ang records ninyo, yung books nyo, meron nga siyang mga entries. Wala naman supporting documents. That is just a mere scrap of paper without evidentiary value. No? Kasi hindi siya paniniwalaan. Yung mga facts and figures na nilagay mo dyan, hindi yan paniniwalaan pag walang supporting documents. Okay. Ito na. Computerized accounting books record shall be submitted to the concerned revenue officers kasi siya yung may letter of authority to investigate, no? Yung may mga question tayo, especially sa mga live na YouTubers natin, no? Na sabi na, "Ma'am, dadalhin ba namin yung libro namin sa BIR para ipakita sa kanila na ito yung ginawa namin?" No, hindi niyo po yan dadalhin sa BIR. Yung BIR ang pupunta sa inyo to audit. Without the letter of authority, hindi po yan titingnan yung inyong mga libro, except lang during the tax mapping, na nagdo-door to door yung mga taga-BR at tinitingnan yung libro nyo, at saka yung posting, especially doon sa sales, no? Pero yung i-audit ka na talaga, may letter of authority. Maselan po yung audit, at hindi basta-basta yan ini-issue lang. Ang proseso po sa pagbigay ng audit, na pinipili yung mga kaso, no? And then, lalagyan niya ng transmitter, pinapa-approve pa yan sa commissioner. Pagbalik yan na na-approve na ng commissioner, that's the time, issuean kayo ng letter authority. No? At saka sino lang yung pwede, yun lang nasa letter of authority, yun lang po yung pwedeng mag-examine sa inyo. Kaya yung may mga reports na may mga fake, no, na examiner daw, pupunta sa kanila. May client kasi ako noon na ganun eh. No, hiningan sila ng parang maliit lang naman 20,000. Pero nagbigay daw sa kanila ng parang fake na letter authority, lalaki. Tapos ang ginawa, binuksan daw yung uso pa kasi noon yung attache case, di ba? Ngayon wala na attache case eh. Kasi ang bigat naman ng attache case na yan, saka parang box, no? Noon pag naka-korbata ka, saka ano ba tawag doon, naka-Amerikana ka, no? Tapos naka-attache case ka. Yun yung mga forma na noon ng ano eh, na executive eh. So ganun daw yung hitsura, no? Ng fake na examiner siguro yun. Tapos nagbigay sa kanila ng letter authority na parang galing din sa BIR. Tapos pagbukas daw ng attache case, nandoon yung baril, pinakikita pa daw sa kanila. So sabi ko, ba't nagbigay kayo? Kasi may due process naman yan. Eh, sabi nila, kasi may baril eh, no? May baril daw, natakot sila. Kaya inanghingi na lang naman daw ng 20,000, binigyan na nila. No? So, pero fake po yun kasi yung totoo talaga, yung BIR, pag nag-serve yan ng letter authority, may ID yan sila. No? At saka makikita nyo sa ID. At saka hindi yan nanghihingi ng pera na, ito yung letter of authority ko, bigyan mo ako ng pera. Hindi yun. Pag pupunta yung... Tsaka walang baril yan, no? Kasi, pag pupunta yung examiner sa inyo, ang dala niyan letter of authority, mag-submit kayo ng documents. No? Mag-submit kayo ng documents. Yung iba sabi, kasi nanghihingi ng pera. Siguro may kasalanan kayo, no? O kaya yung iba, sila yung nag-i-impute. Alam nyo, 29 years po ako nag-audit sa BIR, no? Siguro meron din talaga mga scalawags, pero yung SOP talaga, meron na naman hari. Lamok. No? Dito pa naman sa mukha. So, anong ginagawa ng iba? Sila naman mismo nag-o-offer, no? Taxpayers. Pero ang SOP talaga, ano ka nang, yan, ang dami. Nakakatakot. Pero meron pa. Yun. Papasok sa bunganga mo habang nagsasalita ka. Dami. Oo, gusto nila yung black.
Ay, oo.
Okay, sa likod ng black.
Kasi Virgie,
Gusto parang ano eh.
Ang dami ng lamok, Okay. So, let's go back, sa examiner, no?
kasi ako mahilig sa mataas.
Yung, ano talaga dyan, is bigay nyo yung mga records nyo, mga reports nyo. And ang frequency po ng ating audit is one taxable year. No? Mga exceptional na lang yan na 2 years, 3 years. Kinagat na kayo, may mga dugo na.
Sa inyo ma'am yung meron.
Ako yun, nakagat na. Okay. Sige. Marami pong lamok dito sa ating venue, no? Kasi ang daming mga libro. No? Tsaka siguro, hindi ko alam. Makakapasok sila. Tag-ulan. May screen naman. Talagang ano siya. Yun. No? Nakakapasok talaga. No? So ano po ang SOP natin sa examination? Talagang pagpunta ng examiner sa inyo, may equip yan sila with the letters of authority, and then i-prepare nyo yung books of accounts. Kaya nga sabi natin, the heart of tax compliance is bookkeeping. Why? Kasi pagpunta ng mga examiners na yan, ang hahanapin sa inyo records, no? So, bakit kaya tayo natatakot? Kasi kulang tayo ng records, no? Hindi tayo yung 100% na substantiated yung ating business transactions. Kasi sometimes napapabayaan or sometimes nagiging practice, no? That's why during my seminars na ina-attendan ko abroad, no, yung mga conducted especially ng OECD. OECD is the Center for Tax Administration of the World po, based in Paris, France. Ano po sabi ng OECD? Tell your clients, tell your taxpayers to invest in documentation. Bakit po? Kasi pagka wala kang document, pupunta ka kayo ng examiner. So, wala kang ipapakita. Ano yung mangyayari? Usap-usap na lang kayo ng examiner. Kasi anong titingnan ng examiner sa inyo? No? So, talagang the heart ng tax compliance is bookkeeping. At hindi lang bookkeeping, dapat mayroon kang mga documents dyan, supporting documents. No? So, pag meron kang ganyan, wala kang kaba. Bakit? Meron ako may mga na-experience akong ganyan taxpayers na wala silang kakaba-kaba Bakit? Pagdating mo na nandoon ka na sa premises nila, andyan, bibigay nila sa inyo yung mga records. Minsan naka-CCTV pa. No? Bakit nakaka-CCTV? Kasi, especially yung mga malalaking taxpayers that they consider the records as confidential and very important. Naka-CCTV pa. Doon kayo ilalagay sa isang lugar, tapos ibibigay sa inyo lahat ng records nila. No? So, wala silang kakakaba-kaba. Bakit? Kasi compliant sila with the requirements. Okay. So, anong hingi ng examiners? Examiners may request for certified true copies. Ano yung certified true copies? Or in hard copy na ang electronic format. No? So, i-print mo yan and then pa-certify nila sa iyo. Especially kung meron silang findings doon na medyo material, no, sa audit, no? Bakit nila print 'yon? Because that records would serve as evidence or proof of the audit findings, especially kung meron ng audit findings ang examiner, no? At sa bawat sa bawat audit, hindi pwedeng na walang findings, no? Because the examiners are also being rated in their performance. Paano sila nagkaroon ng findings sa audit? At ito yung deficiency na makikita nila, na i-require nila yan na taxpayer should pay additional taxes. No? So, diyan po nire-rate ang examiner. Kaya anong effort na ini-exert ng examiner, talaga maghahanap yan ng mga issues diyan sa tax returns mo para magbayad ka ng deficiency. Okay, so the books of accounts, other accounting records, documents, schedules, files, other data or information are required to be submitted by the taxpayer to the BAR. No? So, marami yun. Yun yung under 29-2002, so nandun na yung CD. Yung CDR mo, yun na yung record mo for 1 year, one taxable year. Because the frequency of tax audit dito sa atin is for 1 year, no? Nagiging 5 years lang yan, 3 years, kagaya ng mga cases ni Senator Manny Pacquiao, no, na nagiging 15 years, kung may mga fraud o mga unreported na income. Pero kung regular ka na na-audit, 1 year lang po yan. No? Okay. Meron talaga hari. Ang tataba. Ito.
Kita mo.
Okay. Ano yan?
Sa ilalim na naman.
Okay, so, ano yung submission? Ito na ha, nakalagay na dito yung kung anong klaseng file. In fixed length, flat, text, delimited, or debase format. No? So, kanina, noon sa opening nito na naka-specify doon kung ano yung mga klase ng mga format na yan. Kita mo?
Dikit kasi sa ano, kaya hindi ko mahupas.
Dami. Sabi na eh. Okay. Pero alam nyo, para ako natutuwa dyan sa ganyan eh. Kasi pagka nakahuli na siya ng lamok, parang nasa sarap pakinggan. Kasi ito, nakaganti ka na sa lamok. Okay. So, sa mga ano natin, sa mga participants natin yan, pasensya na kayo sa lamok. Yun na lang yung ating energizer. Yun na lang energizer natin, yung lamok. Okay. So, ito na yung mga i-require sa atin na files, no? Fixed length, flat, text, delimited, or database format, no? Yun yung hahanapin sa atin. Okay. So, ano yung mga CD or DVD? Yun yung doon natin ni-record yung electronic records natin at pinatatakan natin sa BIR, no? So, same na yun ang papakita natin sa BIR, no? So, itong iba na to sa mga, kaya pagka computerized accounting system kayo, it should be, no, advice ko lang, during the audit, pag nandun na yung mga examiners, dapat meron kayong programmer o kaya meron kayong computer literate na mag-a-assist po sa kanila, no? Para kung ano yung hahanapin, ano yung mapapabilis. Kaysa yung iba tago pa ng tago, ay ma'am, wala po yung aming IT, kaya hindi mabuksan. O lalong pinatagal yung ano, yung audit mo, no? So kung baga sa ano, pinatagal mo yung anong tawag dito, yung agony mo. Kasi kinakabahan ka nung result ng audit, no? So para mabilis kung ano yung ito may mga technical requirements pa dito. Ano sabi dito? They should also be accompanied by documents describing the file attributes or layout. That is the number of record in its data file. The control totals for its numeric field, no? Where applicable. The record layouts and record lengths and the documentation of key control information, including the transaction cut-off date and time, no? So, dapat merong IT or yung ano yun, literate na sa computerization na mag-a-assist po doon sa taga-BIR para magpabilis yung audit, no? Duly notarized certification in the form of affidavit shall be executed by the taxpayer or his authorized representative, no? Attesting the completeness, accuracy, appropriateness of the computerized accounting books and records. Also, the taxpayer may require the revenue officer to acknowledge receipt of the electronic files and documents. Since ito ay bookkeeping na in compliance with our tax obligations, no? So, ito yung sasabihin ko sa inyo. Ang pag-audit, if you are subjected to the tax audit, doon sa Revenue Regulations B-1, di ba nakalagay doon, that the option kung saan ka magpapa-audit can be in the place of the BIR, the BIR office, or in the place of business, or in the place of the taxpayer, no? Sa office niya or sa business premises niya, kung nasaan yung head office niya. Pwedeng doon. At sino yung may choice or may option? At the option ng taxpayer, no? So, ito yung tip ko sa inyo. Kung magpapa-audit kayo, ang pinakamaganda doon sa place of business nyo. Pero yung iba ayaw kasi makita ng examiner yung kanilang place, ayaw, no? Pero para sa akin, mas pinakamaganda nandoon. Why? Kasi hindi na kayo maghakot ng mga records niyo or mga documents. Eh kung isang truck yan, dadalhin mo lahat yan sa BIR. Dito na naman, hari. And then, dadalhin mo lahat ng records mo na yan sa BIR. Kita ko na naman dyan. At saka dito din sa baba. No? Kung hakutin mo yung isang track mo na records, no, sa BIR, ang sikip-sikip ng opisina, saan yan ilalagay, mahahalo yan doon sa ibang records. So, posibleng mawala. No? At ang pinakamaganda, kung nasa office mo, doon mo siya pa-audit, nandoon lang, intact lahat ng documents mo. No? So, hindi mo na kailangan na ipa-receive pa yung mga files mo sa examiner kasi nandoon na lang lahat. No? Kaya yung sabi ko sa inyo, every time na under audit kayo, dapat meron niyang nag-a-assist sa kanila. Hindi yung, meron din kasing iba eh, iba-ibang style. Yung iba, bigyan ka lang dyan ng mga records, bahala ka na dyan, iwanan na kayo. No? Hindi na kayo papansinin. Meron namang iba na, ay, binabantayan talaga kayo. Pinapakain pa. No? Pero, hindi ko naman na-experience na hindi ako pinapakain. No? So, pagka pumunta sa taxpayer, karamihan naman talaga nagpapakain. No? Kasi matagal. At saka, wala naman akong nakita na masungit na taxpayer. No? Mababait. Mababait pag under audit. Pag tapos na yung audit mo, hindi ka napapansinin. Ganun lang. No? So, yun yung advice ko na kung pwede, yung documents mo nyo para intact, lalo na kung voluminous yan, sa place of business ninyo ipa-audit. So, siguro kayo, designate talaga kayo ng isang place, isang room, na nandoon lang sila. No? So, kasi ganun yung ginagawa ng ibang taxpayer. Yung iba naman, pinapadala talaga sa BIR. Kahon-kahon yan. No? Yung iba naman, hindi rin nagpapakita ng records. No? So, kung ano yung findings, babayaran na lang nila. No? So, the notarized certification shall be submitted in hard copy, as currently legal documents are not yet prepared electronically in the Philippines. No? So, ito yung sabi ko na notarized certification na sa ibang bansa, electronic na. Pwede na silang mag-notarize electronic. Sa atin, wala pa. Okay. So, every taxpayer, no, halimbawa, you will be subjected to audit by the examiner. So, every taxpayer, pag ikaw yung examiner, aralin mo pala yung profile niya, lahat ng mga background information niya, no? Kaya nga ako, pag nag-audit ako, I do operations audit, no? At saka yung mga special laws na dapat i-comply ng taxpayers, talagang inaano ko lahat yan, nire-relate ko yan. O na dapat compliant sila. Because based on the law, na regulatory laws na dapat niyang i-comply, ang dami mo pa makikita documents doon na makakatulong sa tax audit. No? Sa operations audit naman, makikita mo na paano siya nag-actual na nag-operate. Halimbawa, tracking siya, makikita mo ilan ba yung track niya. Eh bakit yung sales niya magkano lang, no? Kung i-multiply mo yan sa kikitain ng track na average monthly, sobrang layo, no? So, sa operations audit, makikita mo na yung actual size ng taxpayer. Okay. Retention of electronic documents and then the files, no? So, paano yan retain, no? It should be retained in the original form. No? Kasagay dito. At yan din yung requirements ng Section 13 of Republic Act 8792. Yan yung electronic commerce law natin. No? So, it should be retained in their original form, remain accessible to be usable for subsequent reference, retained in the format in which it was generated, no? Sent or received. So, yan po yung requirement. And then, in accordance with the rules on preservation of the books of accounts. So, sa huli natin, yun yung preservation na 10 years. No? Ito yung pinaka-last na amendment yan sa retention. No? Legal recognition of electronic documents, same also with the hard copy. No? So, kung ano yung generated ng computer na dokumento, meron na siyang evidentiary value. No? So, same conditions with the hard copy. No? So, pero kailangan lang the electronic document is able to maintain its integrity and reliability. So, bakit? Kasi ang computer, ang bilis lang baguhin. No? Pero dapat kasi sa system, kung binago man yan, nakalag yan sa system, nalalaman din na binago mo. No? So, its integrity and reliability through time and can be authenticated for subsequent reference. Ano yung authenticated? You have a way na makita mo na ito yung totoong records. No? So, the electronic document has remained complete and altered apart from the addition of endorsement and authorized change. No? So, dapat original yan, hindi siya binago. The electronic document can be relied upon for the purpose for which it was generated and for all the relevant circumstances. No? So, electronic document presented retain its original form. There exists a reliable assurance on the integrity of the document from the time when it was first generated in its final form. Halimbawa, di ba sabi natin yung nandun sa system, i-record mo sa DVD. No? So, makikita mo ngayon na from the original niya na record, electronic record, na nilipat mo, sinave mo dun sa DVD, makita mo na kung ano yung nandoon sa original, yun din yung ni-record or sinave sa DVD. The document is capable of being displayed to the person to whom it is presented. So, ano yung sabi mo, Harry? Text only. So, yung text only, information yun. So, walang mga images. Okay. So, ano dapat? Document shall be the functional equivalent of written document for evidentiary purposes. So, equivalent siya ng written documents. So, compliance enforcement, taxpayers fails to comply with the provisions of these regulations, padadalan siya ng sub pena dosis tecum. Kasi itong ano to? 2016, 26/2016 na regulations. Ano to? 2006. 16/2006. Okay. So, anong klase ito? Submission po ng electronic records. So, kaya ang penalty dito, sub pena dosis tecum. No? So, you will be forced to comply. Kasi kung hindi ka pa rin mag-comply, may kulong na. No? And, magkano yung kulong? Magkano yung piyansa? Magkano yung penalties? Mayroon ng penalties, mayroon pang kulong. No? Meron akong client, nag-bail lang siya, 4,000. So, pero pag convicted ka na, wala na. Kulong ka na talaga. Kasi temporary lang yung bail. Okay. So, I have discussed to you yung 16/2006. So, next po natin, kasi we try to manage our time at 3:30 na, is the 9/2009. Ito naman, hindi natin siya i-discuss in full kasi mahaba ito. Pero, I will just give you your guide. Why? Because this is also the maintenance, retention, submission also of electronic records. At ito yung preceding the yung 16/2006. At dito yung nagbigay na mandatory ang large taxpayers to maintain their computerized accounting system. No? Ito, sa purpose, under Section 1.4, the regulation shall make it mandatory for large taxpayers classified under Revenue Regulations number 1-98 to maintain and or adopt a computerized accounting system. No? So, and yeah, ito yung regulations na mandatory na. Okay. So, dito naman, dinefine niya yung database management system. So, ito yung software that controls, relates, retrieves, provide accessibility to data stored in a database. So, ibang system naman to This pertains to the stored data or sa database. O, hindi yung accounting. Iba yung accounting. Ito yung database management naman to. kumbaga sa ibang trabaho naman to ng computer. Electronic data interchange means the computer-to-computer exchange of business transactions in a standardized, structured electronic format. Ano tong electronic data interchange? Di ba yung information? Kasi sabi nga natin, this is a computerized accounting system. At ano yung nire-record natin dito? Records. No? Sometimes yung mga records na yan, nagta-travel yan from computer to computer. No? So, kaya ito yung sabi nila na electronic data interchange. No? Okay, meron yung computer exchange of business transactions. No? So, we also have the hard copy. Ano yun? Ito yung reports, yung printed na mga reports at saka nasa papel. No? So, electronic record, collection of related information in electronically readable format. No? So, may mga requirements din dito as to the format. No? Electronically readable format means information supported by system capable of producing accessible and usable copy. Accessible copy means taxpayer must provide acceptable copy of the electronic records in an electronically readable and usable format. Kasi magbigay ka nga ng electronic records, hindi naman readable, no? Hindi naman usable na format. No? So, anong mangyayari? Examiners or the investigators, dapat meron silang permit to process and analyze the electronic records on BIR equipment. Halimbawa, binigyan mo na sila ng soft copy, pwede nilang save doon sa kanilang computer so that makagawa naman sila ng reconciliation based doon sa record na sinabmit mo. A copy is usable if the electronic records can be processed and analyzed with BIR audit software. So, usable copy must be in a non-proprietary, commonly used data interchange format that is compatible with BIR hardware. Yung nabubuksan po siya sa BIR software. Electronic files retained in an encrypted or proprietary backup format must be able to be restored at a later date on accessible and usable state to meet BIR requirements. Kasi pagka encrypted yung data mo, kayo lang yung pwedeng makakita, kayo lang makagamit. Parang security kasi ito na binibigay sa mga may-ari ng mga electronic records. So, pagka ganyan na yung format, dapat, accessible and usable to meet BIR requirements. No? So, storage-only imaging system, taxpayer, electronic record keeping, media, CDR, na-define na natin yan doon sa 16-2006. No? So, basahin nyo na lang yan. Electronic record keeping requirements. Okay. All required records must be made available on request by the Commissioner of Internal Revenue. So, if the taxpayer retains records required to be kept under this regulation in both electronic and hard copy format, so taxpayer shall make records available to BIR upon request. No? Okay. So, meron pang hard copy documents, no, or reproduction thereof. So, hindi ibig sabihin na computerized accounting system ka, wala ka na nung mga hard copy. Nandyan pa rin. Ano lang ang na-electronic mo? Yung recording. No? Pero yung mga supporting documents, nandyan pa rin yun. Huwag mong walain. Otherwise, wala ring evidentiary value itong electronic records mo kung wala kayong mga hard copies. No? Okay. Lahat ng taxpayers na classified as large taxpayers, mandatory sa kanila. Ang books of accounts nila shall be in electronic formats. No? Kailan yung deadline nila to be computerized? December 31 pa, 2009. No, yung iba bayad lang ng bayad ng penalties. Ito na, a large taxpayer using commercial or customized software to keep books and records is not relieved of the responsibility to keep adequate electronic records. No? Okay. Ito yung mga general requirements ng electronic records. Sufficient transaction level detail information. Especially sa VAT, di ba? Ang daming mga information na kailangan. So, dapat na bibigyan ng computer. No? Dito kasi, may mga format siya dito na suggested format, no? Okay. So when the taxpayer uses electronic data interchange process and technology, the level of record detail in combination with other records related to the transactions must be equivalent to that contained in acceptable paper record. Ah? So equivalent siya sa acceptable paper record. So you cannot do away still with the substantiation requirements. No? Okay. Yung mga iba dyan, basahin nyo na yan. And then we have our business process information. Ito yung mga taxpayer shall be capable of, sa page 5 na po yan. No? Sa taxpayer shall be capable of demonstrating among others the following. Ito yung functions being performed. No? As they relate to the flow of data. Internal control used. No? And then, ano pa? Record formats or layout. Field definitions. File description. No? Detailed chart of accounts and account description. Although, kung computerized accounting system ka, nandyan na yun built-in na lahat to sa system. No? Ito yung mandatory for the following. No? So, ano ba yung laman ng general ledger? Ito yung date, the reference, brief description or explanation, the account title, the debits and the credits. So, if you try to look at dun sa ating explanation of the bookkeeping process, ito din naman yung nire-require, no? Kaya kung compliant kayo, compliant na kayo dito. Kasi ito yung basic na information required sa books of accounts. So, general ledger naman, ano yung mandatory? There should be date, the reference, the brief description or the explanation, and then the account title. Kung ano yung the debit mo at saka ng na-credits mo. Okay. Sales journal. Ito yung sa non-VAT at saka VAT, no? Nandyan yung date, customer's TIN, no? Yung TIN ng customer na palagi itong issue. Kasi sa BIR, ma'am, ayaw magbigay ng customer ng TIN, no? Ayaw din magpakilala, ayaw din magbigay ng pangalan, no? So, customer's name, address, no? Lalo na. Description, reference, document number, the sales invoice. No? So, yun ang sa sales journal. Nakalagay yung amount, nakalagay yung discount, especially kung senior citizen, person with disability, the VAT amount, output tax, and then the net sales. For the purchase journal, nandyan din yung date, supplier STIN, vendor's name, address, description, reference or document number or sales invoice, nakalagay din, the amount, the discount, the VAT amount or the input tax, and then the net purchases. So that is for the subsidiary purchase journal. Yan, may inventory book pa ha. At saka inventory book natin, yung list of inventory will be due also on on January na ha. Yun yung ending natin ng December for the one taxable year natin. Dapat meron tayong list of inventory that will be submitted to the BR not later than January 31 ng following month, no? So, ano itong nakalagay sa inventory book? Ito yung date, the product name, the description, the unit, the price per amount, and then the amount. So, be sure na kung ano yung laman ng inventory book nyo, yun yung list of inventory that you submitted to the BAR. And yung list of inventory na yan, submitted to the BAR, yun din yung inventory na nasa balance sheet nyo when you file your financial statements attached to your income tax return. No? Kasi ang daming findings. Iba yung nasa balance sheet mo na inventory, iba yung sa list of inventory mo, iba yung sa income statement mo na inventory. Makikita po lahat yan. Kaya dapat kayo mismo i-reconcile nyo na yung mga ano na yan, amount, no? Kasi pagka malaki ang discrepancy, ang laki ng effect doon sa tax liability nyo. Especially kung halimbawa yung inventory mo sa list of inventory mo maliit. Pero pagdating doon sa income statement mo, malaki. So, there is already a discrepancy. Kung may discrepancy yan, sabi na nga natin, whatever amount that you cannot account will be treated as other income. no? Undeclared income and that. Okay, so transaction integrity and security system. No? So, dapat meron daw adequate control in place. So, yung access control, input and output control. So, dapat ito yung mga, ano yung binibigyan mo ng access, authorized. No? So, processing controls, backup control, yung control to ensure there is no accidental or intentional editing or deletion of records. No? Ito yung sinasabi ko sa inyo na sinasadyang sirain yung computer kasi gustong palakihan yung sales o palitan yung sales. Date of change, previous transaction details, no? Current transaction details, and the reason for the change or deletion. Okay, changes to business system. So, capability to access, retrieve data must be preserved. Kung kahit may changes na sa business system, no, kahit yung data daw should be preserved. Okay. Hindi nawawala yung data or information. Okay, so before implementing a new business system, taxpayer must ensure that there is a sufficient detail that will be captured and produced to ensure proper determination of internal revenue taxes administered by the buyer. Yung example ko nga sa inyo, yung cash register machine na sabi na sira, dapat i-preserve mo yun para ma-retrieve pa rin ng BIR yung information. No? And then there should be an audit trail. No? Adequate control na incorporated sa system. Ito ang daming requirements dito sa 9-2009. So the system should ensure transaction integrity and security. No? Capture and save readable format ng information. No? Para yung BIR examiner, meron siyang access to all information produced by the system. No? Tapos merong adequate backup. Then the capacity to export required information. Okay. Ito naman yung electronic records and maintenance. No? So ano yun? Yung i-retain mo, i-convert mo ang electronic records mo in accordance with the 16-2006 that we discussed din kanina. No? So magkaroon ka ng backup sa another medium. So yung iba ginagawa nila, halimbawa yung mga records nila today, sinisave na nila yan sa hard drive, no? And then piniplace nila yan sa ibang lugar para hindi sila sama-sama sa isang lugar, no? So marami pa yan, but since we are running out of time, no, magpo 4 o'clock na pala. So, ano tong location? Records must be kept at the taxpayer's place of business in the Philippines or another place na designated. Itong mga backup, no, natin. So, halimbawa, nag-backup tayo ng hard drive. Dapat yung hard drive na yan, i-place natin yan sa ibang location, hindi yung the same. Para pag may nangyari sa computer mo, safe pa yung sa backup files mo, sa records, no? Kaya yung iba nga ginagamit nila sa cloud, no? Doon na sa internet na lang din nila sinostore. Yung iba naman, nag-store pa sila sa email. Yung mga importante nila na documents, nilalagay sa email. So, anytime, ma-retrieve. Depende na yun, kanya-kanyang style na. So, basta as long as it is acceptable. And importante, ma-preserve yung integrity ng authenticity ng records. Okay. Use of third party for electronic records maintenance. Pwede, outsource mo, but be sure na yung arrangement such that confidential po kasi ang records, no? At saka kailangan yan may safety, security, at saka may record management ka, no? Access and submission of electronic records, no? So, taxpayer may arrange to provide the BIR with the hardware, software, personal resources to access the electronic records. Ito yung sinasabi ko sa inyo, doon pa sa 16-2006, that during the examination, meron ka talagang personnel na i-assign, no? Doon sa examination, during the examination. Pwede rin na third party. no, outsourcing. No? And then, taxpayer may convert electronic records to standard record format. No? Ito yung specified ng 16-2006. Di ba may sinasabi niya siya doon na the base format, no? Yun yung i-convert mo yung records mo into that format na acceptable to the BIR. Okay? Alternative storage media. Ngayon, marami na yata mga bago, no? Microfilm, microfiche, other storage only imaging system, no? So that should comply with the requirements, no? So yung ibang mga ano diyan, basahin niyo na lang, no? May nire-require pa, logbook shall be maintained to include among others the following. Ano 'yon? The date of the imaging kung pina-outsource mo, signature of the person authorizing performing the imaging, description of the records image, and whether source document are destroyed or disposed, no? So meron kayong logbook and consider na yung inyong mga records are confidential, no? Talagang anuhin niyo 'yan. Itago niyo 'yan, and only authorized persons lang yung pwedeng mag-handle. Okay? Effect on hard copy record keeping requirements. Same. So kung halimbawa mix ka, meron kang soft copy, meron kang hard copy. So the same pa rin na itago mo sila for 10 years. No? Okay. Time period. Kung ano yung nakalagay sa section ng BIR, ngayon 10 years na. No? Registration requirements, ito dapat meron siyang permit under RMO 29-2002. Penalty, how much is the penalty? Under Section 255. Ito yung failure to submit information. No? So, parang depende yan, sa ano kasi sa large taxpayer, yung first offense, 50,000. Pero depende na yun sa how often yung ginawa mo na wala ka pa ring permit. Kagaya niyan, since 2009, 11 years na, wala ka pa ring computerized accounting system. So, depende na po yan sa RDO. No? So, it's, we're running out of time. No? Meron pa tayong retention. So, walang time break. Continue po tayo. And then, to follow na yung question and answers po natin doon sa mga questions nyo. No? Now, let's go to record retention and management. Pag meron po kayong mga questions, mga clarifications pa doon sa mga regulations na yan, yung 16-2006 at saka 9-2009, lagay na lang po ninyo sa mga comment section po natin. Kasi babalikan po natin yan. At saka every live streaming po natin ng Tuesday and Thursday, no? 8 o'clock ng gabi hanggang 10 o'clock. Lahat ng mga questions ninyo na nasa YouTube, na comment ninyo, na-answer po natin, no? So, halos nag-update na kami kasi there was a time na hindi kami napabayaan namin yung mga questions. Dumami. So, ngayon, yun na yung ginagawa namin. So, at least we go current, no? So, yung mga ina-answer natin ngayon, Hari, yung mga current na, no? Kasi wala na yung mga previous pa na ang dami na naubos din namin sa every Tuesday and Thursday, no, na question and answers. Okay, so kung meron kayo mga questions, you just post your question or clarification at sa abot na makakaya natin, sasagutin po natin. No? Okay, so for the record retention and management, ano ba yung record retention? No? Kasi record retention program, ito yung systematic storage, tracking, distraction of business documents and records. Sabi ko nga sa inyo, lahat ng ginagawa natin, we have to consult the law. May batas yan eh. Kagaya ng Switzerland, kaya sabi nila Switzerland is the best place to live in the world. Lahat ng galaw mo sa Switzerland may batas, no? At saka yung batas nila is every province. At madali lang sila mag-amend ng batas, no? Converge lang yung ilang tao nila, gawa na resolution, pwede nang baguhin yung batas nila. No? Kasi dapat ang batas kasi customized din. Bakit kailangan niyang customized? Because ang batas, ano ba yung purpose ng law? To regulate and also for the welfare ng mga tao. So kung obsolete na yung batas mo, bakit kailangan pa yan nandyan? No? So dapat yan i-amend na para naka-cope up siya sa needs ng mga tao. No? So, itong retention natin ng documentation, meron din yung batas. Ano yun? Lalo na pag tax records yan. So it shall conform also with the retention requirement of the BIR. Kaya nga, pinag-aralan natin yung 16-2006 at saka yung 9-2009, yung 29-2002, nandoon yung mga requirements kung paano natin tago yung mga records natin, no? Na sabi ko nga sa inyo, ang the requirements talaga is 10 years, no? So in your retention program, you identify the records. Ano ba yung kailangan na itago and then outline the records. How long different record times should be stored and how they should be destroyed. Although, ang sabi natin na 10 years ang requirement ng BIR for retention of your records. After that, pwede nyo na siyang condemn, no? Pwede nyo na siyang destroy, pwede nyo na sunugin, or whatever, para hindi na marami kayong kalat or files. But there are records na you have to keep forever, no? Ano yung kasama dyan? Yung marriage contract, ma'am, kasama yan sa forever na tinatago, no? Ano pa yung mga documents, no, na kailangan itago forever? Yung mga payroll natin at saka yung payment natin sa SSS ng mga employees, wala po yung prescription yan, hindi yan nag-expired. Why? Because it involves benefits of the employees. Yung sa mga records natin sa pag-ibig. So, although sinasabi dito sa BIR na sunugin nyo na, pero yung mga records na yan, importante yan, di yan kasama. No? So, meron tayong programa or sistema sa pag-dispose ng mga records. No? So, why record retention matters? Because if you dispose too early, wala pang 10 years, then you will be answerable ng batas. Kasi ni-require nga ng BIR na 10 years. Tapos, sinunog mo na o inala mo na. No? So, pagpunta ng BIR, wala ka na ipakita. Okay. Hanging on too long, o kaya sobra-sobra naman, 10 years na, ayaw mo pa rin itapon yung papel mo. No? You are running the legal risk. Ito yung mga sample na nagkakaroon ng mga problema because of poor record retention and management. Ang dami talaga niyan, hindi lang yan. Isang example. Kasi pag sinabi mo nawala yung records, halimbawa yung nawala mo is yung title ng lupa mo. Ang hirap pag nagpa-reconstitute ka ng lupa, ng title, di ba? Dadaan ka pa sa korte o magkano gagastusin mo. O kaya since nawala yan, malay mo, minortgage na yan at tinransfer na nung sino mo nagnakaw. So, kailangan maingat tayo sa records. Improperly storing client information also shredded or destroyed records before the required detention. Kaya halimbawa yung na-shred mo, yung mga pautang mo, matay ka. Lalo na. Alam mo, nangyari sa akin yan dahil nung bago pala ako dito. Ang dami kong sa Manila, no? Kasi galing ako Negros. Ang dami kong mga gustong gawin. Kasi mahilig talaga ako na may trabaho na tapos may negosyo, no? Mahilig talaga ako niyan. Hindi ako kontento na asahan ko lang yung sweldo ko. Hindi pwede. No? So, anong ginawa ko? Ang una ko sanang gawin pagdating ko dito, punta ako sa Navotas kasi kukuha ako ng mga maglalako ng isda. Bibili ako ng sasakyan. Tapos, yung gagawin ko, ako magsusupply sa kanila. No? Pero, yung naging trabaho ko, parang 5-in-1 ako sa opisina, no? Ang dami-daming trabaho, hindi kinaya. And then nagta-travel ako because trainer po ako ng BIR for 17 years. I go from, yung mga regions, lahat-lahat ng sulok ng Pilipinas, pupuntahan mo. And then hindi lang yun. On call ka anytime. Bawa, yung isang trainer doon, isang speaker, hindi available. Ikaw yung, ikaw yung fit in, ikaw yung ipapalit. So, ako naman, I don't say no eh. Yung iba, ayaw na. Ako, hindi eh. Kasi para sa akin, yun lang yung service na nakakatulong ka. So, huwag mo na ipagkait. So, kahit bagyo, no? Minsan, sakay ka ng eroplano. Diyos ko, sumasayaw na yung eroplano mo. Talagang hahabulin mo kasi may seminar kinabukasan. And then the participants will be coming from all over the Philippines. Nakakaya hindi mo pupuntahan. No? Or lulubog na yung barko, sasakyan mo. So, yun yung mga na-experience ko na yan lahat. No? So, but kailangan eh. No? So, awan ng Diyos, hanggang noon, buhay ka pa naman. So, yung iba, no, may client ako na ang lakas-lakas pa. Wala na. So, pag oras mo talaga. Pagka buhay ka pa, yun, continue lang with your service. Okay. So, halimbawa, yung nawala mo na records, yung accounts receivable mo, o patay kang bata ka. Kaya sabi ko, na nangyari sa akin yan. Kasi bago ako dito sa Manila, yung ginawa ko, nagpapautang ako nung mga, kunti lang naman, 2,000, 5,000. Hindi ko na makita yung ano, doon sila nakapirma. Ay, yung iba nagbayad, yung iba talaga din, hindi. No? So, yun yung, you are running the risk. That's why records are very important. No? Eh, wala na ipakita na may pinirmahan siya. Eh, yung iba,
Alam naman nila yun, ano?
alam nila, pero sinadya. No?
Ayaw lang magbayad.
Ayaw magbayad. Pero mas maganda doon na mayroon ka talaga na ipakita sa kanila na ito yung pinirmahan nila. O kaya yung mga pautang, walain yung records. No? Exposing to data theft and breaches. Ito pa, if you are in business, lahat ng information mo na patungkol doon sa business mo, yung mga information na yan, gustong-gusto yan malaman ng competitor mo. Kung paano ka na, how you thrive. Kaya minsan, ninanakaw yung mga data mo. No? So, pero yung data na yan, that's why you must be very secured na hindi nanakawin. No? Kasi ninanakaw yun. Halimbawa, yung list of customers mo. No? So, pwede nilang nakawin yan. And then, kung competitor mo sila, yung kanilang product yun ang i-offer nila dun sa customers mo. No? Or, yung price list mo. Alam ko, nangyayari yan sa mga pharmaceutical companies. Eh. No? Babaan nila ng 2 piso yung kanila. Wala ka ng customer. No? So, be very careful about information kasi especially if it's about your business mo, it will save you from minsan, you will be running out of business kasi alam na ng competitor mo and that information, they use it against you. No? So, records to retain. So, ito yung mga example lang naman yan. No? Business record retention time sa atin for BIR purposes is 10 years, but for other government agencies, wala pong disposal ng records. No, you have to keep it. Okay. So, record retention program, dapat magkaroon kayo niyan, no? So, that provides for the systematic review, retention, destruction of documents received or created in the course of business. So, itong importante diyan yung retrieval. No? Kaya ang sabi ko sa mga nagbo-bookkeep, no, halimbawa may books of accounts kayo, sabi nila, ma'am, ang dami pa. So, pwede ba tuloy pa rin yung records? Pwede naman eh. Tuloy mo yung records mo sa books of accounts mo. Pero how will you archive them? No? So, ibig sabihin, yung record mo, meron yan na 2020, 2019. So, paano mo siya ngayon i-archive? O itago mo na, ginagamit mo pa. So, ano yung mga documents mo na supporting? Labo-labo, no? Pero para sa akin, kung malaki din lang yung business nyo, gawin nyo ng yearly. Para halimbawa, pagdating ng January, ibang libro na yung gagamitin mo. So ngayon, lahat ng records mo for 2020, intact yan lahat sa isang lugar. Hindi yung kukunin mo pa yung libro doon, tapos ilagay mo na naman dito sa 2021. No? So, you have to set up your own program na hindi kayo rin mahihirapan. No? Siguro pwede yun kung talagang hindi voluminous yung business transactions mo, o pwede yun na isang taon, bawa, lesser ka lang naman, no? So, isang buwan, isang resibo lang ini-issue mo. So, uobra yun. Pero kung merchandising ka, o kaya ibang klase yung business mo, magulo, no? So, I would rather advise na gawin mo yearly basis, 1 year. Okay. So, why create a record retention program? No? Very important. No? It will protect you from litigation. So, it will protect you during the tax investigation. And it will ensure compliance with dito sa atin, yung rules and regulations po natin dito sa bansa natin. Kasi itong framework dito, yung reference ko dito is the ARMA or the Association of Record Managers and Administrators based in US. Kaya sinasabi nila dito, federal and state laws. No? Pero sa atin, yung rules and regulations din natin dito sa Pilipinas. No? And then, very clear ka rin dun sa sistema mo on how to distract your document. No? Kasi yung during the distraction, halimbawa, umabot na ng 10 years yung records mo. So sabi ng pwede mo na i-dispose. So how are you going to distract? Oh, dapat meron ka na lang susundan na guide. O kasi baka mamaya lahat yan na-distract na hindi naman dapat kasama. No? So, what concerns should be with? Lahat. No? Okay. So, is there a legal requirement for keeping the document? After the document is past its useful life, what other purpose could it serve? No? Or, what is the consequence of not being able to locate the document? Sobrang sakit ng ulo. Ano ba yung hinahanap natin, Hari? Yung aking CPA board. No? Sa BOA. Because nag-apply ako ng accreditation sa SEC. Hindi namin makita. So, ano yun? Consequence of not being able to locate the document, yun na lang yung kulang sa SEC. Oh, ano na naman? Hindi na naman ma-process, no? So, kailangan mo nang pumirma, filing na. Wala. So, what is the cost? Lugi ka. Ano yun? Hindi ka na makakapag-engage with client na kailangan nila yung accreditation ng SEC. So, it's business loss. Yung mawalan ka ng opportunity to engage. So, can the item be reliably reproduced elsewhere if needed? Ito yung backup, no? Halimbawa, nawala dito. Meron ka bang backup na pwede mo siyang i-produce elsewhere? No? So, ano yung ginagawa ng iba? Yung sa amin ko, ini-email nila sa sarili nila. Doon, pipicturan, yung resibo, and then email nila sa sarili nila. So, kung mawala man yung hard copy, nandun, print mo sa email mo. No? How do I implement a record retention program? No? So, once na mayroon ka ng records, i-retain mo yung program, magkaroon ka na ng sistema. No? So, kung halimbawa, business ka, no? So, assign one employee na yun yung magkaroon siya ng record management. No? Okay. How do you store your records? Depende yan sa iyo. Pero bawal na kalat yan at saka nasisira yan, mababasa ng ulan. Ang laki ng penalties ngayon dyan. No? Under the train law, tinaasan yan ni President Duterte. So, ano sabi niya? Your record should be unaltered. Ibig sabihin, hindi masisira, hindi mapupunit, saka ilagay mo siya sa maayos na storage facilities. No? Ma'am, nabaha ng ulan. Ba't mo nilagay doon sa nababaha siya? Ma'am, nabasa. O, ba nilagay mo siya doon sa mabasa? Ma'am, nasunog. Hindi ko na masagot yan. Kasi yung sunog, walang may gusto talaga dyan sa sunog. Pero anong dapat mong gawin? Ilagay mo siya doon sa place na safe, no? Pero ang pinaka-importante pa rin yung easy to retrieve. Otherwise, sasakit yung ulo mo. Here comes the examiner. Hahanapin niya yung records mo. Yung records mo, yung isang buwan nandito, yung isang buwan nandun. Para pagsamahin mo yung 1 year, sobrang sakit pa ng ulo. No? Kung saan-saan ka pa maghahanap. So, dapat yan, naka-intact na siya na yung 1 year mo na records nandyan. No? Better said than done. Dali sabihin dito, naka-PowerPoint lang to. Pero pag sa actual, nako, hari, sakit ulo natin sa hinahanap natin. No? Kaya sabi nung isa, ma'am, tuturo tayo ng ganito, pero hindi natin nagagawa. Kaya sabi ko, better said than done eh. Kasi, but you have to, otherwise, ano daw ang sabi dito? Yung organize or agonize. Pag hindi ka nag-organize, siguradong sakit sa ulo abutin mo. Yun nga lang, hindi namin makita. Pero alam ko nandyan lang yan. Naglipat kasi kami eh. Alam ko yung dati. Pero hanapin ko yan. No? Naglipat kami, so medyo... So ito yung mga type of records and then the retention period. No? US ito, sa atin kasi wala naman nakalagay. So, i-visit mo pa yung bawat batas. Pero, there are records na you have to keep them forever. No? Number 1 na dyan yung marriage contract. Kasi, forever yan, hindi nag-i-expire. No?
Pero madali naman yan.
Pero,
Pwede ka naman
in
sa
SO, at saka hindi lang yun. Yung original mo, wala ang visa eh. Yung in SO certified yung hinahanap.
certified naman.
Kasi yung original mo, pwedeng palitan yan eh. Mamaya pinalitan mo na yung asawa mo dun sa hawak-hawak mo. Pero yung nandun sa NSO, hindi. Kaya anong ginagawa ngayon? Alam nyo dyan talaga, yung mga Pinoy. Kaya tingnan mo ngayon, may sinumar na. No? Yung certificate of no marriage. Kasi yung mga lalaki daw, paglabas ng bahay, binata. Ewan ko, mga babae yata, ganun na rin. No? Kasi kung titingnan mo kay Tolfo ngayon, baligtad na. Tingnan mo yung mga cases ngayon kay Tolfo. Sino yung mga kawawa dyan ngayon? Halos mga lalaki na sabi ko, baligtad na yung mundo dati. Babae yung umiiyak-iyak kasi iwanan ng lalaki. Ngayon, ang daming kawawa, lalaki. No? Lalo na yung mga babae, mag-abroad, nako, goodbye. Goodbye, kasi may iba sila doon. No? So, nag-iiba ang mundo. Basta tayo, doon na tayo sa ano iba yung tama. Kasi alam nyo, pagka ginawa mo yung hindi tama, sakit sa ulo. O, saan ka pupulutin? Puro problema. No? Tsaka yung mga, bugso lang yan ng damdamin mo. Pero yung after effect, ako kasi I'm a very result-oriented person. Bago mo gawin yung isang bagay, isipin mo ano ba yung resulta. Gusto ko ba yung resulta nito? Gusto ko ba ganito? Huwag na lang. No? Is it worth it na makikigulo ka sa isang gulo? Parang sakit ng ulo, no? Sabi ko, kung may gagawin ka, doon ka na sa iniisip mo na ito yung tahimik yung buhay mo. Kasi ang daming magagandang bagay na dapat gawin. Bakit doon ka pa sa hindi maganda? No? Minsan ka lang mabuhay sa mundo. O kung meron mang ibang buhay, hindi na yung buhay mo ngayon ang mararanasan mo, iba na. So, make it worth it. No? Make it worth it. Huwag mo nang pasakitin yung ulo mo. Kasi yung para bang driver ka, pumapasok sa alanganin. No? Pag nagda-drive ka kasi, dapat nandun ka rin sa less yung risk. No? Yung sinasabi ng iba na ilagay mo yung sarili mo sa dapat mong kalagyan. No? Para menos ng sakit ng ulo. Okay? So, itong mga record retentions natin, example lang to, ng mga electronic records, and then meron tayong mga storage facilities, what to read, no? Kasi yung iba, sinisread nila, no? If, pag halimbawa, hindi naman nila kailangan, isread na kaagad. Noon, ang dami niyan, no? Pag naglabas ang BIR ng mga basura, sako-sako yan. Nandoon yung mga papel, mga ano. Ngayon, wala na because of computerization. Paperless na. No? So, kaya sabi ko maganda din itong ano. Biro mo yung ilang sako-sako yan na basura lang na papel, ilang kahoy yan na papatayin para makaproduce ng papel. Ngayon, paperless na. So, kunti na lang yung basura. At ngayon, kakaunti na lang din pumapasok kasi work at home na. So, ano na, tingnan mo, tahimik na yung mundo. No? nakaka-recover na daw. Sabi ng iba, maganda na daw yung ano. Hindi ko makikita eh. Dito lang ako eh. Maganda na raw yung, ano ba yun, yung sky. Hindi na raw yung ang daming smog, ang daming ano. I don't know. Kasi hindi pa ako masyadong lumalabas. Yung lumabas, since ano, yung COVID, yung lumabas. No? Kasi, minsan lang ako nakalabas, yung pumunta ng Pampanga. Pero ayoko talagang lumabas kasi parang hindi ko feel, malungkot. Malungkot na lalo, hindi ako nalungkot nung lockdown kasi sanay akong hindi lumalabas. Nung lumabas ako doon, ako nalungkot kasi wala na yung mga businesses, tapos yung mga hinanap ng tao, wala na. Tsaka ang daming namatay. No? Dami talaga na yung mga medyo alanganin na. Ang dami. Babata pa. Kaya, ayaw may stress. No? Ayaw sila makita. So, the creation of records. So, ano ba yun? Yung mga archiving natin, retention, disposal ng records, no? So, basahin nyo to because this can be your guide, no? Pinaghirapan po natin yan na i-prepare. And for your information, nagsusubscribe tayo, nag-member tayo sa ARMA, yung Association of Record Managers and Administrator ng US. Kasi bakit? Sila yung inaaral kasi nila yung paano ba yung effective na way at saka yung mga best practices ng record management, no? So, nagkakaroon tayo ng idea sa kanila. No, nandiyan yung importance, the role, no? So, bibigay natin yan sa inyo. Sa dami ng slides na ginawa natin, dito natatapos ng 2 days. Kaya yung iba talaga dito is for your reading, no? Kaya basahin nyo yan. Ano na yan sa inyo ni Harry, na email na. So, please read it. At saka, ano nangyari sa atin during the day. Nagkaroon tayo ng discussions on the computerized system. And then, yung mga different softwares, yung mga nagkaroon tayo ng video show on how this computerized accounting system works. And then, itong hapon, yung regulations on how to apply for permit to use computerized accounting system. Ano yung mga electronic records that we should submit to the examiner during the investigations, and then paano po natin i-retain yung ating records, no? So with that, I would like to say thank you. Kung may mga comments kayo, pakilagay lang dyan. Let's have a 5 minutes break and then we will go to question and answers, no? Akin na yung pamalo. Okay, so let's now go to may sound na? Let's now go to question and answers, no? Yung mga promise natin kanina na yung mga questions ninyo, we will answer it after our lecture proper. No? So yung mga ano nila Hari, certificate.
Ayun sa ano,
Oo, online.
hindi ko pa na ano,
Sige.
baka next week.
Sige. So yung certificate next week. Okay. So let's now go to question and answer, no? Sagutin natin yung mga questions nila. Sige.
May tanong po ma'am na unang tanong galing kay It's Jassy.
Mm.
Saan daw bilong yung tax due like value added tax due payment, income tax due payment, withholding tax due payment, tsaka percentage tax due payments. Expense daw po ba sila?
Okay. So good question, no? Yung income tax, hindi po siya pwedeng expense. Why? Kasi ano ba ang income tax? Tax yan on our net income. So, ibig sabihin, hindi pa natin alam magkano yung bayaran natin na tax, compute muna natin yung ating net income. So, definitely, itong income tax, hindi siya deductible expense, no? Kasi saan ba tayo nagdideduct lang naman? During that time na gumagawa tayo ng ating income tax return. So, for income tax purposes, the income tax is not considered as part of the operating expenses. Ano yung mga taxes na nasa taxes and licenses na pwede natin i-claim? Yun yung percentage tax. Yun yung mga real estate tax, no? Realty taxes. Yun yung mga mayor's permit natin, DTI. No? Pwede natin ilagay yan doon sa taxes and licenses. Yung income, hindi siya allowed. No? So, saan lang siya pwedeng i-deduct? Sa income mo, sa written earnings mo. Value-added tax is not also an allowable expense. Why? Because may contra account po ang VAT na yung about payable mo, output tax mo, may contra account na input tax, no? So hindi po siya ina-allow na i-deduct natin, no, for tax purposes. Withholding tax lalo na. Bakit? Because withholding tax is not your tax. Tax yan ng employee, tax yan ng supplier mo, dinidak mo lang yan para i-remit mo sa government, no? Withholding tax system is a system of taxation that collects in advance the payment for income tax, no? Or value-added tax, kung anong klaseng tax yung withhold mo. And ano yung obligation ng withholding agent to remit that to the BAR. So definitely yung tax na yan, hindi mo pera yan, no? Pera yan nung may-ari ng income na kung kanino mo siya withhold. So it's not an allowable expense. Okay.
Next po ma'am, galing kay Maria Christy Sevilla.
Okay.
Yung background po nung tanong niya is virtual assistant, tapos sole proprietor, non-VAT.
Okay.
Tapos yung books of accounts daw is isa lang, which is the blue book na simplified set.
Alam mo, wala na yung simplified set na yan eh, na dati pa, lalo na online ka, no? Virtual, ano yan eh, unlimited yung pwedeng magawa sa virtual eh, no? So, yun yung sabi ko na binigyan sila ng BAR, isang libro, see to it na standard na libro yung i-keep nyo. Kasi bakit? So, yung journal mo, yun din yung ledger mo. No? Kasi standard yung recording natin sa bookkeeping. Hindi naman pwede na i-journalize mo lang tapos hindi ka na mag-post into ledger. Paano mo malaman ngayon yung balances mo? So, in short, hindi mo nagawa yung buong bookkeeping process. No? Kung isa lang yung gagamitin mo na libro. So, I would rather suggest na bumili ka ng 4 na libro, journal, ledger, tapos yung 14 columns na para sa cash receipt mo, cash disbursement, maayos yung records mo. Kasi pagka isa lang yung libro, magulo yan. No? Pero mo, nandun na yung journal, nandun na yung ledger, nandun na yung mga subsidiaries mo. No? Bawa, yung mga discounted sales mo, yung sale mo sa senior citizen, no? So, magulo po pag isa lang yung libro nyo. At saka imagine na yung isang libro na yan that is already good for at least 1 year. No? So, anong hitsura nung laman na yan? Yung journal mo, yun din yung ledger mo. No? At saka iba ang column. No? Yung sinasabi mong blue book na yan, halos, buti may nagbebenta pa yun ngayon kasi halos wala na nga yan. No? So, be sure na doon tayo sa standard. Kasi yung pinaka-standard natin, yun na yung 4 na libro eh. No? Kasi ang cash receipt, para sa cash na sales mo, o kaya yung mga na-receive mong cash. Tapos yung cash disbursement, ito yung mga expenses mo. Journal, ito yung explanation ng mga transactions mo na day-to-day. And then yung ledger, yun yung posting mo ng mga balances ng account mo. No? So, kung isa lang, and then throughout the year, yun lang yung gagamitin mo, medyo magulo. No? So,
Nga po yung tanong niya doon, ma'am, is kung how to record daw using the blue book.
sobrang hirap. Ay, ano yung isang page mo, nandun yung journal, tapos yung isang page mo, nandun yung ledger. Ako, I want advice na isang book lang yung gamitin mo. Na? Kasi mahirapan ka talaga dyan. Saka wala siyang column para sa journal, para yung sa account balances na debit credit.
Next po, ma'am, na question niya is consider daw ba na expense yung mga paid webinars or seminar?
Yes.
Or online courses na related sa work ko?
Yes po. Consider po yan. So, ang gagawin mo dyan, you keep the receipts or yung payment mo, no? Kasama po yan.
Kaya ma'am, kung bali equivalent to workshop na hineheld ng company sa mga employees?
Yes. Pwede po yan. Kasama. Kasi yung mga webinar naman, ano naman yan eh, wala namang limit yan. No? Pero yung iba kasi free, especially yung halimbawa, yung seminar ng work. So, sometimes libre yan sa employee. No? So, wala kang expense doon. Yun lang mga paid na webinars na talagang babayaran mo.
Next po na question niya, kung nagiging invalid daw po kaya yung isang invoice. Like if may mga erasures in both copies. Copy ko and online client. Kasi po bago lang ako at mali pala computation ko. So, hindi naman daw ni client.
Yung magkamali po tayo sa resibo, para sa akin, better cancel na lang. No? Halimbawa, may mga kung ano-ano ka ng ano. Kasi ang practice ko talaga, it will cast doubt kasi sa resibo. Pag nakita ng examiner yan na ang daming bura, ay binago to, no? So, anong gagawin mo? Cancel mo na lang. And then, pag nag-cancel tayo po ng resibo, dapat yung original na resibo at saka yung duplicate nandoon, ano mo na yan, clip mo o kaya yung stapler, no? Para hindi na siya matanggal din. Lagyan mo na word na cancel. And then, i-issue mo yung next na resibo, no? Kasi, para sa akin, yung isang bura lang dyan sa resibo, that is an official document, no? So, kung kanino mo yan binigay, kasi binigay mo yung original doon sa nag-receive, pati siya will be affected. Kasi, magkakas na daw, baka pinalitan niya to. So, better still, i-cancel mo na lang yan and then issue another receipt.
Kahit date lang po. Halimbawa, nagkamali ka sa date, pwedeng anuhan lang. Initial lang. Pero the amount, dapat yung pa rin.
Yung date, hindi naman crucial yung date. So, pwede na yun na initial. No? Depende kasi sa ano yung pagkakamali mo eh. Pero kung apparent at saka daming mali, especially amount, o kaya name ng customer, no? Isa pa yan. Kung sobrang glaring na talaga yung mali, then i-cancel nyo na. No? Okay.
Next po ang galing kay Ma'am Bernadette Lonon.
Okay. Dati ba siya natin? YouTubers natin, no?
Nanonood po siya sa live natin sa gabi.
Okay.
Sabi niya, halimbawa daw sa computerized system, paano daw mag-apply at meron bang mag-train kung paano gamitin or may
Yes.
manual guide?
Yes po.
Yes.
Pagka nag-computerized accounting system kayo, ang magtitrain sa inyo yung mismong system developer. Hindi yan kayang ituro ng iba. Bakit? Kasi sila yung nakakaalam how their system work at saka sila din yung magbibigay sa inyo ng license to use their system. So, ang may responsibilidad na turuan kayo sila mismo. Halimbawa, bumili ka ng QuickBooks. Yung QuickBooks pupunta sa iyo. But ang problem dyan, during the training, i-charge ka pa rin nila. Halimbawa, 2 weeks yung training. Ano pa rin sila yung pababayaran ka pa rin nila doon sa training.
Next po nga galing kay Ma'am Crystal Mangali.
Okay.
Ma'am Elsa, paano po pag nawala yung permit to use CAS? Kailangan po ba mag-submit ng letter sa BIR na wala po and may penalty din po ba?
Affidavit of loss ka. No? Sa BIR, ang pinakamababa nila is 1,000 na penalty. Pero yung iba, kung permit yan, may iba na mabait, hindi ka pabayarin. Pero kung matapat ka sa hindi mabait, pababayarin ka. No? At least 1,000. Pero at least hawak mo. Kaya anong gagawin mo the moment meron kang permit? Paseros mo na marami. No? Yun yung parang recovery o kaya backup. No? Yung original, i-frame mo na siya. Yung mga Xerox, pa-Xerox mo ng colored at paano mo na siya, lagay mo sa iba't ibang files mo para kahit na mawala, ma-misplace, marami kang kopya. Oh, so ganun ang ginagawa ko eh.
Yung original naka-frame.
Yes. Kaya hanapin ko yung original Hari. Kasi ang daming Xerox, di ba? No CPA certificate na yan. Na-misplace lang yan dyan. Okay. Ano pa?
Ito ma'am, galing kay Kimberly at Vincula.
Okay.
Kapag po ba general journal and cash disbursement lang po yung manual books, magkakaroon po ba ng penalty pag gano'n?
Para hindi ka ma-penalty, ngayon pa lang, proactive ka. Anong gagawin mo? Punta ka na sa BIR, dalhin mo yung 2 libro mo na yan, bumili ka ng libro na kung ano man yung kulang. Kulang ka ng journal, kulang ka ng isang cash receipt. No? Kasi 2 lang yan eh, dapat at least 4. Dalhin mo na yan, and then tataka na, wala pong penalties yan. Wala pong penalties. Kasi usually, yung nagbigay sa iyo ng 2 libro, taga-BIR din yan eh. So ano lang, kinorek mo lang siya. So, para...
Sa BIR din dito yung 2
Pwede po sa pwede sa BIR kasi mayroon doon na nagtitinda. Meron din sa mga bookstores.
Ma'am, wala na po tanong.
Wala na. So, pinapauwi na tayo. Sige. Dito po sa face-to-face, meron pa po tayong question.
Yung new business ako na...
Bigyan mo ng mic si ma'am para narinig nila.
Kasanggan dito lang.
Okay.
Saan dito?
Dito po sa PR.
Ma'am Els, ganito, yung new business ako,
Okay.
bali, ka-issue lang ng aking OR.
Okay.
Itong week lang. By
Okay.
January ba, magpa-file ako ng... Kasi for
Yes.
2020 yun eh.
Yes.
So, by January, magpa-file ako ng October to December?
Yes po. Ano yung percentage tax?
Ano po?
Percentage tax ba? Ano yung mga tax types mo din sa CR? So, may percentage tax ka. So, yung percentage tax mo, ipa-file mo yon ng percentage tax mo, June yan is January. No? January 30. So, bayaran mo October, November, December, yung 3 buwan. And then,
Ano yung accomplish ko na ano?
2551Q.
65,
2551Q. Yung 0605 na yun naman yung 500. No?
605, yung
500. Tapos yung 2551Q, yan naman yung percentage. No? Yan yung 3% based on your gross sales.
So, yung mga libro, wala ba akong na-accomplish? Wala naman. Ano
I-record mo yung income mo doon at saka expenses mo ng October, November, and December. So, dapat kung ano yung i-report mo dyan sa 2551Q mo, naka-record yan sa libro. Magkano yung gross, no?
Sige po. Thank you.
And then, wag ka mo na mag-thank you kasi meron ka pa ipag-file.
Record expenses.
Ano yun? Yun yung pinaka-importante sa lahat, yung annual income tax return mo. So, whether may business, may transactions ka o wala kang transactions, pero may gastos ka na rin, i-claim mo na yung gastos, magfa-file ka talaga ng annual income tax return mo and the deadline is April 15.
Ito
No?
Napo-confuse ako doon sa ng BIR.
Annual yan. No?
Ito yung 3% tax itong January 30.
Yes.
Or before.
Quarterly ba mo yun na pinapile?
Ang income quarterly din. Pero pagkadating na ng last quarter, isama mo na siya sa annual. No? At ang annual natin is deadline April 15.
Last quarter kasama sa annual.
Yes. Kaya ang quarterly ng income natin, yung first quarter lang na January to March, yung April to June, at saka yung July to September. Yun yung tatlong quarterly na income tax na ipa-file mo.
So every quarter na ako?
Every quarter na yan pagdating na ng January to March. No?
Itong January to March, ang filing yan yung April 15?
Yung January to March, ang filing niyan is
Before April 15.
May 15. No? Before, dati April 15 yan eh. Ngayon May 15 na.
O, basta bago mag-May 15.
Yes, ipa-file na po ninyo.
Yun ang deadline.
Yes. Yung iba, sinasabay na rin nila sa annual eh. Kasi yung annual, di ba, April 15.
Oo.
So,
Pwede ko na rin isabay yun.
pwede na rin isabay, no? So, yun yung mga
Di ba siguro kasi, di ba, may OR na kami, di makakapag-operate na ako
Correct.
January to March.
Yes, yes.
Hindi ko na, iwalay ko na lang yun.
Oh. So, ang gagawin mo, yung dapat pong i-file itong January, yung 0605 at saka yung 2551M. Pagdating na ng April, yun na yung annual na income tax mo. Pagdating na ng May, yun yung quarterly muna naman ng income tax na first quarter. At saka yung percentage tax mo na naman na 3%, kailan mo yan babayaran? Kasi second quarter mo is April, May, and June. So, bayaran mo naman ng July. Oh, kasi magiging second quarter mo na. April to June, July mo siya babayaran.
April to June?
Yes, second quarter na po. Kasi yung first quarter mo, binayaran mo na yan ng April.
June, April, May, June pala.
Mm-mm.
So, doon na siya sa
July.
July 15 din yun.
Yes. Yes po. Yung January to March mo, bayaran mo naman yan ng April 30. Yung percentage iba pa yung income.
Ay.
Kaya yung bayaran mo ng April, dalawa. Isang annual at saka isang yung quarterly na percentage. Annual income tax. Percentage. Pagdating ng May, bayaran mo naman yung first quarter, January to March na income tax.
May ano yan sila doon? May schedule?
Hanapin mo yung monthly sa tax calendar sa internet. Merong tax calendar po doon. So, i-match mo doon yung COR mo. Kung meron ka COR doon, nandoon yung deadline mo. So, ganyan po.
Ay, ganun pala.
Kaya 'di ba ang nagbi-business kinakabahan? 'Di ba kinakabahan pagdating sa recording? Kasi hindi mo alam, pero pag once na alam mo na, sigurado ka dun sa ginagawa mo, hindi ka nakakabahan. No?
Hindi, saka ako mga intact ko naman yung mga receipts
Yes,
ko.
yes.
Mga
Hindi
ganyan.
kalat.
Para at least pag alam ko na kung paano. Itong lang naman, ma'am, yung itong first. Pag naano na ako ng guide ng yan, at least,
Ano na yan?
maano ko
Kaya na, kaya na. Saan po kayo nagtatrabaho ng social work?
Sa National Housing po ako dati.
Nag-retire na kayo.
Nag-retire na ako, so I was assigned dito sa Metro Manila, kung saan punta ako ng Leyte.
Sa National Housing, nandyan yung professor ko, si Attorney Claridades.
Ay, hindi na. Nasa ano na siya ngayon sa Department of Settlement and Department of Human Settlement and Urban Development.
Pero dati in Asia.
Hindi. HUDCC.
Ah,
Siya ang coordinating, ang Housing and Urban Development Coordinating Council. Siya yung coordinating ng mga shelter agencies. Under ng HUDCC, andyan ang NHA, Social Housing Finance, National Home Mortgage, Pag-ibig.
yung SHOPSI, hindi nyo under yan?
Hindi. Kasama kami doon sa under doon ng HADSI dati.
Okay.
Nandun si Attorney Claridades.
Oo, professor ko siya sa New Era.
Kilala pala kayo.
Mm.
Kami sa amin, engineers and architects, pero kami kasi sa community.
Kaya
Mga
social work.
workers, so
Mm.
we work with the engineers and
Sa community.
sa mga pamilya kami.
Yun yung ano ba yun, yung mortgage program? Ano ba yun, yung
Kami
national?
housing for the, yung SHOPSI kasi iba, parang private siya, although ang
Bakla nga eh.
bakla yun, hindi mo maintindihan kung private sila but the funds comes from the government.
Kaya nga.
Ayun ang Pero kami, ever since ang National Housing is
Oo, national agency
Housing,
talaga yan. Hindi siya.
production kami of housing for the mga marginalized income families galing sa mga squatter areas. Mga ganyan po, affected ng infrastructures.
O yung mga sa resettlement, no?
Sa resettlement.
Okay.
Sige po, thank you.
So, thank you very much. Si Ma'am G.
Lahat ma'am na i-present nyo naman sa amin, parang,
Bakit naman po kayo nag-aral nito?
kasi ma'am,
Pumunta pa si Ma'am dito eh. Nagkaligaw-ligaw pa nga siya.
Kasi ang tagal ko na kasing sabihin, para bang medyo nakalimutan ko na yung
Pero accounting major po kayo.
Tapos, lahat ng ng experiences ko, nasa accounting ako.
Okay.
Parang 30 years akong gano'n. So, sabi ko, parang ang bago na kasi ngayon eh.
Hanggang
Bago na
ngayon,
ngayon ang sistema.
hanggang ngayon, nagtatrabaho ka pa rin.
Ano na po, nag-early retirement ako.
Saang office naman kayo po
Business
nito?
Conversion Development Authority. Yung
BCDA.
BCDA.
Saan yun? Sa Clark?
Meron kaming sa Clark, sa Baguio, sa John A.
Yes.
Lahat po na
PESA kayo eh. PESA registered, di ba? Mayroon kayong tax holidays eh na binibigay sa mga enterprise.
Hindi, parang hindi ko po. Kasi hindi po ako naka-assign sa mga ganun eh.
Saan ka doon na-assign?
Sa ano po kasi ako sa accounting, pero hindi yun yung ng work ko. Sa
Okay.
kasi ako sa disbursement at saka fixed assets.
Okay.
Kaya gusto ko talagang
Ilang years naman po kayo sa BCD eh? Nag-work?
almost 20 years.
Oh.
Tapos yung mga previous ko sa accounting din yun. Human settlement, Strategic Investment Development Corporation,
Mga national agencies yan.
LRC, Technology and Livelihood Center.
Oo, yes. Gusto ko yan.
Tapos ang first job ko, yun eh, National, NIST, National Institute of Science and Technology, yung DOST na ngayon.
Okay.
Mga government.
Lahat po.
So, anong balak mo magpa-practice ka as
Yun nga po sana,
accountant
gusto
or
ko.
bookkeeper?
Kasi gusto ko talaga
Kasi we offer naman yung 3-day na bookkeeping for, ano nga yun, Hari? Yung 3 days natin for
Advance.
bookkeeping for tax agents, no? Kasi 'di ba nagre-require ang BAR ng 3-day ng at least 18 units, no? So 'yun, ino-honor 'yun ng BAR pagka mag-undergo kayo niyan. Kasi yung iba nagpapa-accredit as accredited tax agent. Sa Cavite, kahit non-CPA, ina-accredit nila doon eh. Pero sa Quezon City, hindi. Pag non-CPA, hindi sila nag-accredit. Kasi ang katwiran nila, ang dami na daw CPAs dito. So, bakit ka pa mag-accredit ng tax agent na non-CPAs? Pero sa Cavite, pwede. No? Kasi sa Cavite, di ba, saan yung region ng Cavite?
Region 4.
So, pwede.
Ma'am, kailan po yun?
Meron tayong schedule ng January. I-email ka na lang namin kasi hindi pa kami nag-fix ng date. No? Pero that is 3 days. Kasi sayang yung opportunity.
Okay lang.
No? Kasi pagka halimbawa, bookkeeper ka, freelancer ka, kahit sa bahay, online ngayon yung filing. Kahit sa bahay, meron ka lang 10 kliyente, okay ka na. Di ba?
I-email mo rin ako kasi may mga friend ako na ganyan, mga accounting ganyan.
At least na-update sila. Na-update sila. At saka sabi ko, at least may confidence kayo na pupunta sa kliyente nyo. Kasi ako hindi ko na kaya eh. Pupunta-punta ng kliyente. Kaya ako sabi ko, magturo na lang ako kasi ako hindi ko na kaya. Dito na lang ako. Kaya sabi ko, yung mga may kaya pa yung I encourage them talaga na mag-maintain ng clients. Kasi unang-una, services yan. You earn. Natutulungan mo rin yung taxpayer. Oh?
Oo, tama.
Natutulungan mo rin yung taxpayers.
Tsaka gusto ko ma'am talagang maano yung isip ko, na madagdagan. Kasi iba na ngayon eh, di ba?
Knowledge mo,
Kasi
updated
iba na
ka.
ngayon eh, di ba? Iba yung noon at iba na ngayon.
Ibang-iba. Ibang-iba. Kaya nga yung sabi nila, re-skilling, iba yung skills na na-develop mo at saka retraining. Oh? Kaya, wala naman eh. Marami naman sa internet. No? So mag-update ka rin dyan sa internet. Anong lahat. Na with that, expound mo yan. Ako, galing ka na.
Mas maganda yan. Mas gusto ko yung face-to-face.
Oo.
Alam mo, ang daming CBAs nakikiusap talaga dito. Pumupunta pa, nangungulit pa. Ma'am, gusto namin face-to-face. Ma'am, gusto namin face-to-face. Sa January na. Kasi, unang-una, nag-update kami ng mga facilities. No? Tapos, nag-concise kami ng office.
Mas malaki ang space ninyo.
Mas malaki noon kasi pati yun eh. Buong third floor. Kaso sobrang mahal ng renta. Kaya ang ginawa namin, usap ako dun sa may-ari na i-concise na lang namin.
Kahit may 10 ka lang or ano.
10 naman kung kasya dito eh.
Oo. May social distancing naman. Tapos parang lang nakamas.
Yes. At saka ang maganda dito sa amin kasi open.
Open.
Hindi yung sa iba na kulob, no? Buksan mo yung mga bintana,
Saka
pinto.
maganda siya, hindi naman siya mainit.
Ngayon lang kasi tag-ulan. Pero kung summer, sobrang init dito.
Ganon.
Oo, kasi semento yan. Yung mga katabi mo dyan, mga atip yan, semento din. Kaya lalakas ng aircon namin pagka summer. Pero okay lang. Naman.
Maganda naman ang ambience. For me, maganda pong ambience dito.
Thank you po.
Oo. Kahit ganun lang parang makalat pa. Pinicturean, nag-selfie nga siya. Sabi ko, ay,
Parang
ang ganda. Yung yung library.
Puro kalat talaga. Kaya tumawag na nga ako ng help. Tulungan
Hindi,
na ako
okay lang
bukas.
naman. Okay lang naman.
Kalat po talaga kasi last week lang kami lumipat dito. Sinira yung mga cabinets, sinira yung mga
Kaya hindi pa siya nakapwesto.
O kaya nga yung isa dyan, hindi pa talaga nakatayo yung cabinet dyan eh.
Parang dahil yung pang yan.
Ayusin. Pero, at saka January na. Mga, natin dyan, mga viewers natin, January na, prepare natin yung sarili natin to welcome another year na masaya tayo. No? Tsaka nakalagay na yung program of activities natin. Ganun lang. Kasi kung masaya ka, naharapin mo, positive yan. No? Positive din yung darating sa iyo. Pero kung sabihin mo, ito, yung iba kasi nagka-cars eh. No? Sabihin nila, ito, nagmumura pa. Sabi ko, wag kang ganyan.
The positive, the negative should be turned into positive.
Yes.
Do not dwell on the negative.
Yes. Sabi ko, huwag mong alagaan yung malas. Alagaan mo yung swerte. No? So ano yun? Study, and then yung work. So with that, I would like to say thank you po sa mga participants po in today's seminar, no? So, thank you very much. Nakapag-complete tayo ng 2 days. And yung certificate po ninyo, Hari, ikaw magsabi. Ito po si Hari.
Sa Monday na lang po yung
Oy, so
certificate.
umarap ka dito para ikaw yung... Hindi, alika dito. Ikaw magsabi kasi ano to dapat graduation ito. No? Oh, sige. Yan, diyan ka lang. Kikita ka na dyan.
Masyado.
Hmm.
Sa mga umattend po, sa Monday na lang po yung certificate nyo. Kasi uwi pa po akong Cavite. Thank you po.
Sige. Okay, so thank you very much po. And let's call it a day.
Mga umattend po, sa Monday na lang po yung certificate nyo. Kasi uwi pa po akong Cavite. Thank you po.
Sige. Okay, so thank you very much po. And let's call it a day.